The Pat McAfee Show.
There'll be no rules for our guests, for us, for the things we could talk about.
Yes, speaking his mind.
I've never had a problem expressing my opinions or my thoughts or anything like that.
While being relatable.
I haven't had that manufactured fake-ass celebrity that a lot of people have whenever they go on those big networks. I've had a chance to really build my crew, build my following, build my audience.
And ridiculous.
What am I supposed to do? So I'm supposed to look at something that I can definitely afford and say, nah. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
The Pat McAfee Show starts in 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. It is Wednesday, July 14th, 2021, years after zero. This sports show will begin right now. Woo! Big day to big day here on SiriusXM Channel 82, Mad Dog Sports Radio, and YouTube.com/The Pat McAfee Show. In about 27 minutes, Peter Schrager will be starting. Come on! It's become a weekly thing because he's really the only one producing some content that is worth talking about every single week. His Flying Coach podcast alongside Sean McVay on Spotify has created great conversations with people we don't normally hear from. Today's guest on that show, Joe Judge of the New York Giants. I guess McVay and Joe did not have that great of a relationship, so they didn't know how it was going to go. All the reviews have been glowing. At Ty Schmidt, you listened to the first 15 minutes of it this morning. Your initial thoughts. And also, I think people are... some people, not all people, because obviously painting with a broad brush is a very dumb thing to do in any situation, but a lot of people are wondering, is Schrager's becoming a part of the every week rotation? Is Schrager's going to be a part of the new crew? We hope so, by the way. We've enjoyed the hell out of Schrager, but these Flying Coach shows have been absolutely legit. I mean, the shit that has been said, the Matthew Stafford news with Kyle Shanahan, him also being down in Mexico, just at a different resort than McVay and Stafford when that whole trade happened, wasting his entire vacation watching film on Stafford, trying to get into the trade game for the Niners, only to find out he was told to go, hey, you can have a night off. 10 minutes later, Stafford gets traded to the other resort where he was at with McVay. But there's a lot of little gems dropping out of here. For the New York Giants, I think we all know their offensive line is not great. It wasn't great last year. There's an alleged fight that happened behind the scenes. I wonder if they cover that. They have Saquon still. They have Danny Dimes. He's from the Belichick camp. There's a lot of optimism, I think, for Giants fans for a number of reasons. You know, they trade away Odell. They had McAdoo in there. Since Coughlin, it's been a little bit of a problem over there. What were your initial thoughts on Joe Judge, and what do you think we should ask Schrager about with his Flying Coach McVay, Joe Judge situation?
Well, like you said, I only got about 25 minutes in.
Okay, so you did get 20. You were more than I thought.
Yeah, but it is interesting because most of the guys that they've had on here, like you can tell that McVay and them go back, and they do have that like friendship connection because they're kind of busting each other's chops a little bit, and they might get into that, but you could tell it was more about like the football aspect. They obviously had a lot of respect for each other, but you saw the quote that was going around. I didn't get to that part yet, but McVay came away from it thinking like, oh, okay, the Giants are really going to compete this year, and I assume that's because of Joe Judge. At the very start, the part I got through, he was talking about his experience coaching under Belichick and coaching under Saban. So the first 20 minutes were very interesting, but I didn't get far enough to really know what else they got into.
At Boston, Connor sitting next to Ty Schmidt at the toxic table over there, and you boys have been fantastic this entire run. And Connor's going to be with me. Connor and I are going to Houston.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Zito's going to be with us as well. Foxy can't make it because he has a massive obligation this weekend. So Connor and Zito are traveling. We're leaving tomorrow night. Friday, it has been confirmed. AJ Hawk in studio.
Oh, wow.
The Hammer Dahn boys will also be in here for the entirety of the show. I will FaceTime in, I think, for an hour and a half from Houston. Connor will be with me as well, but AJ will be in studio. Connor, as we hear Ty Schmidt talk about McVay and Judge.
Yeah.
And then can we put that quote up on the screen that is going around? It's going around the Giants blogs because this is Sean McVay, who is an accomplished coach. Who knows what his next legacy is going to be? He came in as the wonder phenom. Oh, my God, this guy that's younger than most of the players he's coaching has come in and dominated. And they built a roster up and went to the Super Bowl, and then they lose the Super Bowl. Then they pay Goff, and they had to redo the entire thing. They start firing, getting rid of people, trading people. Will he be able to rebuild this this thing up. He's very aggressive. I love the way he speaks. I think he's incredibly entertaining. They were going to hand him the Monday Night Football gig, allegedly. He can get that whenever he wants, obviously. But him saying that, I don't care what the record says, the Giants are coming. They're going to compete. They're going to be situationally aware. They're going to know how to play fundamentally sound, and these guys are relentless in the way they're going to compete, says Sean McVay on Joe Judge's New York Giants. That's from @BigBlueUnited. I like @BigBlueUnited getting out there, finding the quotes that are positive about their team, because far too often negativity kind of hogs publicity, which we will get into in just a couple seconds. There is massive story brewing out of Washington with one of the league's biggest names or whatever. But that doesn't fucking mean a thing. Sean doesn't know him, right?
No, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have a clue who he is. No, Sean enjoyed and took away a lot of positives from Joe Judge, and I guess they dive into Saban and Bill, and his tree is amazing. And by the way, getting a chance to play against his special teams units, always very focused, always dialed in. We should have got an onside kick against them.
Well,
no, there was a surprise onside kick that we recovered that then the ref actually turned to go the other way, but the ball rolled around so much it actually ended up down on the other 30, so it just looked like an actual kickoff, but it was a surprise kick left. Yeah, they were potentially ready for it. I don't know. It wasn't my best kick. It was not my best kick. But we still got the ball, and the ref kind of fucked us over, and he was celebrating on the side. I think he even came on the field at one point while it was going on. And what the fuck is this guy? Is this whole thing happening? But his special teams were always very dialed in, and everything in New England very dialed in. But all of these coaches that have seen the way the Patriots have worked and why the Patriots have worked, it seems like it hasn't been easy to transition into doing your own thing. Now, is that because where you have watched people work and set a precedent? And there's quotes coming out now from Cassius Marsh, who is back with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's an outside linebacker. Is that what he plays?
Pass rusher.
He's a massive sports card guy. I think he's into NFTs. He does game. I think he's, his name's Cassius Marsh. We know him strictly from the internet, seeing him do his thing and maneuver in there. He has come out, and he said that the New England Patriots situation is just a miserable one. It's a miserable existence. And that's not a surprise. Everybody says the Patriot way is a way. It is not, hey, we're not having a good time. We're just like, this is football. This is business. He was on Two Bears, One Cave, Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer. Bert Kreischer has been in Russia filming a movie about his experience with the Russian mafia, I think.
Okay.
So there's been a lot of substitute Bears in there alongside Tom Segura, who is obviously hilarious. And Cassius, I guess, was either a guest on there or a co-host. And he was asked by Tom, who knows football. Tom knows sports, which is good. He's a great comedian, speaks two languages, but he knows football. So he asked Cassius about his time in New England. Dude, okay. So, laughing. So imagine oh man, so I haven't heard this at all, but somebody typed out every single word that he said. And it's like a script almost. They wrote out here his emotions and everything. This person was trying to bury Cassius. So I'm not going to continue to do that because Cassius doesn't deserve it and we don't know him. But I will say what he said, if you print it out like this, and I don't know if it was comedy delivery, how he was delivering it. Two Bears, One Cave is a comedy podcast. So I didn't get a chance to hear it. I will listen to it at some point soon so I get the proper reference. But when you just list out and write out what he wrote in a diatribe, you're like, dude, okay, so imagine whoever wrote this is fucking him over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so imagine a 9 to 5 and everybody's at a team meeting, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys do that, by the way? That is interesting. In the 9 to 5, folks, Connor, you don't fucking know. Don't need an answer out of you.
Okay, fair.
Foxy, you've never had any other fucking job other than this one. Okay, I don't need to hear from you. Ty, you were a 9 to 5 guy?
Yes and no. I worked retail, so you did work 9 to 5, a lot in there. But Nick would probably be a better person to ask about.
So Nick, corporate stooge.
Yeah.
Yes.
9 to 5 stooge. Did you guys have, by the way, I didn't mean that to it feels like everybody that's at 9 to 5 just got called a stooge. I'm just saying our particular 9 to 5 stooge that we would like to rely on is Nick. Yeah. And it's our friend.
I was a corporate stooge.
Yes, you are our corporate stooge. I appreciate that one. Hey, paid a lot of money to go to a lot of schooling, to get a lot of education, to become said corporate stooge. You did a great job with it. Did you guys have team meetings every day or weekly?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, every day, and then like sometimes weekly or monthly, they do like massive meetings where they get the whole floor or even the whole building into a room, and they'd have like an assembly type situation where they'd try and make it like a sports atmosphere. Like
like a pep rally.
Yeah, all right, guys, we're gonna have someone come in and speak, and then we're gonna knock them dead this week, or we're gonna do great, and this is what we're gonna try and accomplish. And
Here's how we sell this shit. Yeah. Okay, but the team meetings, that's every morning. What do you guys do? You just roll out of your cubicles down to one corner of the building and everybody talks? Is it like Wolf of Wall Street? They get up on a stage? How does it go? I've never been.
I wish it was like Wolf of Wall Street and there were people being thrown around and booze bouncing around and people eating fish. No, it was much more tame than that. You just sat down, like you said. Everybody rolled out of their cubes. You go down to a big conference table and everyone would just kind of give updates on what they're working on.
A lot of legal notepads.
And you'd get the leadership would come down with the directives and the objectives for the week.
And you guys are having meetings just to have meetings, right?
Yes.
These have no purpose.
Let's have a meeting to get ready for the meeting this afternoon.
Okay, yeah, bingo. So it's all just passing the buck. So 9 to 5, never would be able to, by the way. I don't know how anybody does it, but I'm very thankful for all they do because
Love you.
It's an excuse for snack time as well.
attaboy, Z. Well, Z, then we're not even getting into it.
Come on.
Get Cassius.
Taco Wednesday, 9 a.m.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's get back to cash.
Extra onions.
So you guys, you understand what a team meeting is then, but our team meetings, I think a little bit more either serious or actual, there's reasoning for it as opposed to just passing time and having a meeting. Team meetings are a big deal because like what your person is saying, hey, like setting the tone, like, hey, team meetings are, hey, here's how today's going to go. Here's what we're focusing on. Here's how we're answering or talking about this type of thing. Here's how this is going. Like the team meetings have actual initiative. They start every single day. Special teams meeting, then team meeting first. Obviously, the first meeting of the day is the most important part. Special team meeting, normally the earliest in the morning, by the way. Okay. So a lot of faux enthusiasm in there is a big deal. 7 a.m. meeting. Okay, here we go. Every single day for 5 months. All right, here we go. Does anybody want to be here? No. All right. So I got to come in there and be like, hey, okay. Here we go. People think this is us just now, and this is me. This has always been me. Ask anybody that has ever been there. Every 7 a.m. meeting, at some point, I was going to work in. This is going to be the greatest meeting of all time. This is going to be the greatest meeting of all time today. Oh, shut up. Hey, not with that attitude. Okay.
Today's the day.
Anytime you can really, spark some sort of energy out of people, that meeting is going to be better. I did not bat 1,000. I don't think I got good energy out of everybody in every meeting, but I feel like, and Tom McMahon can speak on this more, I feel like I was an asset in there for a potentially monotonous meeting, which you're doing the same shit, okay? Football is the same thing. Your form's the same, tackling's the same, your eyes are the same, schemes might be different, but basically every meeting is just a reminder of everything you know, and then a little bit of a change in something that you have to think about. So it can get a bit tiring. So me telling Tom McMahon that what he's saying in the middle of a meeting abruptly, telling, hey, you're full of shit, Tom. Like just in the middle of a meeting, good, properly timed, can get a good pop out of people. It's like those meetings, I could see how needing energy in them is a big deal, which leads us to the rest of what Cash has had to say. And the dude who walks in, the CEO, and he's like an old dude, all right? A little sexist there, by the way.
Whoa.
Who just plays no games. So, like, when he walks in or she walks in, it's dead quiet. Like, everything stops, right? All phones get put away, all laughter, any type of the chit-chat, done. Okay, nobody plays around with Bill. I mean, nobody plays with Bill for the most part, says Marsh. So he walks in there, and then he comes up to, like, the podium, and he addresses the team for, like, 45 minutes to an hour every morning. That is not normal. I've only 3 coaches, I think. 2 coaches in the NFL, but 3 coaches, including 4 coaches with Bill Stewart. Team meetings can have different lengths, but normally not longer the better. Normally it's the first Wednesday is when you're installing everything, setting here's the keys, here's this, what we're looking for, offense, defense. That one's a little bit longer. In my experience, that one has been a little bit longer, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. Mm-hmm. But then as the week rolls on, normally in the people I've experienced, it's just like in there, reminders, thoughts, 15 minutes, 20 minutes max. Okay, so it's just kind of like, hey, let's keep this moving because there's another meeting, individuals coming next, and then you just kind of move it forward. So 45 minutes to an hour every morning. He talks about the GM's history for the other team. So Bill Belichick is explaining why the general manager is the general manager, how this team was constructed, why this team was constructed, and who and why we might attack where we're attacking. Talks about the team's history. Okay, this team was once here, now they're here. Okay, got it. He talks about the defensive, offensive coordinator's history. So this guy grew up in this tree. He potentially has these types of tendencies, but he also did this and this. Look for this in this particular setting, just like this son of a bitch used to do. He's been doing this for 50 years in football or whatever. Wild. And whenever we would talk to Michael Lombardi, who was formerly of the Patriots and of the Browns, and he's an author and has a show and everything like that, he would break down the trees of people. He comes from this tree, and in this tree, this is how they go about doing things. He comes from this coaching tree, this is how they do contracts.
Yes.
This coaching tree, this is how they do this situation, this situation. This is how they do 2 minute, 4 minute. This is how. So it's all of it, team's history, defensive coordinator's history, the way they used to run their defense, the way they're running the defense now, the history of all the coaches. Hey, when this pops up, this player is being told by this particular coach, although he's only been there for a month, this is what this guy relies upon. All that information, and this is, I don't ever want to go against what a player says. Okay, I'm very much a pro player guy. It is not easy to be in the NFL. It is very difficult. There's a lot of great fucking players who never make it in the NFL. So it is not. But what he is saying here, whenever it's typed out, he looks like a fucking stooge.
Yep.
Okay, because this is what every fan would be like. I would hope that this is what you are doing in these meetings. And the more situational awareness about everything that is a part of the team, we would hope that is what he would go on to say in Seattle, they had basketball shooting things and they compete every single day, and it was a lot more fun, college vibes, upbeat vibes. And when he says we would compete every day, imagine him telling Bill that when we were in Seattle, we'd be shooting hoops and we compete every day.
We
Bill's
compete.
Like, what are you competing for?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Bill's. What are you competing for? Well, who won the shootout that day? He's okay. I'm looking for number 7. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the 7.
Shooting hoops.
That's all. I'm not. We're competing every day. Guess what? To win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But once again, there are so many different ways to go about doing things. If Cassius was coming from Seattle, where it was lively, which I've heard of, and everything like I've heard about and everything like that, it's upbeat, and then you go into that, you could see how he potentially would be like, man, this is nothing like what these hour-long meetings in the morning, half-hour-long meetings in the morning used to be like. But I think whenever you say it publicly, you're going to get ridiculed for it, because as a player, I would have enjoyed listening to some. Now, 3-4 months in, I think it would get a little bit old if every single morning you were getting a full NFL Films history diatribe.
For sure, yeah.
But if you got to frame your mind around like, okay, I'm getting a chance to hear the history of the fucking game, basically, and that is why every situation they're normally have had head on. That is why the players seem to be smarter in situations. That's why whenever you see the Chargers last year, whenever they were running out of bounds in 4-minute offense when they were in a lead or something else like that, it's like, okay, that is losing situational football. That is low football IQ. In the Patriots, the Patriot way has always been, hey, we're going to have high football IQ. We're going to work very hard. We're going to win situational football. We're going to win the middle 8. We're going to win 2-minute. We're going to win all this shit. Like, that's what they do. They take care of the little things. And it's because there's an entire history lesson being given, not only about football, but every single coach you're playing against. Now, old buddy threw a pick with under 2 minutes left in field goal range before the half, and there was some Hoyer situation. There was a couple non-Patriot situations this last year, which really made me think, like, oh, have they lost it? Because what they've had for so long is just an impeccable football IQ. Everybody on the team seems to know, oh, we got to keep him in bounds. Oh, this guy, whenever he's out here, he's prone to do this. Like, there's just always prepared, and it comes from these meetings. So when a coach is an assistant coach there and goes to be a head coach somewhere else and tries to institute all of these things like everybody else has that has come out of the Belichick tree, B-Flow seems to be having some success down in Miami. Yeah. We will see, but he seems to be having some success down there. But a lot of Belichick's coaches don't have success, and I think it's because they try to implement everything that Bill Belichick has into their work. I've seen this work here in New England. We won all the time. I'm going to model it after what what Bill has done. But whenever you go in there and start doing that and you don't have the resume that Bill has, it's hard to get people to buy in to every single day doing all your shit whenever you don't win. If you win, it's like, okay, I'll believe what you're saying because we're winning and it's working. But if we're going to do this and we're going to continue to stink, like, it's going to be tough to get a bunch of grown men to buy into that thing. And I think that is why his coaches have failed. Joe Judge, though, whenever you listen to Saquon talked, and I think Danny Dimes talked, and others talked, they said, we needed this. And they actually have faith and trust in him because he's been at a place that has won. How long will that last? How many years will he have this year? If they don't do well, they lost Saquon last year, but if they don't do well this year, will they still have that mindset of like he's the right guy? It's tough in the shadows of New York City. But that Bill Belichick coaching tree is a fascinating one. I can't wait to talk to Schrager here in about 8 minutes.
Well, and for Judge was in, a perfect position with the Giants. Like you said, they said, we needed this young quarterback, young running back, haven't really been in the league for a while. Whereas like Patricia goes to Detroit, tries and do this to Stafford. Yeah, they got a bunch of vets over there. So it's like, hey, you got to pick and choose where you can. And also for Judge, they're bringing in players. I can't remember the last time, like, the top receiver, Kenny Golladay or whatever, in free agency was like, yeah, I want to go play for Joe Judge and the Giants. Or I feel like as though that hasn't happened often. So maybe they will switch it around. It's NFC East. Anything can happen in that division.
We'll talk to Schrags about it, obviously. And we could just listen to the entire Flying Coach, but this seems to be a great refresher for me.
Yeah, we got to talk to him about it.
I love talking to Schrags. They're back on TV. Shout out to Schrags going back to work.
Schrags.
Way to go, Schrags. But talking to him about that, because the owner of the Giants came out and said, I'm tired of losing.
Telling his buddies.
Hey, we will overpay for people. We do not care. People are saying that the Giants overpaid for people. The Giants were like, we don't care. We are finally getting in the game. Here we go. They believe in Joe Judge, it seems like. Excited to hear what Schrager's actual thoughts are, because McVay's quote is fine and dandy, but I mean, everybody has said that probably about every Bill Belichick assistant that has gone on. Like, situation, because that's what Bill is. And McVay has a lot of respect for Bill Belichick. He has a lot of, we've heard that, we've seen that, and all that. And everybody, I think, in the coaching game has a lot of respect for Bill Belichick. But if he doesn't know him, it's like, I guess it's going to happen, but who the fuck knows, really? I mean,
don't you think a big part of this stuff, too, is these guys who come from Belichick's coaching tree, they go elsewhere and realize, like, oh, shit, well, I don't have Tom Brady, and he wasn't playing for under market value for 14 years or whatever.
So you're saying the only reason why Bill Belichick has had success is because Tom Brady played for under market value?
No.
Why? What I'm saying, it's the hour-long team meetings in the morning?
You son of a bitch, Ty!
What I'm saying is, if Danny Dimes isn't any good this year, then they're probably going to get rid of him, and he's going to have to do it with a different quarterback. So, like, it ultimately comes down to who you have playing quarterback.
All right, we'll get to a break here in a second. We have to address the arrest that happened 9:08 Eastern Daylight Time, 6:08 a.m. Pacific in Washington. Current free agent and a man whose name is synonymous with the NFL, Richard Sherman, has been arrested on alleged burglary, domestic violence this morning. We looked up this happened. I mean, the release of this happening came shortly after we went live. King County Public Records state that he was arrested for burglary, domestic violence, and it's being investigated for a potential felony. I think that is standard protocol for a charge like this. He does not have bail, and we looked into that even more with the Washington State. There was Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, said that normally if a player has an agent, which Richard Sherman does not, an agent would be able to call and make some potential calls to help out their client if they're in jail, drop everything and do that to get him bail. Actually, in Washington, domestic violence offenses, defendants shall be held in non-bailable status pending hearing the next court day following booking for any crime alleging domestic violence under RCW 10.99 or applicable.
Yep. Applicable. Yep.
That one got me there. Ordinance. So right now, there is an incredibly serious situation going on with Richard Sherman, who I think we all thought was going to be a stalwart for the game for a long time. He was doing podcasts with Chris Collinsworth. He was biding his time, I think, in free agency. Everybody thought maybe after training camp he'll come back. This is Obviously, a disgusting allegation. Once again, we as a show will always stand behind. If this is real, we want justice to be served to the 10th degree. If it's not, we hope that gets covered as well. We'll keep an eye on the story, but it doesn't look like he's going to be up for bail until at least seeing a judge. And who knows how that whole thing is going to pan out there. Sad, scary situation for Richard Sherman. And I guess we just kind of got to keep an eye on the whole situation.
Yeah, it's too bad because I think the general thought was that he was going to be signing here somewhat soon, right? Like with training camp coming, maybe wait a little bit into camp. But, who knows when that next court date is. That obviously kind of screws everything up.
He was hosting podcasts.
Yep.
He was doing business stuff. He was getting out there. He was becoming one of the voices. Not that he wasn't one of the names. He was becoming one of the voices of the game as well. This is obviously incredibly devastating to hear. This is a massive ordeal. Hope everybody is safe in this situation. Obviously something happened, but scary stuff. Hope everybody's all right. If he did it, kick him out of the league. Don't need that representing the NFL.
Nope.
The league's too goddamn good to have that. And if he didn't, I guess we'll just have to see how this whole thing plans out. Very serious allegations. Let's get to a break. On the other side, Peter Schrager of Good Morning Football will join us. Host of Flying Coach. We'll talk to him about everything going on in the world and more. This is the Pat McAfee Show, Wednesday, July 14th.
Should we just make it real? Should we just say, hey, we're done, we're riding off into the sunset? Do you want it to be live on your show that Vinny's officially done? Is that what you want?
I don't want that, but if it's going to happen, happy it's happening.
Yeah.
I would like that to be known. So don't feel obligated. Don't feel forced.
Put it this way. Hey, let me see. Today is Wednesday. By Friday, if paperwork goes in, you heard it here first.
First of all, congratulations on a legendary fucking career, dude. In a game that revolves around the score, okay? That's how they pick winners and losers, is in a game in which they keep score. To be the all-time leading scorer in scoring sport, I think many would say, hell of a fucking job. Yeah! Unbelievable. South Dakota kid, you didn't have an easy way either. You went over to Virginia to train. You're a high school teacher, I think, or a substitute teacher. Then you go to the World League over in Amsterdam. Somehow survived the off-the-field activities that you could have fallen into. Stayed focused on kicking. Go into New England. Beat out Matt Barr at some point, even though he had an incredible career. Win Super Bowls. Memorable moments. Biggest moments in the sports history revolve around your foot in a lot of cases. Congratulations, man. You're the fucking best. I was honored to be your teammate.
Can we take a moment of silence for the first 2 to 3 years of Zach Wilson's career? Because all he's got going for him is Bob Saleh. That's it.
Moment of silence for his mom, who made her Instagram follow. That's what I thought we were doing.
That's what I thought we were doing. Let's go to Chris and Indy. What's going on? Mrs. Wilson, hope everything's all right.
Yeah, she jumped out there, right, with some hot takes, and then...
She got a fake mask she wears.
She does not like Hooers.
Not a fan of Disney.
She doesn't like
Or
Disney
Snapchat.
or Hooers.
Oh, there's going to be a bunch of Hoovers running around Zach. She said enough of it. Not on that Snapchat.
This is the Pat McAfee Show on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio. We thank you for taking the time to seek out this small regional show that streams internationally. Here's Pat and the boys.
Welcome back to that show. We have an update, actually. Just read through an article here on the Richard Sherman situation that is potentially being investigated for a felony. We got more information regarding the story via ESPN.com. This morning in Washington, Richard Sherman was taken into custody. A 911 call came from a residence at about 2 a.m. The person calling said that an adult male family member who did not live at the residence was attempting to force his way into the home. When police arrived, the suspect was located outside the home. He fought with police, but was eventually apprehended and taken to a local hospital to be checked, but was cleared and then booked into the King County Correctional Facility. That's via ESPN.com. So he was trying to break into a house of a family member is what's being reported. And then whenever they got there, he resisted arrest more so than anything. I think the way this was titled, domestic violence, maybe by the letter of the law, this is potentially because it is a family member's home or something like that. But burglary, domestic violence as the charge was not anywhere near what I thought I just read right there. I don't know the laws inside and out, but I hope that everybody reads like we just did, and hopefully we can satellite this thing that Richard Sherman was allegedly attempting to get into a family member's house that he did not live at. When the cops got there, he had not made it inside the house yet. He resisted arrest outside, was cleared by medical, then taken in for burglary, domestic violence. Would that be because of emotional? Like, what would
Trying
that?
to break in?
He may have been threatening something when he was outside, screaming into the house.
Oh, so
or something,
threats
maybe.
or something like that could happen.
Because it does say in the article, like later on down there, that no one was hurt in the
so
ensuing altercation.
We're not saying that any of that is right, but I think the immediate thought once you hear domestic violence is, okay, he attacked somebody, hit somebody in his family, his spouse, maybe a child, a nephew, a cousin. That is, though all those things have happened before. That was not the case. He was apprehended outside. Still, obviously, not great for anybody, including the NFL and Richard Sherman, the family. This is not good at all. Hopefully, he'll be okay. Let's assume he gets bail whenever he gets in front of the judge today. More will come out from this story. We assume, because it is Richard Sherman, it is the NFL, it is the offseason, and the words burglary, domestic violence are associated with this. I would assume there's more details to come, and we'll just kind of play it by ear.
Well, and to Ty's point, they said nobody got hurt, but did you think they took him to the hospital because he might have, been banged up or something like that?
Or boozed up.
I think that is my first, as soon as I saw this, was, alcohol is an unbelievable thing.
Yeah.
Okay, alcohol can make people do things that they have never thought that they would be able to do before in a positive fashion. Whether it's courage, dancing, let loose, have a personality. Alcohol has done a lot of good things for a lot of people for a long time. But there are some things that, whenever a human mixes with alcohol and something happens, that absolute disaster happens. And I'm not saying this is that case. That would be me jumping to conclusions, but it feels like a lot of these situations we hear about, alcohol is shortly behind it. I'd never heard that Richard Sherman had anything like that. Maybe something else happened. Who knows? We'll kind of keep our ear to the ground there. But anytime you're banging on a house at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., you think he's probably not sober. And hopefully they'll be able to work this all out. And I'm happy nobody was injured.
Yeah, especially with him, because this does seem so out of character. I mean, it's not like I know him or anything. And he, everyone goes back to like the Aaron Andrews thing and him being brash. But like, I think, this does seem very out of character for him. Like, he doesn't ever have, off the field stuff going on. So you do assume at the time it was too, he was probably boozed up.
All right, joining us now is a man who might know more about the situation. One of the hosts of Good Morning Football, which was an Emmy-nominated show.
No way.
Yeah, he's also a host of a podcast called Flying Coach on Spotify, which will probably also be up for some awards. Spotify's big deal. This show is incredible. Today's guest was Joe Judge, alongside he and Sean McVay. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Schrager.
Yay!
What up, dude?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, we just read the ESPN.com article about Richard Sherman. Felt like I was, as I was reading it, I was almost thankful for what I was hearing about the situation. Do you know anything more about that? Have you heard anything about that? And how does this play out? Because burglary, domestic violence sounds incredibly awful, obviously. And I'm not saying what he did was right, but him getting arrested outside of a house that he was trying to get into, that a family member resided, it's still messy, but it's not what we all potentially thought there at the beginning, right?
Don't have all the details. In fact, I don't have any details on my own reporting yet. I literally just got done with Good Morning Football when this thing happened, but saw the NFLPA put out a statement. I saw that obviously the report came out and the arrest details came out. What's interesting is a lot of times players are represented by big-time agents, and the agents can get ahead of the story, and they can say, here's what's happening.
Not you, Schrager. Don't do it.
Sherman represents himself. I'm not doing it, but we'll know more when he speaks
you
himself.
You and Florio at this point.
He doesn't have the whole, so we'll see what happens, but I certainly don't know any of the details. There's been no communication with anyone from Richard Sherman's camp about this yet.
Okay, so you hate that he represents himself, huh?
No, I don't care. Are you kidding? I don't care. I can't stand 99% of the agents in the NFL. You think I care?
It seems like there has been a few people that immediately upon seeing this absolutely terrible news break.
I have not checked anything online. What has been the feedback from the pro-agent community? I don't know.
Exactly what you said. Exactly what you said has been the pro-agent. And by the way, agents serve a vital role in this entire thing. But with burglary, domestic violence, there is no bail until he's in front of a judge. And I think that type of thing, I don't know what agent could potentially save burglary, domestic violence from getting out there. But I do appreciate the fact that you have to put over the people who have helped you out along the way, the agents. So I do appreciate that, Shregs. Not just you.
Me?
I'm not talking about you. Shregs, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the pro-agent community out there.
Who is your agent?
So that's the thing. Like, I was also arrested without an agent, okay, at one point. So the whole, hey, the agent would have helped you out. It was like, I don't know if that's the case. Mine much different than this. It was a public intoxication. The team, though, him not being with a team.
That's a great point.
I think
now you don't have team communication.
There it is.
You don't have an agent who's not behind bars at the moment. So you have two different situations where there could have been different communication channels. I can't comment on what happened yet because I'm not on the ground in Seattle, and I'm certainly going to work my phone and get all the things I can, but it's a different kind of deal where we're an hour removed from this news kind of hitting, and I don't think anyone knows the clear-cut story yet, so it would be presumptuous for me to even comment on it.
Okay, so you're saying, so he hasn't been able to clear up what we read potentially as a story as well. Excited to hear how that pans out. Hopefully everybody's okay. Hopefully he gets help if he needs it. Hopefully the family's okay. Let's move along because you have, a lot of people are going to be interested in hearing today's show. Doesn't seem Ty listened in the first 20, 25 minutes, he said. We will finish it up as we go here. But a lot of people said McVay and Joe didn't really know each other that well. This wasn't like one of McVay's boys on the show. So there's a lot of football talk early. Then at the end, McVay goes on to say the Giants are going to be a team. What was your thoughts on this week's flying coach, and what were your thoughts on Joe Judge?
So I've got a relationship with Joe Judge. I asked him on. Sean McVay, quite frankly, was like, I don't know the guy that well, so it might not be the same kind of banter we usually have. I'm like, that actually will make for a more interesting podcast because you guys can come at it from two different angles. Of course, McVay comes from the Shanahan-Gruden tree, which is a million coaches. And Joe Judge comes from the Belichick and Saban tree. I think this hour with Joe Judge that Sean McVay and I did is the most candid we've ever heard him. He's a real human being. He's funny. He's got a dry wit. But he really goes deep dive on what made the Alabama Crimson Tide and the New England Patriots so successful and why he's hoping to bring that to the New York Giants. One highlight of it was a story he told in light of all this talk of it's not fun to be a New England Patriot. And I love this, and you'll love it too. So this was after Julian Edelman had just served 4-game suspension for whatever happened off the field. And he comes back into the building, and all the talk was, it's not fun to play in New England. It's not fun to play in Foxborough. Not fun to do this. And you've been hearing that all season long. This is early 2018. They get into the building, and on a giant whiteboard, like an old school whiteboard, they have monitors in there, but an old school whiteboard that you'd see in the front of a meeting room. Winning is fun in marker.
Boom.
And that was from Julian Edelman, who stormed into the room his first day back from being away for 4 weeks. And then they went into it, and Joe Judge is like, It let the entire air out of the room. It's true. He's like, for 8 years, I won 3 Super Bowls with my best friends. It was really fun. Yeah. Winning is fun. And a lot of guys might have different motivations, and it might not be the same as other places. But in New England, you win. And that's what's fun. You get to win with Tom Brady. You get to beat teams in the Super Bowl, and you get to be on primetime every week if you want to be. So his whole deal and that New England deal about it's just it's a slog to play up there and it's miserable. His thing was to watch your brother hoist a Lombardi trophy, not once, not twice, but 3 times in an 8-year span. It was pretty damn fun. And he's like, Edelman said what a lot of us wanted to say, but we couldn't say publicly.
Yeah, in Schrags, that comes right after Cassius Marsh said something on Two Bears, One Cave alongside Tom Segura about his time in New England and how the morning meetings weren't fun. And in Seattle, they were shooting hoops and you're competing every day. And it was like, what are you competing for, though? Because if you tell Bill Belichick, let's just throw it out there. Like Cassius was going to tell Bill that he didn't find his meetings fun enough or whatever. And he goes up to Bill and says, in Seattle, we're shooting hoops and doing everything like that. And we compete every day up there. And Bill, the only question would be, what are you competing for? Like, are we competing for Super Bowls or what are you competing for? And the winning is fun thing, Rich Rodriguez.
I love it. Rich Rod, give me.
Okay, so Rich Rodriguez, he ran... he will not go down in the histories of the Bear Bryants and the...
but he was a successful coach with you guys, and for sure, in Michigan too at a time.
Yeah, we won. We won a lot. He would have won at Michigan too if they would have let him continue to bring his people in, by the way. He would have been able to win there, especially now after getting a look at the Big Ten and how that whole thing has panned out. But he said, because there was a couple murmurs from some players about how miserable it was, and he said, you know what I find fun? Kicking somebody's fucking ass. And then he walked out of the room, right? And it was like one of the best things of all time. And I was like, all right, now we know what gets Rich Rod going, just beating the fuck out of somebody. But there's different ways to do everything. And if somebody has the success that they have, like Bill, it's easy to get people to buy in on that. Like, hey, this will be miserable, but we're going to win. A lot of Bill Belichick's coaching tree, though, I think they take what they did in New England. They saw have success in New England. And when you don't win and the resume doesn't match the whole thing, people can't buy in. What are his thoughts on the Giants team? Because last year, everybody said, we needed this. Saquon said it. I think Danny Dimes said it. Is that still the motive? And how long does he know he has like a shelf life on this thing before he has to win?
Makes no excuses for last year. But when I brought up Daniel Jones, he said, hey, look, rookie the first year gets thrown into the mix. Last year, learning a new offense, COVID. We start out 0-5. He gets hurt. He plays hurt. And then we had this weird situation. He's like, Daniel Jones is the leader. Daniel Jones is the man. I didn't know because, you're like, he inherited this quarterback. What's he really thinking? He said, I didn't know Daniel Jones from Adam when I walked in the building. First person to introduce himself. And he says, this kid is so tough. So tough. He played really hurt last year that the rest of the team respects the hell out of him. He's smart. He's got a big arm. And I feel like all of that dialogue about Daniel Jones was almost about the team as a whole. That, hey, last year we start out 0-5. They go 6-10. They win the Week 17 game against Dallas, which a lot of people probably thought you didn't even do anything. He said, we did it. We finished strong. And McVay was really throwing him some flowers on that. And it's been like, to come from 0-5 and turn it around, like there's good momentum there. You can tell this team got better every single week. Now, if you're Joe Judge, you're looking at the situation. It's now year 2. It's your guys. He's hired so many of these Alabama coaches to be with him. Like the entire staff is guys he's used to work with, whether it be Jeremy Pruitt or Freddie Kitchens. And then you go into Amos Jones, who he was with at Mississippi State. Like there's a ton of different guys. It's his team, and this guy is all dialed in. And I would find it really hard-pressed if you're a Giants fan to listen to this hour and not walk away from that being like, all right, we're at least an 8-win team this season. This guy's too dialed in and too good as a coach and is saying all the right things about team building for us not to be able to do it on the field.
Okay, so they're not going to be 500 still this year. So what do you think 17 games, you know what I mean? So that's 8 and 9.
True.
Yeah. But that's NFC East. That might do
the trick.
That might be a home playoff or a home playoff game.
Can I tell you a good one, Pat, real quick that he said that you love? He says when he interviews with the Patriots, like he's up there, he's got no idea, he's got no shot, he doesn't know. He's coming from Southern Miss. He gets up to Patriots. Belichick is meeting him. Says he's sitting there and Belichick takes his shirt off in front of him while they're interviewing. He's like, what the hell is going on? And he's like, Belichick takes his shirt off. We keep the conversation going. He's like, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know if this is a mind game or what. And he keeps on talking. He's on puts another shirt on. And then Belichick steps away and he comes back and he's wearing a different pair of pants. And this is all during the interview with Joe Judge. And Joe Judge is like, I'm fine to be the assistant special teams coach. And this guy's getting fully changed. they wrap it up, and he's like, "What was all that?" He asked someone later. He's like, "Oh, Belichick had a banquet to speak at it like a half hour later." But he just multitasks. He does 7 things at once. So he just got changed in front of you during an interview. But that's no big deal. That's just what Bill does. He's on a clock. I'm like, oh my god.
What are your thoughts on punting? That is amazing. Yes, he's GM, coach, banquet, Bob Kraft's liaison. I mean, he's got a lot of gigs. It's amazing. Nobody will be able to do what Bill has done ever again. It's too much time. It's too much responsibility. It's too much pressure. It's too much lights. But you can only do that whenever you win. If that thing would have been a big disaster early, I don't know if they would have stuck with it. They're lucky they did. I saw a game this past weekend on NFL Network because you guys all took off last week.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So we were you remember? Hey, hope you enjoyed it. By the way,
Yeah.
Great to see you back. Great to see you back. Woo! He was at the Browns, stunk, huh?
Oh, yeah.
He was at the Browns, stunk. Goes over to the Giants, probably going to stink there, too, or writes on the thing, I'm out of here, I'm gone, right? And then just goes up to New England.
Jets,
yeah. Goes. He had success at the Giants as the assistant with Parcells, but he goes to the Jets, says, I'm out of here. These coaches that have early failures, I mean, if we just watch the Belichick thing, like he was not great, right? Not great. And
No,
then,
first year in New England, too, they were like 5-11.
and then you just take off and dominate it. That patience doesn't exist anymore, I don't think. Like Joe Judge.
Pat, his staff in Cleveland was Nick Saban was his defensive coordinator.
Stinks in the
He was the head coach.
Phew.
They had Jim Schwartz on the staff. They had Thomas Dimitroff, who's the GM of the Falcons. They had Scott Pioli. I mean, the staff was loaded. Charlie, all the future GMs and coaches of the league were all in Cleveland with him, and they couldn't win there, and he got blown out, and they fired him. So I mean, that's just the NFL.
Joe Judge, though, you're going to have to win over there, and they're going to get upset. And I guess he could potentially buy some reprieve because Danny Dimes isn't his guy, like you said. So he could potentially try to get another quarterback. But very fascinating over there because I like that they're making moves. You wrote a book, Out of the Blue. Is that a Giants book or is that just a deep sea book? What is that?
Yeah, it was about orcas. No, I wrote a book with Victor Cruz when they won the Super Bowl in 2011, and Victor Cruz got a giant book deal and needed someone to write it with him. I was in my 20s, and all the giant sports writers were lining up to write this book. I had written a small article on him for GQ magazine, and Victor was like, I like that article the best. Will that guy write it? We hung out for a day, and he chose me. So it was all about Victor Cruz and his story, which undrafted guy from the streets of Paterson, New Jersey, to go on and be like this sensation in New York. And that was the first book I wrote. So yeah, Victor Cruz's life story.
Okay, so you're a Giants fan. Like
I like the Giants. I like when the Giants are good. I live in New York City. When the Giants and Jets suck every year, it's not fun locally. It's great when the fan base is engaged and they're into it. So I do. I pull for Big Blue and I pull for the Jets. It'd be great if one of those two teams could make a more relevant stance in the NFL.
What's Sean McVay doing right now? You think he's in Tulum, Mexico right now?
Oh no! I'll tell you what, Pat. He went on vacation for a week with his fiance. They went to Europe. They had a great time. Whatever. He came back. I'm telling you, he is so dialed in. He's like, all right, no more BS with this podcast. We're done after this one. Like, we got one more to go. He's like, we're done. He's like, I am dialed in. He's in his bunker. He's working. Like, the second July 4th ended, his season really kicked into high gear. And Joe Judge was saying the same thing. He's like, unless my wife drags me to the beach, I'm watching film right now. And my wife physically has to drag me out of the room. These coaches are wired, man. And it's the ones like that are the ones that I'm most excited about because I feel like they got something to prove.
Sean, because when you go on vacation, and I don't know if he's the same way as he seems like he and I potentially have similar personality traits and qualities. I don't know him at all. I met him one time at a UFC fight, I think, and then I just kind of went about he was cool, by the way. He was housing a couple beers with Andrew Whitworth, who is 9 foot tall.
Oh, yeah. So big.
But when you go on vacation, the first couple days are cool. It's like, all right, I get it. I'm on vacation. I get it. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. And then, by the third day, you start like, all right, what are we doing? The same thing we did yesterday? No, we're gonna go. Yep. We're gonna go on a boat this time. Okay. And then by day 4 and 5, you're like, all right, as soon as I get back, I ain't fucking around anymore. And it's like you make a whole transition.
It's funny because we talk a lot, and he was talking about he's on his phone the first few days. His fiance's like, you got to put that away, but. He read a bunch of books. So he read one book. I don't even know the title of it, but it was all about calm and Zen. And he came back and he was like, all right, I got this book. It's good. And then something pissed him off. I remember. And he went off the handle. Like, what happened to the Zen?
Yeah, that's awesome. He probably won't.
Namaste.
Is he an Art of War guy? Has he read that? Is he a big book reader?
He's wooden pyramid, loves the wooden pyramid of success. He's very big into business leaders and how they motivate for leadership purposes, how you get the best out of every one of your employees. So he brings that stuff to the football team. But yeah, he's Art of War type stuff. Very a prolific reader, and he'll quote that stuff a lot.
I can't read good. Go ahead, Ty.
Schrags, you just mentioned it. You guys got one more to go. Have you talked at all about a season 2 of Flying Coach? Because it seems like it has been wildly successful despite the limited promotion, and I know everyone I've seen really loves it. Have you talked with?
By the way, I mean, we are the biggest promoter for the show, right?
You're the promotion.
I feel like we are, because you know why? Because we're scouring for shit to talk about every single.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say because it's good.
Well, hold on.
So we're scouring for shit to talk about here, and then we listen to your show, and it's just like, wait, who said what? Who said what?
Yeah.
How come nobody's talking about this? It's like, this should at least get a little. Should Spotify not give you a little bit of a push here at this, or maybe a kickback for the amount of push we're giving? I mean, we're the only ones pushing it. That show is fucking really good,
yes.
dude. It's a really good show.
That means a lot, and I appreciate it. And it's one of those deals where there's not a lot of headline grabbing stuff. It's just hour-long conversation that you can work out to, you can listen to on your ride, and it's football. It's for football, hardcore football fans, and you geek out and you get to see a side of these guys that you don't typically see. So there's not going to be a ton of headlines. Of course, the Shanahan one made a ton of headlines because he said a lot of things. Joe Judge coming out and talking about, his career when he was at Birmingham Southern and he had to line the fields himself and also wash the players' uniforms in Division III and wanted to quit because he was part-time kindergarten physical education teacher. That stuff's not going to make headlines, but it's great to listen to, and that's the kind of stuff I wanted to get out of it. As for season 2, Sean, it's on him. It was a lot of work, and I know he loved doing it. I'm not so sure he's down to do. Money's not a factor. Let's just say that. So it's going to have to be out of the goodness of his heart.
Yeah, and there's like a Monday Night Football gig. Just
he knows how good he is. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
Shregs, we've been hearing some rumors about maybe a new Ben Roethlisberger this year, a slim and trim Ben, working on his diet. Have you heard anything about this?
His diet is, go ahead, Nick.
Stricter than Tom Brady.
Stricter than Tom Brady? He's eating avocado ice cream.
Wow.
What could be stricter than that? Is he just not eating? What is Big Ben? Is this a new Big Ben?
I haven't seen him, but I know this. That team, I know the vibe in that building. They have been so hungry since that loss to the Browns, and they have been watching and listening, and they are well aware of what people think they're going to be. The fact that they doubled down on bringing back Big Ben, the fact that they were able to bring back Juju after everyone figured he was going to sign a bigger deal somewhere. It's a lot of guys who have been disrespected in the media, disrespected by other teams, and disrespected by the entire NFL landscape, and they've got the one coach in the league who will probably lean into that more than any other coach possibly could. I would be shocked if the Steelers are not relevant and playing for a playoff game this season.
Okay, hell of expectations setter right there at the end. Thank you so much for joining us, Shregs. We'll watch you tomorrow morning on Good Morning Football, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. And thank you again, guys, for bringing me on and talking about the podcast. It means a lot. But honestly,
thank you.
You know how much I love you guys and how much I appreciate what you guys do on the show.
Shregs, thank you for giving us something to talk about weekly. We appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Schrager. I mean, that show has been a gift to us.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Because, like he said, the headline grabbing stuff, like that's kind of our bag, because that's where real shit lives.
It's like what we're looking for.
Like, hey, I want to learn about this person a little bit later, so that when I bet $5,000 on them in the second half live, I know who and what I'm betting on.
Yeah, there's only 32 of them, and not all of them like to do media. So hearing like the candid, just shooting the shit's incredible.
Is this a guy I would like to hang out with or trust with my money in the second half of a live bet? That is mostly what I'm listening to, but also, is this somebody I want to play for?
Yeah.
A lot of that. And I enjoy the Flying Coach. Every guest, by the way, has been somebody. I haven't heard Joe Judge, but everybody has been like, yeah, I'll do that. Hour 2 is on the other side. We got Chris Ballard joining us in hour 2. And AJ Hawk. We'll see you in 6. Cheers. Well, hello, sensual piano keys. You sound incredibly inspirational and motivational. Big announcement coming from our company. You know, throughout my entire life, I've made decisions that people have said, ooh, that is stupid. You've read about them. You heard about them. When I was in high school, I went to an underground poker game, won $1,400, flew myself down to Miami, won a kicking contest, and got a scholarship to West Virginia the next day. I turned my back on soccer that day. Everybody said, you're an idiot. Why are you doing that? You have more schools looking at you for soccer than you do for football. What are you thinking? Fast forward 8 years with the Indianapolis Colts, and I was on top of the world, top of the mountain. How's the view? Not too shabby. And when I was at the top of my game, I decided, you know what? I'm going to pursue some other stuff. My friends and I are going to go to work on the internet. We're going to try to chase fulfillment as opposed to just a paycheck. And there were some interesting responses from people of power in the sporting world.
Make them tear the uniform off of you. Sure. Look, somebody needs to stage an intervention. People who know this guy, get to him now. Make him put his helmet back on and get to camp.
Oh no, there's no intervention, Wilbon. No. Here we are 3 years after that date, and it's a celebration, bitches! Cut the music! Let's hand out some bags to the boys. For the boys. For the boys.
By the way, that's for you, brother. Oh my God.
Are you home?
All right, come out the front door.
What's up, dude?
What is this?
What's this?
Oh, you son of a bitch.
What the fuck? Fuck you. Oh, yeah. That is the bag of money.
FanDuel deal went through. There's $50,000 in there for you. Here's a backpack with $50,000 in it. Oh, $50,000 in there. Oh my God. Yes, there's $50,000 in there. Yes, there's $50,000.
Are you fucking serious?
Let's go.
Did you rob a bank?
Oh man.
Let's go, dude.
Let's go. I appreciate you, buddy.
Yo, this is...
Appreciate you, man. Excellent. Appreciate you, dude.
We did it?
Couldn't have done it without you.
Oh, dude, it's a fuck ton of money. You guys.
When I asked Dan Patrick for some advice, he told me always take care of the boys.
Well, and you should know those people that are there with you, that their value cannot be overstated and should not be overstated.
So Mike Wilbon, they didn't hold my jersey on me. They didn't hold my helmet on me. We didn't have an intervention. What we have is a celebration. Because when you bet on yourself, sometimes you hit for big. And for us, the only place we'll bet for the next couple years, in an exclusive deal, FanDuel backed the Brinks truck up to our office, and we have never been more thankful, more excited, and more together as we promote the greatest sports book on planet Earth. Travis called heads. No!
Sorry.
You're not sorry.
I'm sorry that it worked out this way, but I told you.
You're not
I had
sorry.
to trust my instincts. You asked me what I thought. I thought it was going to be heads. I didn't
What about
wanna have to
Travis
pick it. I
Kelce
didn't know
going
you
out
put
there?
30K on it.
Yeah, I mean, was that the cleanest toss of all time?
No, it was terrible.
But that thing took one bang straight in. What a horse shit toss.
They watered the field. Old Notre Dame versus USC. They raised the grass.
You son of a bitch.
We all know that wasn't a fair coin toss.
No, it was
They should
not.
redo it.
It was a lot worse than 50-50 after fucking watching that thing. A lot of people say that's why you don't bet 30,000 on a coin toss. You know?
Seems like a reasonable thing to bet 30K on.
Because you got no control. You got no control, guys. So I guess not even like a thought could go into it.
Well, Christmas is canceled.
Yeah, we're giving away a lot, but nowhere near as much as we once had thought.
No.
Remember that double 70K? Take it back.
Yeah, for sure. FanDuel just made so much money right there.
Use.
Thank you. Tell you what, it's pretty cool. Roger Goodell gave me a big hug beforehand, too, so that's good news there. Thank you so much. Shane, you drinking?
Yeah.
Cheers to you, man. That was a good one. That was good. That was good. Oh, that was I feel like it went pretty good. Oh, look at the phone.
The Pat McAfee Show.
There'll be no rules for our guests, for us, for the things we could talk about.
Speaking his mind.
I've never had a problem expressing my opinions or my thoughts or anything like that.
While being relatable.
I haven't had that manufactured fake-ass celebrity that a lot of people have whenever they go on those big networks. I've had a chance to really build my crew, build my following, build my audience.
And ridiculous.
What am I supposed to do? So I'm supposed to look at something that I can definitely afford and say, nah. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
The Pat McAfee Show starts in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to that show. Hour 2 on this beautiful Wednesday, July 14th, 2021 year after zero. We'll begin immediately following this beat drop from Twine. Shout out to Twine joining us today again.
What?
No.
He's back to-back days for the first time in about a month and a half. Super Bowl champion, college football champion, shot 10 under at the American Century Championship this past weekend. AJ Hall. Yeah! Good to see you, dude.
Yeah, good to see you. Hey, I think tomorrow might be 3 days in a row if I stay healthy and everything works out. So
no fucking
fingers
way.
crossed, right?
Hey, watch that Delta strain.
Yeah, be careful over there.
Especially out there, you're out of Lake Tahoe. Yeah.
That's right.
I heard that Delta strain was like, what's that thing over in the water in Scotland?
The Loch Ness Monster.
I heard Delta strain's in like Loch Ness Monster over in Lake Tahoe, from what I've been told, going up and down. You were just jumping maybe right into its home there. I just hope everything's okay. We'll be excited. This is not a laughing matter, AJ. Why are you laughing at that? If you get Delta strain, you'd be in real problems.
Klein.
Hey, I was going to tell you the same thing. That the Delta strain is something that we do not make fun of. You know that.
I do not make fun of it.
Never.
You're the one
giggling.
You're the one laughing.
You just made light of it. You just compared it to the Loch Ness Monster. So I think you.
Whoa! I'm saying it's as big as the Loch. Are you serious?
Come
right
on.
now?
So you're saying it's not real then, because
People don't
Loch
joke
Ness
about
Monster
Nessie,
most
dude.
likely is not real.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Blasphemy. You're going to get taken off YouTube, man. You better watch.
Not me. Hey, I want to let you know, I seen the Delta coming through the other day.
Yeah.
I turned around and went the other way, didn't I?
Yeah, you said no thanks. Not today, Delta.
Not today, okay? Listen to what I say. Down by the bay, eat some hay. I got out of there, all right? I ain't fucking around with this Delta strain. It's supposed to be... I can't believe this is where we're at right now, but if we're going to have this conversation because you're going to mock something, let's have it. The Delta strain allegedly spreads faster, is stronger. What? I mean, what are we? They are making this thing out to be like the Loch Ness Monster is what I'm saying, and I'm done with you laughing in the face of severity like that. You hear me, AJ?
Thank you. I know you're not speaking to me. You're speaking out loud to yourself. So thank you. For
damn you, Hawk.
This is not a I need to enlighten me situation out loud, okay? This is real. Hopefully you don't. Hey, we all hope you stay away from the Delta just like everybody else.
Yeah, that's right. Stay safe out there.
Stay safe, AJ. We hope to have you 3 days in a row. Thank you for traveling out here on Friday, by the way.
Thank you, AJ. Hawk.
Thank you, AJ. Anytime you come near my desk, great things happen.
No drinks allowed
on
Friday.
Is that Celsius fridge still there? I'm gonna have multiple during the show.
It's fully stocked, actually. They came in and they stocked this thing completely out. So what you need to do is not try to ruin the show. Don't turn it into a cuck show, by the way. I didn't have this conversation with you before the last time you came into the studio and hosted this. There are some new rules, okay? We are in a much different time than we were the last time you came in. We will not be cucking anything. We will not be talking about any of that.
Nope.
You two, especially, you'll be with me. You won't be able to. You don't need to stir that.
Don't worry.
Nick, you don't need to get in there. Hammer down, boys. You don't need to be leading this man into conversations that we don't need to have in this particular studio. That's why we need to bring Sage in here every once in a while.
Right.
To get everybody out there. YouTube's trying to come after us for saying that we had smoke in the video or something. It was Sage. All right, and mostly because we had to get the positive vibes in this place because AJ's going to be here on Friday, and we have no idea what you're going to bring in here. I think you're going to lead a great show, AJ.
Let's go, AJ.
But we need to
Thank you. Hey, I know how important the show is. Hopefully you're going to call in for a little bit, but hey, I understand the responsibility that it is to sit in that chair. I don't stand up as much as you, but you know what? I can try to do my own thing.
No, you don't have to stand up. Listen, you do you, pal. All right, there's
you still got all your props? Are all my props still there?
My props. See, that's the problem. There you're already taking ownership over all the shit that I've earned.
I'll bring some new ones.
Well, I saw you. What you have? The baseball bat and the gun the last time. Glasses. The glasses still are here that you broke because you put your fat ass head on them. Come on. All right, so these things can't. You know what I mean? I can't wear these now. I mean,
that's such a good compliment. I think a lot of people would be upset if they heard that about themselves. I take that as the ultimate compliment.
Right? And by the way, I have a massive head as well. Mine's a little bit deeper, I think, than yours. Yours is a
wider,
son
like
of
a shovel.
And we talked about this with Sugar Sean about the Moutinho fight a little bit, but. Do you think you were potentially supposed to be like an incredible boxer with how thick your skull is? Your tooth got, what did he say? Vaporized? Disintegrated in your mouth on a play. You did not get a concussion. You did not miss anything. You used to lead that face into people's faces. That's why your nose has been busted so much because helmets have just been coming down on there. Yep. Never got a concussion. With how explosive you are, 4'4", 40-inch plus vertical, being able to jump over somebody, plus that incredibly thick cranium. Or were you supposed to be a boxer, maybe? Do you think you were supposed to potentially be a boxer or a fighter?
I mean, I don't know. I think if you're going to be a boxer, you got to start that young. Maybe it would have been fun to get in that from a young age, but I'm glad I played team sports. It would have been fun to box as well, but I think if I just did that, I would have a whole different life, obviously.
Those isolated solo sports, very fascinating to me because they're playing sports, but it's much different than any sport.
And everyone around them too, though. If you're the athlete, like everyone there they're not your teammate, really. They're all there to support you. You are the goal. You are what they're there to take care of. Whether it's trainers, golfers have 1 million people on staff. I think that's just a different life to grow up like that.
Well, and different human. You become a different. I think team sports. I was very lucky to be on a team. Very, very lucky. I will say that for a long time. I don't think I've played any
individual.
I haven't. I have not played any individual sports ever. It's a different world over there. But I think with you, by the way, with your body build, you never think to yourself like, the knees aren't that bad. People are making a lot of money to box people. Yeah. I am definitely more explosive than most motherfuckers out there. Yeah. I can't get knocked out. I can literally just eat these punches from these people, and I'd go in there and just get a winning record real quick. Do you ever think about it? Has that been a thought? Because we've seen you do karate.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen you do karate.
Dynamic.
You are dialed in on the martial arts. Have you thought about getting into the boxing world or no?
No, I have not, man. I have too much respect for them. I mean, if you think you want to be a boxer, go to a gym and have like a 50% sparring session with somebody for 2 minutes, and you'll be absolutely dead. Like, it's an uphill climb, no doubt, for sure.
I understand that, but I'm just telling you.
No, I am not. I'm not tough enough. I don't think I could take those shots anymore. I think when I was younger, whatever, I could. I don't think, I think you have a certain amount in your head, in your brain that you can consume, and I don't want to get close to whatever that number is.
You think there's a shelf life on having a good jaw? You think Moutinho needs to walk into as many punches as possible because at some point he won't be able to do that?
Whoa.
Is that what you're saying, or is that till death? I think that's kind of a till death thing.
But when you see as fighters get older and they get knocked out, it happens more and more. Someone could have a
Chuck Liddell.
It's like breaking the seal almost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
It's like breaking the seal. Like once it happens, there's a chance that it's going to continue to happen. And you don't want to stare down the day that you lose your button because just like AQ, AQ with me.
Oh, yeah.
AQ, much tougher human than me, much stronger human than me. His career, much better than, I love AQ Shipley. But as soon as I found out that he cannot take any type of movement with his spinal issue, I immediately let him know, hey, I'll fucking throw your ass around.
That's right.
Remember that. I'll put you in a fucking wheelchair if I have to.
You like spinning around?
I got a good pop out of him, by the way. The day he was forced into his retirement, he called me to tell me all these things. He was devastated, and I was like, all right, how do we turn this around a little bit? So I let him know that I would, hey, if I got to do it, I got to do it. For you, if one guy knocks out AJ Hawk.
Oh, man.
Oh, my
it's on
God.
his gravestone.
Think of Connor. Think of Connor think of Connor every single day. Hey, there's a blueprint to knock you out, AJ. That's tough. Because anytime you get in there, you're potentially going to get got. I mean, that is why I have so much respect for anybody that does any of these boxing things, which is why the only way you can really lose these is if you just get knocked out. And I thought to myself, a friend of ours here can't get knocked out. So this seems like a win-win-win. I think we'll be able to get you into it at some point, though, once you start seeing the amount of money that's made by people. Go ahead, Nick.
With AJ, I wouldn't worry so much about the knockout. I'd worry about his knees shredding that are being held together by the paper clips and gum bands he has in there.
But did you see him tackle that guy? And he
Wild.
had to adjust. Were those golf shoes not easy to run in either? And you did a little couple two-step. The knees aren't that bad, huh?
I mean, yeah, they're pretty terrible, but I've been dealing with it for 15 years, so I know how to handle it. I can figure it out. I'm not running and stopping and starting and doing plyos and box jumps and stuff like that, but I can run in a straight line okay for 10 yards.
Have you boxed before? Have you tried it before?
Yeah, a little bit.
How'd you do?
Oh, that's from this year. I never saw that.
Burst.
Yeah, it was a hell of a shot, and you actually lied to me. You told me that you did it and it wasn't that good of a shot, and then
it wasn't. That's why it's.
Well, he caught the ball. Is that why you're so mad? Is that it was a good shot? The guy caught the ball.
I told him that was a hell of a catch, man. If you see, no joke, the ball, you can't really see in the video. It hit me right behind the ear in a terrible spot, and it's still really painful to touch. I told my brother, this may be my first concussion ever. It was terrible.
Hey, he mossed you. I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know it was literally on your head. I mean, hey.
Right in the back of my ear, right in a terrible spot. It felt like that whatever that part of your skull, I felt like that whole area was broken.
Well, I'm happy to hear it isn't, right? Are you okay? Is it still?
No, I recovered very quick. I feel good.
Wow. See, even more so.
Yeah.
We need you to get into boxing. The Hammer Down boys are here, Gumpy and Diggs. Home run or All-Star game was last night. Let's talk about it pretty quickly here. All-Star game, good, bad, betting-wise. I had a plus 27,000 single game parlay I thought was really going to go. Turns out the only thing that worked for me was Guerrero hitting a home run.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of other stuff going on. Shohei hitting a home run. He only got one at bat, okay? And let's talk about it real quick. Shohei, leadoff hitter and starting pitcher, was a big deal in everybody's eyes. He threw 9 pitches.
Come on.
You got one at bat, and then it's over. What are we even watching for? Baseball. Did you watch last night, AJ?
I watched a decent amount, yeah. I agree, though. But they have to rotate him in. Everyone get their time. But Shohei was what everybody was there to see, I feel.
So he loses the home run derby in epic fashion. Mm-hmm. He goes out. He gives up no runs, right? I guess he is getting the win, they're saying, even though it was tied after one. I don't know how that whole thing works. Maybe because it was the first inning. He didn't get a hit. But what I liked most about this, AJ, is Max Scherzer, the starter for the NL team.
Yeah.
Most competitive guy out there. He's got 2 different color eyes. This guy's a fucking psychopath, a maniac or whatever. I was thinking on my way out of the building, if the starting pitcher for the other team, I didn't know it was Scherzer at the time, if he was a real showman, like an entertainer and he understood it, he would groove Shohei a high fastball. Mm-hmm. That's what he would do. He would groove Shohei a high fastball. And maybe it's because I put a pretty big amount of money on Shohei hitting a home run in it. I was kind of thinking up angles on why it should happen or why it could happen. But if he was, and the All-Star game is what it is, and it wasn't the most competitive human on earth, I didn't know that was the guy, but if he would have just grooved him a high fastball and Shohei took it out, it's that's what we're here for. Then they start talking about how competitive he is. Scherzer, competitive guy. He's a maniac. This guy's a psychopath. I'm I remember this. He's not going to do it. He did it.
Oh, yeah.
He did a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, high, first pitch. It was almost like Scherzer was let's fucking see it, dude.
Uh-huh.
And I, as a fan, I was all right, Scherzer gave him the opportunity to do it. And he didn't back off, by the way. It was fastball, 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 I think, the entire time. And Shohei didn't take it out. I had a lot of respect for Scherzer. Ty, you are a representative for baseball community in the room. How did you feel about the All-Star game and just overall in general?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, everyone was there to see Shohei. He did get 2 at-bats.
How did he do the second one? I didn't see the second one.
He grounded out in his second one.
Son of a
Babe Ruth, huh?
Not great, but...
What's your deal?
Yeah, I mean, you can't...
So you're telling me that Babe Ruth would lose a home run derby and then ground out in the All-Star game?
I don't think
That's
so.
not my Babe.
Well, Babe's not starting in the fucking All-Star game as pitcher either.
Well, he should have been.
No, he shouldn't have. He should have
Babe did
stunk.
pitch a little bit. Didn't Babe pitch when he was young?
That was when he was at the Red Sox. Okay, everybody remembers him when he was at the Yankees. I learned this All-Star weekend as well because they were putting over a show because of all this Babe Ruth talk, and they're not really comparable to Babe because what he's doing pitching-wise is much more elite than what Babe was doing. And then Babe moved to the outfield, then a hitter, which is probably going to happen to Shohei, everybody's saying.
I should.
But Babe Ruth isn't. He's not winning the home run derby, then pitching and then hitting a home run in the All-Star. I mean, that would be cool if he did. We thought Shohei was going to do it. He'll probably do it next year.
Yeah, well, they didn't give him the chance. Babe didn't have Shohei's chances. Give Babe Shohei's chances. Babe's winning everything.
Mm-hmm. The game's Mickey Mouse. Always has been. Yeah. I mean, they tried to give home field advantage for the World Series, but it was Mickey Mouse.
Diggs, your thoughts on the uniforms?
The AL uniforms were absolutely horrendous. The blue ones were
a little dark,
horrendous.
Yeah, Shohei looked good because Shohei looks good and everything, but I didn't think it was
the
great.
away ones. The NL ones, the white ones, I liked a lot. They were clean looking.
And also, this is the first year that they've done that, I guess.
Yes,
a lot of
correct.
people are not happy that the individual uniforms are out there with a patch or a hat or whatever. I mean, it was all the drama that was around the game that was better than the actual game itself. That's baseball.
Yep.
Congrats to Shohei on a hell of a 2 days. Joining us now, he's a man who is one of only 32 people on earth to have the job that he has. He has a great southern drawl. I believe he's from the city that we will be in on Friday night. He's currently the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts team, a team that is built and stacked and ready to go. Chris Ballard. Yeah! Oh, what are you doing? Working out?
Let me tell you one thing that's great about Pat. You never got to worry about him overselling, ever.
Well, hey, this team's ready to win a Super Bowl. The team that this guy has constructed right here, it is Super Bowl or bust, which is where you want to be. You earn that pressure. No, but for real, here we are. Pretty good into your stint as general manager for the Indianapolis Colts. You've built up a hell of a culture, what you wanted to do. You've turned around the entire building from where it was to where you are now. You feel like you're there. Going into this season, there has to be very high expectations in the building and belief. But what's your mindset? You can't get too far ahead. You can't just think Super Bowl or bust. What is somebody at your job that I would never have, and I do oversell and overreact? What is your thoughts? Because you have to have a successful expectations, but then you obviously can't get too high or too low. What is your mindset?
Well, I mean, look, our own, I think, just the organization. Somebody called and asked me a question about Peyton the other day and what the expectations that Peyton set, when he became the quarterback here. And I think that's just transformed over. That's what the organization's expectations are. I mean, the expectations are to win. And there's a high level, and there's been a tremendous history of winning here. So those are the expectations. We understand them. And we'll do everything we can to make this city and state proud.
What about the expectations for Carson Wentz? You obviously brought him in. Everyone has a lot of high expectations for him. He came in and spoke with Pat in studio, was great. I guess, what are you expecting out of him this year?
He's a big son of a bitch. I did not expect that, Chris.
Do his job. We, much like with everybody else, just do your job, settle in, run the offense. We're not asking you to be Superman. There'll be some weeks where, we're going to ask him to make some plays that are unusual plays that only a few guys can make, but do your job. That's what we're going to ask him to be. Be the best teammate you can be, and be the best you can be as a player and do your job, just like we do everybody else.
Okay, I don't know if you've heard me. All right, I assume you have. Pretty large show. Happens to be in the city that you reside. But, as a football fan and as a Colts fan, because of all the friends that I have in the building and wanting to see the city and them succeed, I've had my own thoughts about things, especially after watching last year with T.Y. potentially. Now, injuries happen, but with T.I. eating up a lot of the coverage, and you see a lot of these other teams that are having massive amounts of success being stacked at the weapon position. So, and I am, just like you said, a person that does overreact to things. I mean, I ride the wave there. So when I hear Julio is available, when I hear these, I start going crazy. I've listened to every interview you have had since then and since that move. You have a lot of faith in these weapons that you've brought in. I don't think we've gotten to see any of them, is basically what you have really told me because of situations. Is that how I should view this? And why am I so amped up on getting another superstar in the building, Chris? What's that all about with me, you think?
Well, it's not just you.
That's funny.
We think we got guys that can be superstars. Like one of the things that, like, people don't like the unknown. They don't they don't like. I mean, at some point, guys pop up and they become great players. And I think we have a couple young players that can do that. We have a strong belief in Michael Pittman. He's a big, talented kid. I think if you watched, unfortunately, he had the shin injury last year that was it was a pretty severe injury, and he ended up coming back from, but still finished the season strong. We saw the start that Paris Campbell had last year, and it was really strong. He's got to stay healthy. He knows it. He's worked hard this offseason to get his body right so he can have a big season. And then the guy that, people just kind of brush over, Zach Pascal, but I mean, all he does is produce. I mean, he just goes out there and does all the dirty work, catches touchdowns, and produces. So we like the group as a whole. And then with T.Y., who we think, still adds a dangerous element to our team. Last year we finished second in the league in explosive plays. And, I mean, those were coming from somebody. I mean, somebody was having those explosive plays. So
Second in the league?
Second in the league with explosive plays.
Wow. Hey, who was telling you to get a weapon that you had to look up that? Was somebody, my wife, my kids keep telling me, will somebody give me this? Or is that just something as the season goes? Like, hey, we're pretty good at explosive plays.
No, I mean, we track it, and it's something that we track. But we also, look, you always want to add great players, but then you got to be able to fit it under your cap, and knowing that we have a bunch of really good players on the roster that we want to take care of, and try to get their contracts done. It's a type wire. You're walking on a type wire, and you have to be able to balance it.
Is it hard, I guess, to stay away or not hear all the noise outside whenever you want to make any kind of decision? I'm sure there's things you could do that would pacify the fan base at times and make them happy for the short term, but hurt the team maybe in the long term, or you just can't work it out. Is it hard to sometimes, block that out? And can you see that being an issue for other GMs or owners around the league?
It's really hard, especially when your freaking kids are at home giving you shit about it. I mean, they want to know. I mean, they're on me as hard as anybody. So, but no, I mean, look, we have a way that we want to build the team. And Frank and I are very much in agreement on, the direction we're going and how we want to build it. And that, look, to me, that's everything. Because when your head coach and GM and owner are all on the same page, you don't worry about the noise. I mean, look, do I hear it? Absolutely, I hear it. But, we believe what we believe, and we keep moving forward. And, I always laugh when people say we haven't made moves. I mean, holy shit, we just freaking traded for freaking Buckner a year ago. We traded for Carson Wentz. So, I mean, we've done things here to make moves that we think make us better.
The salary cap's a big joke, isn't it? Hey, Chris, tell us straight, because you're one of the only people that we can really talk to about this and give us an answer. And this has been a big talking point for me, and I assume the NFL will figure this out. Ray Lewis at one point was utilizing deer antler spray. Okay, and then people found out about it, and then they started testing for it. It feels like people are always trying to stay ahead of the game in any competitive thing. These salary cap loopholes that seem to be happening, is it a loophole? Is it not a loophole? Am I overselling what people are doing to hide money in places? And have you had to look into that what are your thoughts on the salary cap, especially with the year after COVID and into the future? Is there any gamesmanship that's going to happen? Because Tampa is somehow figuring out how to spend $10 billion, and Kansas City's figuring out how to do it. Are those loopholes? Is that specific situations? Will everybody be able to do that? Do you see any change in the future in the salary cap?
Eventually, the bill comes due. Eventually the bill. It's the salary cap's real. Whether you want to push things down the line to balance, then eventually you're going to have to balance it out. But the salary cap's real, and you've got to be mindful of it. Each and every year, or it's going to eventually creep up. I mean, all of a sudden you make a big deal for a player to get over the top, and a year down the line or 2 years down the line, you have young players that you want to extend, and all of a sudden you can't extend it, and everybody's asking, well, why can't you pay these guys? Well, for these other moves I've made down the line. So you've got to keep your eye both on the present and on the future of how you're building it. That's probably, I would tell you, that's probably the hardest part of the job because of the expectations. But the expectations we put on ourselves, our internal pressure to win, can't be greater than what anybody else puts on us. So it's just something you have to balance and measure out over time. And we have the right people in place to keep ourselves in check.
Are you negotiating with anybody right now, or is that always happening?
That's always happening.
Big ones, though? Are we in the middle of some big ones right now?
Well, what's your definition of big?
Well, I guess, hey, your next move is your best move and your biggest move because it's the next move. But you know what? Are there some pillars that are going to be locked down for some time here in the near future before season starts, or is that something that's going to potentially be down the line?
We hope so. We're working on them, and we hope we can come to some agreements here. We got some really good players here, and they deserve to be
highest paid guys. Hey, these guys. Hey, let's make sure we get these guys. All the money. Hey, these guys deserve it. No, I'm joking, Chris. Hey, good luck in that, by the way, because you've done great with these young guys. There's a chance that we could really get some pillars around here.
Yeah, you want to keep all right. So AJ played for Green Bay. Where they were able to keep all their players and had a heck of a run. But they did it because they were very disciplined in free agency. Well, they were almost non-existent in free agency. I mean, we're more active than Ted was. But
True.
Look, they drafted well and they kept their players and they had a great run, which is still going on today. So we are probably a little more aggressive than they were in free agency doing some things, but we think their model was pretty good.
If you build it, it will come. We're talking to Chris Ballard, general manager of the Indianapolis Colts. He and I run our respective teams differently, but that is, he's in the NFL. Okay.
Well, let me ask you. I got to ask you this.
Okay.
Did you call Telesco today?
No.
Would Telesco have done this?
No. Yeah, you know what? Hey, you're 100. We had a late cancellation. I actually texted Chris from the bathroom earlier. We had somebody who's supposed to be on. They canceled. I go, Chris, I know it's vacation time, even though you're in your office. I know it's a downtime, even though you're in your office. Great to see, by the way. Great to see that. We should have talked about that. This is really the only time off for coaches and anybody before 6 months of Groundhog's Day basically starts. And you said for you anything, so I want to let you know. Hey, I appreciate the hell out of you.
Thank you, Chris.
What I did was I said, holy shit, I better get up to the office and they think I'm working.
Hey, you know the game. You know the game there. Go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, Chris, how awesome is it to be able to draft a D-end in the first round and then just send the guy to the Dwight Freeney, Robert Mathis pass rushing school?
Well, look, I mean, they set the standard. Those guys set the standard. And I always laugh when people just think we're going to just recreate that. You're talking about 2 Hall of Fame freaking rushers. And, you could go a lifetime and not have 2 of them. So, no, it's good. And the impact that, look, Freeney still, he talked to Quiddy already, and Robert will get his hands on him. So, no, they have unique perspective. And they're also two of the best to ever play.
Okay, so this is partially my fault because I talk about the Colts the most, and I seem to only talk about the potential moves that could be made. Let's talk about the moves that you have made. That Kwity Paye draft is huge. Obviously, you lose Houston, but that defense you have, Darius Leonard, I think we talked to him last year, or maybe it was Kenny, I forget who it was, who said, I think it was Darius, if you're coming here, be prepared to work. Your best players seem to be your most hardworking guys. And on that defensive side, you gave up a number 1 for DeForest Buckner last year. He fit in right in time when he wasn't playing, by the way. Derrick Henry just ate. The pieces you have built in that team, hey, it has to be Super Bowl or bust. If that has to be whenever you're lay your head down on your pillow after your kids have already chewed you out for whatever move you made and everybody else is sleeping and you're getting ready to do the thing. It has to be exciting to see the team that you've built and you've kind of built it your way, right? Is that something you do, or you won't do that till you're done?
No, it's always great. This time of year is always great because everybody, they judge every move you made and they've already got the season figured out for you. So I always kind of go back after the season and say, okay, let's evaluate the work we did, because you don't know. I mean, do we feel good about it? Yeah, but look, there's 31 other teams that feel good about it right now, and are telling their owners and fans that absolutely we're freaking ready to roll. I stay pretty calm, and I'm pretty patient, and I'm pretty sober during this time. And then once we get the season, through the season,
just start boozing.
We absolutely.
We're talking to Chris.
No, but it's such a week-to-week league, and the week-to-week reaction up and down is crazy. Let me tell you one of the best reactions I saw last year. Who gets it? Like after the week we played Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, he was on the show, and I thought Aaron said it best on your show. This shows I watch. This is an example of how I watch it. But Aaron said, "You know what? We got beat, but we played well. I'm encouraged about where we're going." I don't know if everybody else in Green Bay fans were encouraged, because when you get beat, everybody gets in panic mode. But he had a great perspective on, hey, you know what? We played well. We just didn't win. That happens. And, and there's going to be weeks that you do play well and you don't win. And there's going to be weeks that you play bad and you win. And you probably didn't deserve to win. So you got to just play out the string, keep working, and get through it, and week by week, and keep getting better. And at the end, you hope you're in it at the end.
We were 2-14. 9 games, I think, were decided by 6 points or less, and we were a bad team. We could have, if we get a pick at a different time, or a potential ball pops out, or we don't fumble at one point, we would have beat some very good teams. The NFL, the parity is real between great, good, and bad. There's a very thin line. It's just whether or not your team will show up in those moments. And that's the culture thing, which is what you have built. So I'm pumped to see it continue to go. Go ahead, Todd.
Chris, speaking of Rodgers, obviously you guys are ecstatic with having Carson Wentz, but back last year, before you had Phillip Rivers, and Tom Brady was a free agent, and there were reports that the Colts were one of his finalists. And then now with, Rodgers, everything kind of being up in the air, like how much would you kick the tires on both of those guys before you had Phil and before you actually acquired Carson?
Does this guy work for you?
Yeah, this is Ty. It's a great question. And, hey, that's a good question. It's a good question.
It's great. So, look, anytime a good player is available, we're going to research it. I mean, and you're going to have 31 other teams research it. We're going to do everything we can to try to get the best. I mean, y'all could have answered this for me. You know what my answer is going to be.
Oh, this is going to stink. Your answer's going to stink. Come on. Hey, good question. Hey, Ty, that was good.
It's a great question. It's a better one when we're off the record.
Go ahead, Diggs.
Chris, you talked about how you do some things with the draft, you do some things with free agency. You like the Packers method. Steelers were also a team who builds through the draft. But then you have teams like the Rams, and we talk about team building a lot on this show. And you have teams like with the Rams who don't have a first-round pick for like the next 5 years. When you guys, do you as a GM judge other people's moves or just disagree with that type of philosophy? Or how's it go about the league when stuff like that happens?
No, there's different ways to build a team, and everybody has their philosophy of how they want to build it. And look, you name some teams that have been highly successful doing it completely different ways. The Rams are very aggressive, and I think one of the things that doesn't get said enough about the Rams is they do a heck of a job. Sure, they don't have first round picks, but they do a heck of a job drafting with that second, and even if they don't have a 2, that 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and those free agents, they do a heck of a job building a team, not having those high picks. So there's different ways. There's different ways to do it. But at the end of the day, you better have something you actually believe in, and then stick with it and move forward. And there's going to be pivot moments, and there's going to be moments where, I'm not stupid, and most people aren't. Like when I know it's not working, all right, so maybe we need to reevaluate what we're doing. But the base fundamental of what we do and the core beliefs that we have are what we believe. And I bet if you asked all those other teams, they're going to tell you the same thing.
Hey, Chris, what's the best thing about being a general manager, especially for the Colts right now? Like, what are you going to miss whenever you're not doing this job?
Like I tell our guys all the time that, like, that's just a title, you know. I mean, I don't see myself any different than when I was the area scout with the Chicago Bears. I mean, I just enjoy. I'm gonna tell you what. It's probably no different than it was for y'all. It's the team building. It's being around the people. It's the process. It's the figuring out the problems. Those are the things that one day when they kick me out of this league that I will really miss. I mean, and it's no different than that for y'all as players. Like, when you're done, like, everybody, sure, you miss Sunday, but what you miss is the locker room, the camaraderie of the locker room. Well, it's no different. It's no different for me. I love the team aspect of everything that we do. And I love the building, the good and the bad. I mean, I like it all. There's nothing that I don't enjoy. I mean, I feel very grateful to get, number one, to get to be in this league, and number two, to have the job that I have. And I will never take a day of it for granted. I know the responsibility. We're just stewards for this organization, and I'll never take a day for granted working this job and with the people I get to work with. I'm very fortunate. The players I get to be around, the relationships we get to make, that last a lifetime. These relationships, I mean, that's the one thing I've never understood. Like, it's, you know, being in this role, like I said, it's just all it is a title. But there shouldn't be walls put up between this office and the front office and the rest of the building. We can still have meaningful, real relationships. There's going to be times we don't agree. That's okay. Freak, we ain't doing it right if we don't disagree sometimes. But these relationships should go long further than just football. They should continue the rest of our lives.
With that answer, that Southern draw, the tan you have right now with the angelic light behind you, I mean, you might be president of the fucking NFL. I mean, that was unbelievable. Stewards of this organization. With that Southern draw, you don't expect ACT, SAT words like that. Chris, Jim's got a good one. I think he knows that. And I see you wearing that Wisconsin shirt. You're very thankful Jonathan Taylor is a Indianapolis Colts, huh?
Yes, I am.
He's unbelievable. Hey, he is. Now with Nyheim Hines, hopefully he's healthy whenever he gets back. Marlon Mack, that backfield that Carson's potentially going to be able to play action and utilize is a huge thing too that, you know, we don't talk about enough whenever we see, you know, the aside from guy Julio Jones available. But legit, Jonathan Taylor, home run hit there for you, pal.
Very talented runner. Our scouts did a tremendous job. Tyler Hughes and Kevin, they did a tremendous job scouting him, and you know, we got lucky enough to get him. I'll give Mr. Irsay credit. I'll never forget y'all heard it if you listen, you know, on the show our organization does. But I remember Jim, Mr. Irsay, you know, a couple picks before, you know, we're bantering back and forth, and he just, Chris, y'all like Taylor. Go get him. All
right, I know what that means. Sure. I am a steward of this organization, but there's a guy that saw Jonathan Taylor run in his own stadium a couple times there at the Big Ten Championship. He has been awesome, as have you. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you, Chris.
Yeah, thank y'all. Appreciate y'all.
What was that B- players A+ money quote you gave out? You know what I mean? Like, who is that about? You dogging people out there right now? Is that what that was? That a shot at people? That's what people were saying.
You were an A+ player, Pat.
I agree, but is there anybody, you know, that potentially? No, I'm joking. All right, Chris. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, Chris Ballard. Thank you, Chris.
AJ, when are you going in? Are you in the Packer Hall of Fame yet?
No.
Travesty.
What?
No, it'll happen. I just was thinking about it because, Al Harris is going in. I don't know if you know. I coached and recruited Al.
I played with
in
Al
college.
When I first got in the league. Yeah, Al was the man. Where's he coaching now?
He is with the Cowboys. He's with Dallas.
Oh yeah, he went Big Mike.
Mike.
Absolute lockdown corner. Did not want to play zone ever. He was a fun teammate too.
He didn't want to play it in college either.
He had dreads, right? Long dreads.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was he the one that picked off Hasselbeck?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hell of a play there. Obviously, he had many more. He's going into the Hall of Fame, huh?
And in the Green Bay's Hall of Fame, and it just made me think about AJ. When your time's coming.
What do you think about AJ? Chris, you were you with the Bears when AJ was playing? This guy, no concussions, no mouthpiece, vaporized the tooth on a tackle, 4'4", 40-inch vertical. This guy, torn pec, hamstring, groin, missed 5 surgeries on his knees, missed 1 game, Chris. This doofus that we do a show with every single time. One of the greatest athletes of all time. Chris, you were in the league when he was there?
He was a great player. And that was a huge rivalry. And unfortunately, I don't know, what was your first year? 2004?
2006, actually. Hester's first year in Chicago.
That's right. Yeah. So 5 and 6, we whipped y'all's ass.
Yeah, Hester took one back on us like his first game.
Yeah, but then, unfortunately, the tide turned.
Hey, a little bit. Chris, I want you to say this, and this is not putting down anybody else. Okay, this is not putting down Carson Wentz. But that Aaron Rodgers situation, he's one of the Mount Rushmores of football, right? Like, isn't it crazy that, and Peyton said this in an interview, Peyton said it's 3 weeks till season. I don't know how isn't it crazy that it can get to that point? And that's something that could happen in any NFL building, I guess, at any time whenever you're talking about talent and respect and legacy and all that shit. Like, is that something you watch and you're like, okay, we got to stay away from this type of situation? Or are you kind of keeping your head out of that completely?
I keep my head out of it and just thank and very thankful that he's not in our division and I don't have to play against him twice.
Hey, unless fucking Urban Meyer gives a call.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Ballard.
Be good. Be good.
See you, man. He's the best.
Yeah.
He's so cool.
That Southern draw.
Hey, he will answer texts that I send him too that are like, "Come on, dude, what are you doing?" He's like, "All right." That's
Calm down.
I guess his kids, they bought a McAfee jersey at an auction, and they while I was going through the whole thing, and they put it in his office for him to see.
Nice.
He took a picture of it, and he said, "Look at this bullshit." He said, "Here you are yelling at me every day, and my kids just bought your jersey or whatever." It's he's a good guy, man. He's a dude that you would want to work with. You know, that throw the title aside, I'd like to be on a team with that guy, I think.
Oh, yeah, and I talk about it a lot, how I think I even asked him one time when he was on the show how a lot of GMs don't want to develop too close relationships with players because they know they're going to cut them. Ballard even said, like, no, I think there's a balance. I think I can still have relationships, and we all know how it goes. So, I think he's doing it the right way. What year was he hired, you know?
4 years ago?
McDaniel's year.
5 years ago? When did I retire?
Okay.
17 was the year. So after the
2017, they hired him.
So 17 is when he was hired. He came immediately after I retired. The day before I retired, he was announced.
Okay.
And allegedly, he had wanted to talk to me before.
Yeah.
And I told him, no, the decision has been made. And I think Chuck even told him, like, listen, Pat is that's not a guy that you just want to go talk to.
Let him know.
No, he has made up. Believe me, I've been trying to tell him not to for a long time. He's made up his mind, Chris. And Chris sent me a long text the day I retired, and I'd never played or known who he was. But it was a lot of like, I wish I would have gotten a chance to blah, 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 watch it. He even like referenced a couple plays that I had made and everything. Like he knew who I was and everything. It was very nice of him, but he did not know I was retiring immediately upon him. Immediately upon him getting there. But it's Jim got it right with him. I still believe we need one more weapon. But hey, we didn't ask about Pittman, number 11, and Carson.
Yeah. Hey, what year did Andrew Luck retire then?
3 years ago?
18.
So 1 year into his gig as a GM, Andrew Luck retires. When you think I got this guy here for the next 12 to 15 years?
Well, and he built up that all he cared about was building up the offensive line for Andrew Luck because he had seen the wear and tear that Andrew had taken. Builds up the defense. He's like,
he's done a hell of a job.
Yes.
Yeah. 11 days before the season.
Yes. And the people behind the scenes, equipment managers, athletic trainers, ticket sales, business sales, media people, everybody's like, this guy has been a savior for this building. Like he's brought everybody together.
Look at his draft picks in the last 3 years.
But let's ridiculous. Get a fucking Julio Jones.
One time.
All right, we're back in 4 minutes with some phone calls on the 5-Hour Energy phone line. If you're watching at youtube.com/The Pat McAfee Show, make sure you read the ticker. There might be, the SeatGeek ticker might be a pretty large giveaway happening right now on that ticker. Shout out to SeatGeek. We'll answer some phones, more with AJ, and then we got to cover everything going on in the world. This is The Pat McAfee Show, Wednesday, July 14th.
Say football for me.
Football.
Football. Football.
Football.
Football. Football. Football. Football. Football.
I play football. I play football. I play football. I play football.
They want to play for the Yankees one day. The people I'm playing against. They want to play for the fucking Yankees.
Check out, like, in there, we put a little surprise in there for you.
About to get iced, it feels like. I mean, let's start the day, I guess.
What the fuck you get
It's great to be a member of the Washington Wild Things baseball team. We're number 1 in the league, right?
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Fuck everybody. Fuck everybody else. When I take BP, will there be anybody telling me how to fuck the hit? No. Feels like the wind's blowing this way. Might have to attack that fence tonight, huh? Hey, you got it! Does the DJ play heaters like this all night? I started hitting 2 days a night. Oh, you'll be fine. I think I figured it out.
You'll probably only face 90 miles an hour tonight.
Is that me in the game there? This is a good at bat. This is a good at bat. Oh shit! Oh shit! Give me it!
1-1 pitch.
Let's go!
Line drive.
Son of a bitch! That came down a lot faster than I thought, though. Let's be honest.
It's deep, and it is off the wall. Field it up.
Excuse me! If you could all get off of my dick, we would be better off. Tell you what, would have been nice to take a nap earlier.
Another throw.
Get back!
First.
You have to tell me when that's happening. You're making me look bad. Hey, Steven, fuck you. Hey, fuck you, Steven. Hey, nice pitch. 149. Does that feel good, Steven? Oh, wow. Wow.
He tosses him the ball.
Wow. Back to being a player now. Making plays. Touchdown. What inning is it?
Top of the second.
Jesus. But it was finally my time to get in that box.
Number 1, the right fielder, the former punter from West Virginia, a former Indianapolis Colt, and a current Barstool Sports personality, Pat McAfee.
The anticipation is real.
Oh, fuck.
Hit out.
I'm in the hole? Son of a bitch. This is about to happen.
And that will bring up Pat McAfee once again.
First pitch from Reynaldo Lopez, swing and a miss by McAfee.
Hey. What was that? And the catcher goes, I had to give you one.
Looked off speed.
What was that? Then I look at the pitcher, and he's smiling. He's like laughing, like he's toying with me like I'm a child. It all comes down to this. My last at-bat. Hey, I'm gonna get on. You bring me home.
This is your life on the line, fucker.
Let me tell you something. You're going to take an L, okay? You're going to take one. So I think that the close your eyes and swing method is perfect for you. Oh, this is hardball.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Jesus. You have no prayer.
All right. Number 1, right fielder, Pat McAfee.
Oh, boy. Oh, this is the thing. Let's go!
This is the Pat McAfee Show on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio. We thank you for taking the time to seek out this small regional show that streams internationally. Here's Pat and the boys.
Whether you're taking care of the kids or taking care of business, you've got to take care of your body and keep those energy levels up. The new Roman Daily Multivitamin will help you do just that. Sometimes you can't rely on just your diet alone to get all the nutrients your body needs to keep your engine purring.
That's right.
The easy-to-swallow pill is available in monthly subscriptions for $35 a month, or you can save with a quarterly subscription of $87. Quarterly is 4 times a year.
That's right.
That saves you money if you do that. It's 4 months at a time, 3 months at a time.
A lot of money.
Have a little respect. This is a really easy way to support physical activity, brain health, your immune system, and heart health. There's no prescription required. The Roman Daily is coated with a slick coating of natural peppermint oil, so there's no unpleasant aftertaste.
Let's go.
Remember, supplements are not a replacement for a healthy diet, exercise, and good sleep. You've still got to eat your greens and get your steps in. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. So start your day off right, though, with $15 off your first order of Roman Dailies. To get started, head over to GetRoman.com/PatShow. That's GetRoman.com/PatShow and get $15 off your first order.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Roman.
Thank you, Roman.
Is AJ here? AJ Hawk still joining us here as we got about 5 minutes until we're hard out. AJ, how you doing, pal?
I'm doing good, man. Great job on that read.
Thank you. It's easy to do whenever you're selling something so goddamn good. And these multivitamins from Roman are what you need to be a part of your daily routine to be the best you possible, just like everything else Roman is doing. And there's hair, skin, herpes, testosterone deficiency. They have to be the best you possible, go to GetRoman.com, use promo code /PatShow, and get $15 off your first order. There's an update to the Richard Sherman situation that happened overnight in Washington. Now there is a report that Richard Sherman might be linked to a hit-and-run incident on a Department of something transportation vehicle in the state of Washington. At about 1 a.m., a car flipped up over a median and hit something. Then the person left. Then obviously at 2 a.m. the cops were called at a house, and it was the car had a registration linked to Richard Sherman. Yep. Nobody knows if he was in the car. He did get arrested for burglary, domestic violence, as he was attempting to get into a family member's house. He never got in, but continued to do so. Who knows what he was saying while trying to do it. The cops showed up, tried to arrest him. They had to get the dog out to arrest him. These are all allegedly what's going on. So he resisted arrest. Sounds like it was an epically terrible evening for Richard Sherman. We hope everybody's okay, and we hope help is sought by anybody that would potentially need it. Maybe Richard Sherman after this entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see what everything that happens, but the fact they had to get the dog out, that's what would scare me. I mean, anyone knows, like, usually if those dogs come out, people quit instantly. Like, no, keep that thing away from me.
Yeah, there is no games to be played whenever that K9 gets called. No. And I was out in USO tour in Japan, and they got some lions over there.
They got some pups.
They got some, some special ops German shepherds.
Big old dogs.
Not bigger than those Russian ones.
No, not bigger than the Russian ones.
Those stand up at 9 foot tall.
Yeah, the Black Dolphin Jail has some mountain dogs up there that are vicious and massive. But our German shepherds, they train them as if they are actual Navy SEALs, I guess. There's been pictures of these dogs with night vision goggles on and earpieces so people can tell them what to do as they go in and do things. They're special. We got the old, come bite the arm with one of these things.
Mark Ingram.
No way, dude. I mean, I remember being...
You could do it.
I did do it, yeah. But I remember sitting there just as this wildebeest is running at me. And I'm like, oh, no. And then that thing, boom. And obviously that thing slides off a little bit. And you're like, oh, it's going to come back in. Uh-oh. So I did a full throw like it was a treat. Like, get me out of here. Like, go take that thing. And off I go. But when those dogs get called, everybody kind of knows they're in deep, deep shit. And Richard Sherman obviously got the dogs, potentially crashed his car. Yeah. He's in jail right now. Terrible, terrible night. Hopefully this isn't a sign of more to come for Richard Sherman.
So it's safe to assume he was boozed up then, right? If he went over the median and all that kind of stuff?
Big-time journalists could never, assume stuff on this particular story.
Sure.
But we ain't journalists.
No.
Nope.
Okay, I said it.
Here speculate.
I said it when it happened. We were pundit speculate. Alcohol probably going to be close by in this entire thing. Now, and maybe not alcohol, maybe it's something else. And that's not an excuse. Okay, I'm not giving Richard Sherman an excuse. It just feels like not every time, most of the time when something like this happens where it is incredibly terrible, alcohol is around. I've been there. I didn't try to break into anybody's houses, but I was walking through the streets shirtless at one point. It's just, hopefully help is sought here. But the burglary domestic violence title is,
But it was a family member's house, they said?
Yeah, and that family member called the police when they got there. He was there. So, like, resisting arrest feels like that would be, I don't know what was said, I guess, because it could have been threats and who knows. Not good.
Nope.
The more and more we learn, the more and more allegations stack up. The worse the night sounds for Richard Sherman. We hope everybody's okay. Hour 3 on the other side. We'll get to the 5-hour NG phone line. AJ, any news to break maybe on the other side?
Ooh. Well, I don't know. Maybe tune on back in and see if I have anything. I might have a few little nuggets.
Aaron Rodgers, maybe. We'll see you there.
No, I don't have any.
Yeah, dude, what am I supposed to do here? Fuck, dude. Like, what are we supposed to do? People should not tell me this stuff. They know they should. Can't do it.
Our sources have told us that Mac Jones ain't going 3.
What? My God.
I mean, it seems like Trey Lance is going at 3.
Draft odds changed dramatically.
Odds have just changed, by the way.
Before you went on air, Mac Jones was minus 270, I believe, and Trey Lance was plus 280. And now Trey Lance is plus 105.
The Mac Jones not going to the Niners news was just the tip of the iceberg with me and sources. Insert Jay Glazer at the first commercial break.
He asked to get out. Halftime with Aaron, that's a fucking big thing, man.
How the hell am I supposed to hold that in?
From what we've been potentially told, there's some things cooking. I've heard something's cooking right now, by the way. I don't know what's real and what isn't real. Come on! Something big. Huge. We got 2 hours and 19 minutes on it. Why?
But 3 hours later, guess what happened? Aaron Rodgers is on the move. Hashtag JNew, dude.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Rodgers is so disgruntled with Green Bay Packers that he has told some within the organization that he does not want to return to the team. Ty.
I mean, you alienate the fucking guy. No wonder he doesn't want to fucking come back. He's done. It's over. That's the end of it. Negligence from the top of the organization to the bottom. You got to do something. You had to do something. And they didn't do a goddamn thing. So I don't blame him.
I didn't know that's how that whole thing was going to come out. Me neither. I didn't know that was going to be it. That's the Packers definitely releasing that information.
1,000%.
Oh, yeah. And that's Aaron telling them, by the way, I ain't fucking coming back. Aaron probably was like, I ain't fucking coming back. So Green Bay probably trying to save tail here. Say, Schefter, we need you to write an article about how things are going right now from our point of view with Aaron Rodgers. He has all the cards.
Yeah, exactly.
He has all the cards. Imagine if he goes to a place where he has just as many weapons as everybody else and has a full organization that's like all the way behind him. They'll fucking win.
This is fucking insane.
And then finally, it becomes time for our biggest event of the year.
Hello and welcome to the second annual NFL Draft Spectacular. Yeah! Trey Lance, let's go! Ladies and gentlemen, I beat you, dude. You owe $20,000. Thanks for playing, AJ. Leo Jones is a Colt by the end of tonight.
You can't control him, can you?
Dan's lying. Dan, stop being a hater, Dan.
I mean, obviously, it's great competition. You know, not just Pat, though. You know, Kelsey, Tyreek Hill, you know, Clyde, you know, all these guys.
There's always things that are taken out of context, but there's always things that maybe aren't. You never know.
JJ, you're the best. Hey, Mad Mel, dude.
Great to be back, AJ. Great to see you. Good to see you're still a sack of shit like you were last year.
Don't you have to wear a jock
listen,
strap
Chris. Hey,
to
I've never
talk about
worn a
football,
jock strap,
Mad
but
Mel?
I've sniffed plenty of them, so I know what's going on with these players. Okay? I don't give a fuck. Who cares? I just want to eat. Zito, did we get that food order?
With boots on the ground in Cleveland, Jason Glazer. Jason Glazer, your thoughts?
Well, obviously, I knew this was going to happen. The only person who probably didn't know the competition was going to go here.
No, you haven't in the studio.
That's when live you go.
Now, wait a minute.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And then let me talk. And then, no, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. What if this works?
No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I had this. No, you didn't. I had this. I had it. Trust me. Can I talk, for Christ's sake?
Okay, fine, yeah.
Thank you. What? As we're live on the air, I look down at my phone. It says, hey, a $1 deal with SeatGeek just happened.
SeatGeek is back. We have some breaking news that literally just got texted to my phone. And I think it's because nobody had a clue that 131,000 fucking people are potentially going to be watching this far into the thing.
SeatGeek's back!
Yeah. And if you use hashtag DraftSpectacular and hashtag SeatGeek is back, they will pick a winner and will get you 2 season tickets to your favorite NFL team.
Holy shit!
I cannot believe the Draft Spectacular was as big as it was.
There's 100,000. What are you doing, people? Let's go!
Yeah!
100,000 people!
We are so thankful. It fucking caused a firestorm with the amount of people that watched them. Articles written by these marketing nerds and their little community, tech people saying, hey, this is the dawn of a new day. This is why SeatGeek survives. You watch the thing, you're like, man, this is pretty big. Probably get in on this. We appreciate that, dude.
Oh, you're going to get articles written about you tomorrow.
I actually would have made more money the day I signed than my whole contract with Indy.
Dude. Why did you decide to turn down a lot of money to come back to Indianapolis for the year?
True story, no bull. I prayed about it. By 3 o'clock, I'm signing somewhere. And then 2:55, I got on the phone with Chris. Like, are we going to get this done? Like, how can we get this done? He came up with a number, and I'm like, all right, it's all right. I guess it's meant for me to go to this next team. As soon as I closed his message, Ursay texted me. I said, there go my sign right there. When he texted me, that's when we got it done. When he texted me, we got it done. Hey, did you see my eyes tweet yesterday?
Yeah, is that when you got the text from Ursay?
No, that was a text that I was almost gone.
Yeah, where are we going to go?
Hey.
Baltimore. You don't have to tell us, obviously, but I do believe Baltimore was in on something.
Yeah.
And then also the quarterback.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
The Pat McAfee Show.
There'll be no rules for our guests, for us, for the things we can talk about.
Speaking his mind.
I've never had a problem expressing my opinions or my thoughts or anything like that.
While being relatable.
I haven't had that manufactured fake-ass celebrity that a lot of people have whenever they go on those big networks. I've had a chance to really build my crew, build my following, build my audience.
And ridiculous.
What am I supposed to do? So I'm supposed to look at something that I can definitely afford and say, nah. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
The Pat McAfee Show starts in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to that show. Hour 3 on this Wednesday, July 14th, 2 days before SmackDown in Houston, Texas. Live in front of a sold-out arena will begin right now. AJ Hawk continues to join us. The Hammer Down boys are in here. HDB goes live 15 minutes after this show ends, normally at youtube.com/Hammer Down. Today, what are we betting on? What are we giving money out? You guys are not an ATM because this is money being made from Sportsbook. You guys are a lottery, it feels like, giving out money from FanDuel to everybody on a consistent basis, unless you're full of shit. But what are we betting on today?
Today we have 2 golf handicappers on to preview the British Open, or the Open, which starts tonight at like 1 a.m.
The Open.
The Open.
Really?
Gumpy, EPL, soccer,
Soccer?
Well, because you've been doing the
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
So the EPL starts as a Super Bowl.
Starts
soccer.
in 1 month, so Gumpy, their lines are out. Gumpy's going to give out some of those. There's Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight.
Oh, is that tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Basketball.
Me, I've been captivated by the USA team. Did we win last night?
Oh, yeah.
Statement win.
Covered by 10.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. They went down to minus 320. Everybody hammered as much as they could on that thing. They did some trust falls. Popovich got the boys to be on the same page, probably off the court and on the court. What's that?
Well, unfortunately, they took Jason Tatum out of the starting lineup, and all of a sudden the boys started balling. Yeah, maybe he was hurt. Maybe they told him just to stop playing. I don't know. Wow. He misses his son, okay? Let's get Deuce up there for him.
With Jason Tatum in mind, Drake is still following me.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. 22 hours into this thing.
Okay. You didn't send him a message or anything? You didn't try to get him to respond somehow?
That's not my style. I'm not going to ruin it within the first 24 hours. I'm not going to send him a DM and make him realize he potentially accidentally followed me. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do any of that. I almost didn't post on Instagram yesterday because
I can't have Drake see this.
I didn't want him to accidentally see me on a timeline. I go, what is this? And then get out of there. I thought it was potentially accidental. But I put in, me shooting hoops, added lethal shooter as well.
Perfect.
I played the game a little bit. Me and Drake potentially going to get tight. We'll see how it goes. What do you think, AJ? Was that an accidental? What's the angle? There has to be some sort of angle.
No, I believe
What's
Drake
the
is a
angle?
human.
What's the angle?
No, don't you think Drake is? He's a human just like anybody else. You have a ton of fans, and Drake is just one of them. It seems like.
Well, what we just did there is from Cruella.
Yeah.
There was a Brit who's also
BWA.
what's
Richard Jewell.
Richard Jewell.
Yeah.
Richard Jewell in Cruella as a British thief lives on the streets, steals the whole movie.
Yep.
Steals the entire Cruella. Good movie, by the way. I would watch with your family. Maybe I don't know what your
My kids like it. Yeah, my kids like it.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I've watched it with them.
You didn't like it?
It's fine. It's fine for a kids show. Yeah.
What's the angle? It's not a kid show at all.
What's the angle?
What's the angle? That's the angle. That's
there it is.
That was when some. That's the angle. What is the angle here from Drake? Does he want to come on the show? Is he an actual fan? Did he accidentally follow? Did I piss him off potentially? Whenever I said, Drake doesn't make music for me anymore. He doesn't make hey, some people still want to. I actually said this a couple weeks ago. Hey, some people still want to go into a gym and fucking slaughter some things, Drake, and that's where we're looking. Maybe I'm potentially. Am I ad-libbing potentially on the next album?
Oh man, why not? Who says no?
He's just adding you. It's that you're putting chips on his shoulder because now he's like, oh, they think I fell off, right? Okay, Pat.
I don't think he fell off.
That's not.
I think you want a different direction with his.
You said you're basically saying he lost his fastball.
No. Saying he evolved as an artist.
Yeah,
These are things that you say to me privately. I'm sorry, I don't want to.
No, that's bullshit. This
dude.
did not happen. That did
I've
not
always been
happen.
a supporter of Drake. Don't follow me though, Drake. I post once a year.
Thank you, Miller Lite.
That deal's up. We're open for business.
Pretty quick, by the way. Miller Lite, by the way, was on I believe it was on a bus from Texas to D.C. and it was trending the other night. Miller Lite.
I didn't see that.
Miller Lite was hot in the bus and on Twitter whenever there was a lot of things going on the other day down there in Texas, but that is not for us. I just saw Miller Lite trending. I said, what? I thought maybe AJ did something.
What?
And I clicked on it. It was not AJ. It was very, very different. It was vastly different. It's not in our world. I don't know enough about it, but I do know you're now a free agent in the beer world. Is that what you're saying? What?
I guess so. I guess I might be right now.
Are you going to go delete your post about Miller Lite? What?
Oh no, I'm still great relationship with Miller Lite. I have no ill will. We're great partnership.
Until you find Bud Light, maybe what?
I've done some stuff with Coors Light in the past.
What?
So maybe Natty Light. Who owns Natty Light? What?
Tennessee Fireball whiskey, maybe? What? A little tequila. What? Little Bob Carpenter scotch. What? What does he drink? Just everything?
Little Terramana.
You got to deal with The Rock?
That's Dwayne stuff. Terramana, right?
You got to deal with Clooney? He's got stuff. How about Ryan Reynolds? He's got stuff too. How about gin? Yeah. How about aviation gin? How about Wiz Khalifa? You got to deal with the Khalifa Kush? You smoking dupes? You smoking dope? How about Dr. Dabber? You smoking out of bowls? Face masks? I'm not going.
Could have been the whole hour. Could have been the whole hour.
Steamroll, huh? All right, let's go to on a 5-hour energy phone line where you go to 5hourenergy.com and utilize promo code McAfee. You get 10% off your order at 5hourenergy.com. They have their official summer flavors and the OG flavors out right now, and they taste fantastic. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of the Pat McAfee Show.
Yeah! Thank you, 5-Hour!
That's good.
I'm pretty good, right? That was like super corporate. I feel like that was a super corporate read. I like it. Let's go to Stevie in St. Louis. What's going on, Stevie?
Mike and Mike. Told you.
Pat, AJ, boys, how we doing?
It's an honor. Great. How are you, Stevie?
Doing all right. Hey, I just wanted to know if y'all were keeping up with the lawsuit that St. Louis has with the NFL, and if you think we ever might get a team back here.
Okay, so the lawsuit is what? Wrongful left? What is the lawsuit?
Wrongful leaving.
Wrongful leaving?
Well, I think basically owners were just kind of like trying to leave before the lease was up or something.
Okay, so the stadium lease or the team lease, or are those two combined? Are those two together?
It was the stadium lease, I think.
Okay.
Basically, Kroenke was trying to get out, and yeah, I don't know.
All right, Stevie, thank you for the call. And I saw the Battlehawks fans show up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
St. Louis is a good football town, has been a good football town, but that arena, that dome, was the fucking shits. All right, I'm going to say it. I don't know if anybody else will say it. I don't know if anybody in St. Louis will ever say it. And I don't know if any Rams will say it because I think they don't love that the team just packed up and left as well. It's not a good thing. I got a chance to play against the Rams. I think the last year they were there. That arena stunk. That field stunk. Everything stunk about it. The fans were great. Okay, the fans were great, but it needed updated. And this is what the NFL has done forever. They have threatened to move to Los Angeles if they can't come to an agreement with the city that they reside on a new stadium. Because if you get a new stadium, that means you get the Super Bowl, you get a lot of other things, and you also get a chance to keep up with what everybody else in the NFL is doing. And there's other cities that are dying to have an NFL team. LA was that destination city for a long time. I had heard, it was before I got here, the RCA Dome was the home of the Colts. It was a great place, loud place, so much so that people thought they were piping in noise. That's how loud it was.
Wow.
Colts went on to win. Now it's time to potentially get a new stadium. The city, the state would not come to an agreement with the Colts on it, whether it's taxpayers' money or ownership money or who's going to pay for it. There's always a vote, and that vote never matters, by the way. If they want a new stadium, they'll get a new stadium. And allegedly, Jim Irsay hopped on a helicopter, and it wasn't to scout out new locations. He was just maybe doing a tour of Los Angeles, just flew over Los Angeles. That news made its way back here. Oh, shit. Are we going to lose the Colts? New stadium deal was struck like the next day or something like that. Colts aren't the only team that had done that for a long time. When Los Angeles had no teams, a lot of owners were doing that. I think San Antonio might be the new city that people will do that to. Maybe St. Louis, not 100% sure, unless they're going to be able to get a new stadium. But I think that's where you look for potential new places, is a city that's ready to build a new stadium and invest in it. I don't love it that taxpayers have to pay for billion-dollar operation stadiums, but the things that are brought to a city when an NFL team comes there cannot be, financially stated. I think there's a lot more that comes alongside of it. Taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for it, but that's kind of the world we live in right now. It's reality.
Well, they become like creative too. Isn't there stadiums down in Florida where there's like a hotel tax, and part of like 13 cents from every room that is booked goes towards like the stadium or whatever, so it's not as much taxpayer money, it's more tourism and stuff.
Smart. I like that there's an evolution. They've also gotten really creative where, like, I think the city is allowed to use the stadium for a couple different events, and you share the whole thing, and then there's a lease, and 9 times out of 10, the owner's getting a good deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unless the owner builds the place himself, which, by the way, the land he bought to build the stadium, probably a very good deal. I'm talking about Jerry Jones right now in this particular point. But that is always going to be a fine balance, because the people that aren't sports fans, that aren't NFL fans, they're going to be very, 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 very loud when money is used on an NFL, as opposed to potential troubles in the city that are happening that you could put that money to. But those are from 2 different buckets, I think, which is never really the conversation. But that's a touchy subject there. And I don't know if St. Louis will ever get another team. I think it all revolves around whether or not you'd be able to build a new stadium. The 52-page lawsuit from St. Louis, filed in 2017 by St. Louis County and the St. Louis Regional Convention and Sports Complex Authority, claims the NFL violated its own relocation rules by allowing the Rams to leave St. Louis. The plaintiffs are seeking upward of $1 billion, according to Gerard Jerry Carmody, a St. Louis lawyer representing the NFL. The suit claims the Rams' departure from St. Louis cost the city millions in amusement, tickets, and earnings tax revenue. Okay, so those are all the positives that come from the NFL being in your city. We're seeing it on the flip side there. This will all just revolve around, they'll say the stadium not committed to the league, and that's kind of how it all works. Those are sketchy conversations, I think, AJ.
Oh, it's super sketchy. I know when the Bengals built their new stadium, they had old school riverfront, which was like 3 rivers in Pittsburgh. When they built the new one, the city paid for a ton of it. I mean, I don't know exactly the percentage. I think it's the majority of it. And people claim like, oh, the city got ripped off. And I'm saying like, and people were mad at Mike Brown for negotiating that deal. And I'm like, if I'm the owner, how can you be mad at something that they agreed to?
Well, you could be mad at the owner for a lot of reasons. And as soon as you said the Cincinnati Bengals, the same team that doesn't have an indoor practice facility, in the year 2021, okay? 2021, they don't have an indoor. I would have never guessed that they were too big of cheapskates to pay for their own fucking stadium. Never would have guessed that in a million years.
Crazy.
You put that in the stadium, what the heck goes out of their pockets?
I'm not paying
No
for that.
thanks.
I'm not paying for that. That's also why we'll lose, 14, 15 games a year for the next 6 years and just keep the same head coach, not change anything. I don't want to pay the guy, pay a different guy too.
Talking about Zach the Snack?
Yeah, Zach the Snack.
Come on, dude.
That's what Nate Burleson called Zach Taylor this morning. Zach the Snack Taylor was on a dry erase board. I started laughing. I don't know what they were talking about, but I know I looked at the screen and I saw a dry erase board being held by Nate Burleson, Emmy Award winner, saying Zach the Snack Taylor and a picture of him on the side. I'm like, he is kind of an attractive dude, but is he ever going to win a fucking game? I mean, that's the biggest question I had for the guy.
The question was, which head football coach in the NFL would you like to have gone to high school with? And Big Nate picked Zach the Snack.
Mike Tomlin, final answer. Is there any other...
Big Mike.
Kingsbury.
Mike McCarthy, Dahn? I went to high school with Mike.
Mike Vrabel. Hey, what about Mike Vrabel?
Vrabes, yeah.
Yeah, Vrabel.
Bill.
All the Mikes. A lot of Mikes.
Coach Dave.
Coach Dave, yes.
Coach Dave. Coach Dave seems like our type of guy, especially because he just got thrusted into the most fucked situation.
Let's not forget Sheila Ford Ham. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
MCDC. But I assume he was giving his friends swirlies in the toilets just as a joke, like, hey, gotcha.
Or they're having those nude bathroom parties.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
probably
yeah.
Which is probably
spot on, actually.
2 and 15.
Is that where Foxy got it?
Probably.
Yeah. MCDC set the standard up there for you guys to all take your clothes off, go into a bathroom, be very tightly packed, violate every code that there probably was for a bathroom, and then release the footage of it.
No, I'm not putting that on Motor City Dan Campbell. That was all us. I will not put that on. No, I just don't want him to be attached to that.
All right, let's talk about. I'm out of batteries, I think. By the way,
shit. No.
AJ took the last batch.
I'll bring my own.
Yeah, do.
I mean, it's about
Yeah,
time.
can you grab some? I apologize. Thank you, boys. I think there's a little bit out there. We roll through batteries around here. Just roll through them. There is some news to talk about. Why hasn't the Washington Wolfpack happened yet?
I mean, come on.
The Red Wolves, thank you, Frank. The Red Wolves, okay, was a name that we were pumping up because anytime you get a chance to howl, you're going to want to do that.
Yes.
But, cooler heads prevailed and said, there ain't no wolves over here in D.C. Maybe just the politicians out there.
Yeah, on Capitol Hill there are.
Hey, Capitol Hill, which I guess took the fences down, by the way. You can now walk up to the Capitol.
Nice.
I guess that has changed since January or whatever. That's the first time.
Field trips.
But the Wolfpack, imagine just getting a chance to just, what? I mean, it's a put the wolves up, start howling.
NC State, though. They don't want to be affiliated with NC State.
Why?
What are you talking about? NC State would be, listen, shout out to NC State. They created Naheem Hines. Jacoby Brissett. Phil Rivers. I got nothing but respect for the Wolfpack. We got Nick gave me an entire thing already. Where were you?
I think he ran to the gas station.
Is that Mitt?
Backpack just got 8,000 empty contacts.
Yeah, we had a bunch. Oh, of course, you always have to have extra contacts, but we brought a bunch home from Tampa.
The Wolfpack, though, would be a great name. You don't think so?
Is it a finalist? Do we know?
They have not released any. This is @ the DC Wolfpack. Golly. It's tough to jam it in there. These springs have had enough. But the DC Wolfpack Twitter account, they started tweeting us. I started seeing it. And as soon as I heard the Washington Wolfpack, I'm like, let's go with that.
Yes.
Like, I initially pitched DCFC. I don't think that's going to happen. And that was just off the top of the head, word shopping, how we doing, let's keep it moving. The Washington Wolfpack would be so sweet.
Especially with that. I like the helmets that person had, too, that they made up. Like, with that, I'm on board.
You don't like the design here by the
are above that.
No, I love the name, the Washington Wolfpack, but that wolf on the helmet kind of seems a little Mickey Mouse.
You're saying the wolf seems to be. A lot of people said the wolf is potentially trying to seduce another wolf.
Oh, is that what
as opposed to being one that wants to tear somebody's.
It's a little too cartoony for me, as I'll say that.
So
for the NFL,
I don't want to scare the kids.
Correct.
I mean, just Wolfpack written on the side would be sweet too.
In like spray paint.
Yeah.
Or just
graffiti. Ooh.
Oh.
Go Pack, go.
Go Pack,
go. Go Pack, go. Go Pack, go. Go Pack, go.
Can't do it. Trademarked.
That's too sweet.
Can you imagine on third down the
Who
house?
trademarked it? Mark Murphy?
I think so.
No.
That's come back.
Who's by you guys?
Vince Lombardi.
Did he?
Hey, let your wolves kiss, dude.
Wolves up.
That'd be awesome.
That would be sweet to hear everybody make the wolf call, like on third down or just at the beginning of all the time. Yeah, I think you may be onto something.
It's not me. I'm just saying I've seen it on the internet.
I mean, you're pushing it, though. You're somebody that's pushing it out there for people, so maybe it can gain some steam.
And I will say I did text the president of that company. He has not responded.
What?
He has not responded. I thought we were friends. I didn't.
Man, what's Shay doing?
See, that's one of those things where that was I had his number. It was in my contacts list. No text messages beforehand. So how long have I had this number and how long have I sat on this? This is a potential champagne poppy situation. Do I miss the window of when?
No.
You gotta, you gotta feel it.
Hey, when you start
Probably vacation.
Hey, when you start hanging out with Drake, are you going to make it public? Are you going to film it? Or are you going to try to stay cool and be like, hey, I'm not going to post this? Like, what do you do?
No, cool.
You let him post
Yeah.
on his account.
If he wants to, hey, if Drake feels like he should post me or whatever, it's like, yeah, okay, cool. With the 700 million people or whatever, that'd be pretty cool.
Then so be it. You
So
know?
be it. If I'm making a TikTok that he likes,
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, you know what I mean?
Drake shooting jumpers in the office.
Me just feeding them.
Yeah.
God's plan.
God's plan.
That would be God's plan.
Yeah, in the background.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not forcing anything. I'm gonna let God's plan do its thing.
Boom.
God has a vision for all of us, AJ, and you fail to fucking realize it.
I love when you preach to me. It really gets me to dive into the word even more.
The word. Great usage there. Let's go to Josh in New York. What's going on, Josh?
Hey, yo, what up, my boys? How we doing?
Not too shabby. I'm assuming this is New York City, not upstate, just strictly by the question that you asked?
No, actually, I am upstate. I'm in the Capital District.
Where's the Capital District? What's that mean?
It's just where our capital is. Albany's the capital. It's where like the governor lives and all that fun stuff.
See, would have got that one wrong if I was to be asked right now in Capital New York. I'm going to New York City immediately.
Man, it is weird. I feel like it should be. Don't you think?
Well, that's like Pennsylvania's Hershey or whatever.
Harrisburg.
Yeah.
Harrisburg.
Thought it was Gettysburg.
Well, I thought it was Pittsburgh for a long time. Made no sense to me. Well, these people over in Philadelphia keep talking, but it's Hersheyburg. Harrisburg. Yeah, there's a couple of them that are tough. What is it? Topeka?
There's a lot, yeah.
Topeka,
Kansas
Kansas City is one. There's a couple that make no sense at all.
Little Rock.
Illinois. What's the capital of Illinois? Z?
Springfield.
Well done, Z.
Wow.
Easy.
Nailed it. Chicago, though, you would think would potentially be largest.
Greatest city in the world, yeah.
Chicago?
Yeah.
False.
I think people in Chicago would even come out and say, maybe we once were, just like Dumb and Dumber guy did on that one show.
On the newsroom.
Newsroom.
Good. That's a good
Whenever he opened up about America.
Dumb guy.
Jeff Daniels. Yeah.
That was a great eight.
I knew who you were talking about.
Exactly. I knew where you
I
were
remember him blowing up a toilet in Colorado, okay? And now he's giving speeches on the newsroom about America and this whole thing. I think Chicago falls similarly to that. Chicago will be back, though. Let's not get crazy out here. Albany, New York, the great capital of New York. What you guys have been able to accomplish there, nothing short of impressive. Stop by and tell everybody I said hello. What do you want to talk about, Josh?
I came on to plead with the Kansas City Chiefs to bring back Mitchell Schwartz. Like, this dude is a Super Bowl winning right tackle, and we already have the Great Wall of China on our line. Let's just seal it up. Let's make it perfect.
Josh, so you didn't like that Fisher and Schwartz were kind of released and then a rehaul or an overdue almost. I guess you flip those two over and and you'll get what I meant to say. Those, you don't like the change in the offensive line, or you didn't see what happened in Super Bowl and potential injuries and maybe younger, better, stronger, faster, cheaper in there?
That was Schwartz's first injury, and it's a back injury. Like, the dude is over 300 pounds. Back injuries happen. But, like, he's going to be back on the line, and he's going to be killing it somewhere. And he's family. You know, Kansas.
They can still bring him back. They still have time. Like, why not? He's not signed anywhere, right?
No, he's not signed anywhere, and I think he's holding out hope that he comes back to KC. I just want for our GM over there to get him in. Get Veach on the phone, get him in there.
Hey, they're paying everybody a lot of money, Josh. It's going to be tough. Somebody's going to have, you know what I mean? Like, that's going to be the give and take of the big money game, and maybe Schwartz will say, hey, and then not command a massive contract or whatever. But I mean, hell of a ball player. When they got rid of both tackles, we were all very surprised.
Yeah.
Chiefs fans seem to be like, well, we love that guy. What do we even do?
Well, they did bring in Orlando Braun, but
Kyle Long,
Tony,
who is rehabbing an injury. Ian Rappaport said, I guess that means he's going to make the team.
What? Ian?
Clown.
You fool.
What was that all about by him?
I remember. I mean, I assumed Kyle was starting.
Yeah, everyone did.
That's why he came back out of retirement.
Yeah, me too. Well, I guess that means he's going to make the team. It's like, Ian, what fucking golf course were you boozing at today, pal?
Wake up, rap sheet.
What are we even doing there? Let's get to Jeremy Donner in Denver. Hey, good performance over the All-Star days there, Denver.
Great work, Jeremy.
Thank you, J-Rock.
The Mile High, baby. What's up,
Hell
boys?
yeah.
What do you want to talk about,
So-
boss?
Well, first off, I was really wanting to see if Ty wanted this pink home run ball that I caught. I got a ball when I was there on Monday. For the home run derby.
Who hit it?
Oh, so I actually was 13 rows behind third base, but they were throwing balls to the side. So I
Didn't catch it.
Just say Ohtani.
You're
Just say
going
Ohtani.
with.
Nobody will know.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I can't believe you caught one
Well,
of
this
them.
is what gets me on the Ohtani thing. Doesn't take BP all season until before the home run derby. Is that the factor?
Great question, Jeremy. A lot of people thought since he didn't take BP, he doesn't have a pitcher, he doesn't have a routine, he doesn't have it, because that's all BP, and I didn't play baseball. I'll ask the baseball players here. Ty will start, obviously, with you, and then Diggs, you can chime in if he misses anything. BP is a home run derby, right? Isn't that what you're basically doing?
I mean, yeah, kind of. The guys are like 40 to 50 feet away, and they're just, throwing it right into your sweet spot every single time, pretty much.
Are you hitting for bases in BP? Are you warming up, or are people trying to hit dong shots every time?
I mean, guys in the pros, are putting on a show, but you're mostly just warming up. I don't know of anyone. I mean, some guys probably, work on spraying it the other way and stuff like that. But yeah, in the majors, mostly, I think those guys are just trying to put on a show, just hit
like
homers.
younger, we would do like pull 5, hit 5 the opposite way, lay 2 bunts down, and then swing away.
Mm-hmm.
So him not doing BP all season, he didn't have a routine for a home run derby. Alonso's been doing what, 60-some home run derbies already this year?
Uh-huh.
I mean, and like we said with Ohtani, like he found out, his pitcher, same deal, found out like, okay, this is, I need to fucking keep it up in the zone here for him, and it took, a minute and a half to do so. So, I mean, I guess that could, but I mean, shit, you just give the guy good pitches to hit, and more often than not, he's going to fucking put him out of the park.
Dave Joss.
He needed Dave Joss.
Restano.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have that.
Did you watch I loved, and we talked about it earlier, I don't think I got, Scherzer going high heat to Shohei on the first pitch was awesome. I mean, that is...
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Not surprised with Scherzer how he is. And I love Scherzer also getting out of the way of the ball that would have taken his head completely off, too. And then giving Vlad a hug afterward.
Yeah, well, let's also, I mean, if we're going to talk about the beginning of the game, which is probably the only thing most people watched, Bucko Frazier out there.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Frazier snagging some things, making some plays. We'll keep him around
Got a
long.
base hit,
Well, he
too.
might be on the move here.
Yeah,
at
he'll
the
be
deadline,
traded
so.
before the end of the year.
He's old.
He's at
older.
good value right
yeah,
now.
he's great value right now. Best year of his career by far.
Todd Frazier?
Best value. That's who we want on our team. We want our entire team to be high value players. We want to win pieces of metal from Rob Manfred. Mm-hmm. We don't want to give away the guy that stole the first inning highlights, basically, with a hit and 2 Golden Glove performances in the first 3 outs of the goddamn All-Star. We're going to get rid of that guy? Of course we are. Of course we are. You like the move. You think he stinks.
No, I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
No, you kind of gave kind of move.
Well, just think of how sweet it's going to be when you get 3 prospects in return who will undoubtedly leave in the future as well.
Yes.
Let's go to Jake and Youngstown.
If they make it.
We just keep in mind the team's 20 and 30. Or 20 and 50, excuse me.
That's not what the record.
Hey,
We're
got time.
20
We'll
and
do it.
50 right now?
Just about.
No.
Gee.
19 and 45,
Bucko's
excuse me.
got hot right before the All-Star.
Plenty of games left, guys.
It's true. Let's go to Jake in Youngstown, Ohio. What's going on, Jake, here on the 5-hour Energy phone line?
What?
What?
All right. First off, real quick, shout out to Old Man McAfee for being a truck driver. I'm a truck driver. I love it. It's a great job. All that.
Yeah.
Second thing, what I wanted to talk about is whenever you guys introduce AJ, and I should throw this out there, I was a big AJ Hawk fan when he was at Ohio State in the NFL. Fuck, when I was a kid, I grew my hair out long because of AJ Hawk.
Wow.
And like a couple of my buddies did too. But I want to know, like, whenever you guys introduce AJ on the show, it's always national champion, Super Bowl champion, Packers leading tacklers, like all these different stats. I want to know, where's the conversation about AJ potentially maybe one day getting it into the Hall? I mean, not right off the rip, obviously, but like a Clay Matthews Sr. kind of scenario where everybody's always in the conversation, but he seems to get left out. I think it's some bullshit. Clay Matthews Sr.'s been left out for as long as he has been, and I just want to know what you guys think, hear the conversation about A.J. potentially getting into the Hall and what that looks like.
Jake, thank you for your service out there on the roads, okay? Logistics are the backbone of America, especially now with everybody getting everything at their house. The long hours away from your family and at home, sitting in there in the captain's chair, floating gears on the thing. We appreciate the hell out of you, Jake.
Yeah,
thank you. Now,
we're floating them right now.
hey, that boy, I may put it on cruise control. Hey, maybe you ain't got it. I don't know what type of truck you're driving. I don't know when it was made. I don't know when the cab was made. But Jake, if he gets into that conversation, that means every single year he's going to get shit on by people that say. I think being in the Hall of Fame conversation, being in the greatest of all time conversation is cool. It's good, but inevitably it always comes with you just getting shit on by a lot of people that don't believe you deserve to be in there. Now, in a couple years, AJ, like 10 years from now or whatever, whenever, I think you deserve to be in there now. Okay, I just want to let you know that. But if we put your name into the conversation, that means people will shit on you faster than people will lift you up. I don't think it's good to be on the bubble of the Hall of Fame or bubble, anything like that, because every year you just get dumped on, basically. But
I personally think AJ should have been a first ballot. I mean,
we agree.
Me too.
Okay.
We agree.
Thank you very much for your support, sir. Jeremy, whatever his name was. But
Jake!
I mean,
This guy's
your
biggest
fucking
fan!
Deal, dude.
I can never hear the name because Pat's talking all over him, telling some kind of story before.
It's not true.
Yeah, he
Don't
announced his name.
Don't feed that bullshit
Never
narrative.
happened.
Just listen. Everybody complains. Just fucking listen.
You know what? Don't put this guy in the Hall of Fame. I'm sick of it.
I'll put you in the Hall of Fame for being fucking insufferable right now.
Oh!
I'm joking.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's okay. You have your opinion. That's your truth. But Clay Matthews Sr. going to him, he should get it. I feel like he's been on the ballot forever. I don't think people don't rag on him because he's kind of been very, very close for a while. But yeah, guys like that should get in. I know when Kevin Green got in, it was a very big deal to him. He really wanted it and was super appreciative of that. I know Charles is going in this year, right? Charles Woodson's going into the Packers and the NFL Hall of Fame. So it's awesome, man. I was lucky to play with a lot of guys that not a lot, but guys that are going into the Hall of Fame or are in the Hall of Fame or will be.
Well, and we're at the age where I think a lot of our teammates that will go in will be here in a bit. You know, I got a couple friends that are going in, one this year, one probably in 5 years or 4 years from now, depending on when they started the clock there for Vinatieri. It's cool to watch that whole thing. And I think the cool thing about you, AJ, is I don't think you have ever acted one time like you were good at football.
Yeah.
Which is outrageous, by the way, because your resume is so incredible when it comes to football, all the way back to being an Elk and retiring Kirk Herbstreit. I mean, all the way through. You've never acted like it. Do you think the Hall of Fame guys, and this is not about you, but there's a lot of guys that really want that bad. Like it is what they dream of. They make decisions business-wise and professionally to potentially get in the conversation for it. I just think it's such a wild thing to kind of have your happiness be dependent upon a bunch of other people's thoughts. And I think you agree with me in that sense, I think?
Absolutely. I think that's, everyone's wired different, like what motivates them or what bothers them. But yeah, I don't know. From a young age, maybe it's just because I'm the youngest of three boys. I had two older brothers. Like, I guess individual type things, especially that are decided on that you don't really have control over, I guess were never really important to people in my house. And so that's just kind of how I've been.
Would you be annoyed, though, if we pushed you and then every year?
Yes.
Well, then every year, though, that you get, like Clay Matthews Sr., shout out. I assume every year, though, he had to hear people pick apart his play because he was in the conversation, you know? And it's just, that's like LeBron. It's like Michael Jordan. He's so good. Tom Brady. Now, as of late, there's been a lot more complimenting Tom. Aaron's in there. You get to a point where everybody just agrees you're great, and then all you ever hear is just tearing people down. It's just like
Ben. Like Ben has been. Ben's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and people the last however many years, it seems like only speak bad about him.
That's the only thing. It's because, everybody just agrees that he's good at this point. Everybody agrees you're great. It's like, yeah, but at some time it'd be nice to hear somebody remind people of that, I think. And when you get on that Hall of Fame bubble, it's like every year you just got to get shit on. Like Ray Guy was on for a long time, and every year the punter position just had to get shit on.
Yeah.
Like every year it was like never going to end. And I was like, God damn it. Can we just get the guy in, or can we save this conversation for another day so we don't have to just get dumped on? I think that's what that happens. And everybody would say, oh, you got to be able to take that to be a Hall of Famer or whatever. It's like, but my happiness every single day and not getting shit on is also pretty cool.
Well, and to your point, it's a different sport, but we talked about this with baseball because every time the guys' names would come up on the ballot, a couple guys were like, hey, just leave me off, please. Because they would come up, they would just shit on these guys' career, and then so it'd be the double of having everyone talk badly about your career, and then also you weren't getting in the Hall of Fame on top of that. So it's like, I don't want to keep doing this.
Keep me out. Everybody's being reminded that I was eating every steroid available. And by the way, I was not the only one.
Yeah.
And and I think the same thing happens in football too, especially with how much sports talk is. It's a gift and a curse, obviously, to be in a conversation. It's a huge honor. But I think immediately upon you entering the conversation, there are fans of other people that want other people in more, and their just natural instinct is going to tear you down. I just think that's a tough place to fall. But I think you should, AJ Hawk for Hall of Fame.
Fallen king.
Hall of Fame Hawk.
Oh, let's go.
Do you think there are a lot of players who are expecting to get into the Hall of Fame that will never get in?
Yes.
Like
AJ
like how many though?
A lot.
Percentage-wise, what do you?
There's guys that are young that think they're going to be Hall of Famers for sure, and then they may have.
No, I mean though,
towards
towards the end of their career, like when they've already had all their film out there, they've already played. Like, do you think there are guys out there who, after they've done everything on the field, are convinced they're going into the Hall of Fame when realistically they never will?
AJ, you tell me if I'm right in thinking this. I think while guys are playing, there are some guys that have their mind on it, but normally the guys that are playing a long time in the NFL, their day-to-day focus is on other things. That's why they're in the NFL for a long time. Then they retire. How you doing? Keep it moving. Then they start reflecting on career. Then one of a natural response or reaction once you start reflecting on your career is to compare it to other people's careers. And then once you start doing that and you see other people start getting accolades, I think with friends of mine that have potentially retired and I've gotten to watch via social media or anything else like that, and once they start realizing what they've done, once they start really looking back and being reminded of shit that they have accomplished in their careers, because a lot of that stuff gets forgotten in the day-to-day, I think that's when guys start thinking that they have a chance or anything like that. Am I wrong? That's kind of been my experience. I don't know what it is for you.
No, I think you're spot on. But I think people too, players, they don't realize how special it is, how few guys really get in. And depending too, you look at each new class, you don't get in the first year. All of a sudden, if you read anything when they talk about people that have kind of been in the hunt for a while, they're like, oh, maybe next year's class, but then you're like, oh, you got Peyton, Charles, all these studs coming up. Like, well, who are you going to replace that's coming up behind you? So it's really, really difficult to make it in. So that's what makes it special. I think some people just think maybe it's easier to get in than it is.
So legitimately, Zito just did some quick math in my ear, and shout out to Zito Math and Zito Production that we have, and Zito being in my ear. The only other people that are in my ear on a day-to-day dropping in there or on a week-to-week basis are Vince McMahon, Kevin Dunn, Michael Cole, and Zito.
Hell yeah.
All right, I forget the math, but they say however many thousand people do high school football, and then I think it's 15% go on to do college football, and then it's 3% of that or 2% of that end up making it into the NFL. And Zito just said, by the way, those numbers, they're not 100% on, but you get the scale that I'm referring to here. 1.5% of NFL players end up in the Hall of Fame. So whenever you think about the original signed up to play football, oh, I'm really fucking good at football. So good I got free education. Oh, I'm the guy in football. I am in the NFL. I played a long time. Oh, only 1.5% of people that have been in there have made the Hall of Fame. It is not easy. I have said, mostly because a lot of my friends and getting a chance to see a lot of really good football players who have contributed massively to the game and maybe didn't have all the stats and everything, there should be some sort of contribution to the game, contribution to the league. Like Phil Rivers, that's classic. Phil Rivers is classic this conversation. Didn't win anything really, but was a starting quarterback a great starting quarterback in the NFL for 17 years or whatever. He deserved, that's one of the hardest positions on earth to do. 17.
He'll get in. You don't think he'll get in? I don't know if he'll be picked at first ballot, but he'll get in.
I said he'll get in. I said he'll get in, but there are people in this room and on earth that hold
Because
the
he
Hall of
didn't
Fame.
win a championship?
They hold the Hall of Fame in such high regard, and I respect that and I appreciate that because that makes our Hall of Fame important. But I just feel like there are some things where it's like, what this person did for the sport is worthy of us acknowledging in our museum of the NFL, which is basically what the Hall of Fame is. And I know that there's some Hall of Famers that aren't happy with the amount of people that are getting in either. So it's like, how do you balance those? David Baker, the guy who is the Hall of Fame, has to balance that and figure that out going forward. But it's a massive accomplishment. But I think anytime... And I have no chance of making it in there. Maybe one day for contribution to the game, like they give some media people, plus they put all the records I have in the NFL or whatever alongside of that, maybe I'll have a chance. But thinking about it just in an awards perspective at all, if you put any real emotion into winning these awards that you don't choose whether or not you win, then when you don't win, you have to then take it as devastating when you don't win. And for me, I think I've lost so many things that have been voted by other people and that I feel like I've gotten potentially fucked out of that I'm like, no, I don't even care about it. Don't care about it. Don't do it. Is being an All-Pro cool? Yes. Yeah. It was really cool. But I knew that when I was voted All-Pro, the people that were voting for the All-Pro had no idea why I was the All-Pro.
Mm-hmm.
They had no clue why. They were just like, yeah, this seems to be the right move or whatever. So it's just like, I think it's hard to empower those types of things because if you're being fair to yourself and actually looking in the mirror and getting your hopes up, then obviously the devastation of those not happening. So maybe it's me just setting expectations on things. But I think, AJ, you're a guy that does similar things. But we would all be absolutely pumped and celebrate the shit out of you being a Hall of Famer, pal.
Well, that's nice. It'll never happen. But I think nobody should expect anything from anybody. Like I don't expect anything from any. Like wherever if I go somewhere, like I bring bars and stuff in my bag. I'm like, I'm not counting on you for food, even if I'm coming over for dinner. Like I don't count on any. Like I can handle myself. I don't need help.
I mean, you should have a little bit of faith and trust in somebody maybe having a protein bar. I went over to a house. This weekend.
Oh yeah.
They had these ice cream.
Found the ice cream.
Oh man, I erased them. It was it just so happened to be my cheat day, and I was trying to find stuff all around the city, and I went to one of my friend's house and
the ice cream.
What?
The chips.
What?
The iced tea.
What?
All gone.
No, I didn't touch the chips, dude. Don't look at me. That's some other booze bag.
That was me.
Wait, what kind of special ice cream was this?
So it was
like a drumstick.
The drumstick, but they're miniature ones, and I'd had them before.
Oh, you could eat 12 of those.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And also,
and he did.
The last bite of it is the best.
Definitely weren't all
the chocolate
at the bottom.
It's the chocolate ice cream.
Yeah, we used to get those in elementary school. If you had like an extra 25 cents, you could get one when you went through the line with your tray.
Yeah, and that last bite is what you're really doing all the work for. So once you get that, it's hard not to be like, I'm gonna need another one.
Give me another.
It's a really good system. If we want to get something out there in the market that's very addicting, you just kind of got to have it like be the first bite, which has all the caramel and nuts and ice cream on it with a little bit of that's a good bite. Then in the middle, it's just shit. It's just not good at all. What are we even here for? And then that last bite, that keeps me coming back. It's like golf. It's like golf almost. And I took out his entire box in his freezer. The entire thing.
It was worth it. It was a cheat day. What are you supposed to do?
If it means any, do we have to get to a break? Okay, let's do that. Let's get to a break here. And we've had long runs here, each of the hours. And I had not known. I thought we had already taken a break both hours already. That's on me. Professional show. Good Hall of Fame conversation there, though, by our guy, Jake. Shout out to Jake.
Yeah, good call. Huh?
I mean, you dogged him, AJ, but yeah.
Jeremy. Hey, John.
I'm going to start writing their name down when they say their name.
Just listen.
They typically don't say the name. Pat introduces them and says their name. They don't say like, hey, it's Jeremy. What's up, guys? I'm in Ohio.
I will say I have gotten 80 to 85% of the people's names wrong immediately after the conversation happens. Dumpy. There's a whole thing. And not just because Mitts things, but because I forget who we're talking to.
Oh.
But I would never do it to somebody who was saying I should go into the fucking Hall of Fame.
No.
Yes. And I think that's what we're referring to here, is you shitting on your biggest fan potentially.
Grew his hair out.
I took a shot and I missed. I thought his name was Jeremy. Hey, at least I didn't just... Hey, this thanks, pal, for the call.
all
right. Okay, dude.
We're back in 4 minutes with more of those calls from all of our pals on the 5-hour NG phone line. We'll see you in 4.
Welcome to the play.
His spinal
cord is severed.
Look to your right.
Look to your right. Look to your right a little bit.
I'm sick of you Pokemon nerds hustling my fucking dog.
I'm getting pretty sick of them too. I only learned American history. I don't know shit about anywhere else.
You had to have, I mean,
You don't even know American history.
Yeah, I do. I know almost everything about American history.
Who's our second president?
Sam Adams.
Wrong.
Close.
John Adams.
So you got half loaf? Yeah. You know, it turns out when you don't do all your shopping at the gas station, there are other options.
Huh, that's kind of
Wait, they have more than hot dog buns? $1 bill in America is
undefeated.
I mean,
Tried and true.
As far as strip
You guys don't have a $1 bill?
No, we got loonies and fucking undercover cop.
You go volunteer firefighter today. What is this?
I don't know. I saw these glasses. I was like, I need to do these. Just the, I mean, it does look like. Hey, you guys want some weed?
There's nowhere to go. Right there.
No, look left. Look left. There it is. Right here.
Do a spin.
Do a spin.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's
Look
not
good.
Oh, Bill is bald.
Bill, that is not coming back.
Parasailing, but I hit the buffet before I left and I ate so much food, dude. So much food. And I was used to being on boats, but I went on the smaller boat, like with the parasailing shit. And yeah, dude. I remember I took down like 2 pizzas, 3 burgers.
I gotta move. Don't look. Look away.
See, did you parasail?
No. Look away. Look away.
I parasail puked all over the place, dude.
Dump? Like, what is
No.
that thing?
So what they did after all the stuff that happened with him, they actually cut Ron Jeremy's penis off and planted it in this pad.
He might be dead. Come on. Come on. Say it loud, ref.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the match ending in the first round, your winner by technical knockout,
Thank you.
the red corner.
Woo! Fuck you, buddy. You too. We did it. We did it. Yeah. Listen, am I the greatest Oculus boxer of all time? Possibly. But getting punched in the actual face is much different than the fake shit. So I'll continue to go in here, battle against these jabrones, and keep it moving. I am tired though, even though it was quick.
Every day is game day for these guys. It's showtime on the Pat McAfee Show.
Hey, you might have thought we're in the middle of a bit of a sports lull here.
Yeah, I did.
That is not the case. The basketball tournament tips off this Friday.
Are you serious?
Tournament.
TBT, the basketball tournament, also can be viewed as a throwback basketball tournament. All the stars of college basketball past who are still balling, whether it's overseas or something like that, have come together for a tournament in which there are 64 teams and $1 million on the line. Wow. This isn't the first year. It's been around for some time. The West Virginia team that went to the Final Four back in the day, they have a team called Best Virginia. Ooh. They are grown up. They are studs, and they compete every single year for that $1 million. Sideline Cancer is a team of, I think they're just Europe players, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think
there's an overseas elite team normally too.
Yeah, there's a bunch. There's 64 teams. It's a fantastic battle of players that we used to love and see. Now we don't know much of, putting on an absolute show. Those Baldwin guys, though.
Oh, yeah, from Marshall, those guys can flame.
The Elmores, Ott and John.
There it is. Yeah. Ott
Got to
and-
watch out for them.
Listen, Ott and John, when they get on the court and they start jaunting around, it's a problem.
Look at
Don't worry about the hair. Should have got them some Roman before that, but they are balding and they are balling. That's what the tournament, should potentially be pitched as. But what we need to know is there's a chance to win $5,000.
What?
There's a chance to win a whole Bitcoin.
What?
There's a chance to win an entire Ethereum.
What?
There's a chance to win a Dogecoin.
What?
That's right. All you got to do is go to bracket.thetournament.com and click sign up. It's free to enter. Ours is called the Pat McAfee Show Challenge. It's a bracket challenge for the tournament, 64 teams, just like in March Madness, but for this particular tournament. If you win our bracket and you're the outright winner, and there's already a couple hundred entries, you need to get in before Friday to win the $5,000, the Bitcoin, the Ethereum, or the Dogecoin. You go in there, you sign up. If you win our bracket, you win $5,000. Win the entire thing, you win Bitcoin. Let's go ahead and do it. The boys already entered, right? Didn't you?
Hell
guys?
yeah. LA cheaters.
It is not easy, by the way, to sign up. Bracket.thetournament.com. You got to sign up. There's an email. There's an entire thing. But go ahead and do it. Let's have a good time over the weekend. Welcome back to the show. AJ, did you enter already?
I have not. I plan on entering probably later today.
Hey, you just got to get in before Friday. That's all. If you want to gather some more information tomorrow on the Ohio State squad is normally good.
Yeah, they are.
Well, I'd like to know, does the winning team, do they have to split the $1 million evenly amongst every player, or do the starters get more? How does it work?
I think it's an even split.
Could be.
Some teams have 10
should
players,
it?
some have 13 players. So
Some have 8, I think. There's an 8
I'd
or
go
9.
with 6.
Well, you're going to get run off the court.
No, you're not. Not if you're in shape.
Who's the little white point
Now,
guard
you
from
ain't
Ohio
going
State
to
that
get up
plays?
against the
Aaron
LA
Kraft.
cheaters.
Aaron
They got
Kraft,
Clay Thompson's brother on the team.
Aaron Kraft's going to lock everybody down.
Yeah, he is. He slapped the floor while doing it, too. And he's still doing it. Go to bracket.thetournament.com. Shout out to the basketball tournament. We're lucky to be a part of it. Hope it goes well. I don't know how many people are going to sign up for it, but I hope there's a lot. It's a lot, dude. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do
a lot
this.
of hoops.
You got to do that.
But hey, it's worth it because the basketball tournament is the greatest after March Madness.
And?
Well, I mean, we're just talking basketball. I'm not talking about the Super
Smacker
Bowl
3-on-3
in NFL.
What about the Olympics? Basketball.
Well, the Olympics is pretty cool.
That's going on like right now, too. It's just tough for the basketball tournament.
Yeah, it is. It's a different.
Where is the
sign it doesn't matter.
I love
It's right in Columbus. AJ, you could go.
There's 4 brackets. One of them is in Ohio, I believe.
There's one in West Virginia, too.
Yeah, I think there's one in Wichita, Kansas as well.
We know a lot about it.
Take
Thanks
the
for
Wichita
asking.
boys.
Let's go to Edward in Montana. What's going on in Big Sky Country, Edward?
Yeah, not much. What's going on with you guys?
Just hanging out. What do you want to talk about?
So I've been listening to the show for quite some time. It's pretty awesome. You guys got an awesome show.
Oh, thanks, man. Dude. I mean, it's above average. We just got a text from Chris Ballard saying thanks for having me on, by the way. So I'm sorry I didn't hear the entire thing you said. I heard you complimented the show. Very nice of you. You will get sick of us probably at some point, but it's been a hell of a run thus far.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about, Ed?
Well, I'm from Montana, so just drinking beer when you're not working.
Nice.
But I know you have probably no interest in the Niners, but I do want to know your opinion on them trading up, just taking just gambling on it and drafting Trey Lance in the first round. Is he going to be good? Is he going to be a bust?
Hey, don't you know? Edward, he's going to be good, Edward. I think he's going to be good. That team is already built for him to be great there. Did he say while I was reading Chris's thing he's Amish?
No,
he did not. He didn't mention that.
He might have. He might have.
See, AJ doesn't listen. You see that?
AJ was trying to lure you in. Fucking.
I legitimately was not listening. Did he say he sounded Amish?
He did not say
did not.
he was Amish.
He sounded
He
Amish.
referenced something about
He was Amish?
Yeah, I talked to him. He was Amish.
I was about, He sounded very Amish.
Wow. What's he calling from?
What do they sound like? What do Amish people sound like?
Run that back. Go ahead and listen to it. And I think you can rip the clip. He sounded Amish just from my time of talking to Amish people in the past. Tim McAfee probably heard that and was like, that's a fucking Amish guy right there.
I'll tell you what, you do a lot of impressive things. You put out these videos, these athletic feats. You pegging that guy's Amish accent might be the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
We're the fucking biggest Amish show
Might
out
sign
there.
you up for FBI investigator.
I've been saying.
I mean, he's not full-blown Amish if he's watching the show, though.
Yes, he is. That's what I've been trying to say. We are massive in the Amish community. They have sheds and shit that they go to. They watch NFL on Sundays. There's McAfee jerseys. Now, I'm not. This is just, I guess, a couple different Amish families that Tim McAfee has done business with that I've got to meet before. But yeah, they do it. They do it. They're living out there. The younger ones, a little bit rebellious ones, you know what I mean? The big fans, yeah.
Expanding the Amish
Yeah,
beliefs,
yeah, potentially. Or just trying to live by, both set of rules.
Oh, on the fence.
Gray area in the middle.
Hey, shout out to the Mavericks and the Amish community, you know what I mean? Because I heard the Amish Mafia does not fuck around.
They don't.
No.
One last phone call here. We got about 30 seconds. Ryan in Arizona, what's up?
Oh, finish strong.
Brother.
That was a good time. So sorry, Ryan. We got to get out of here. I just clicked on the Sorry for Sadness playlist. Let me get out of that. All right. Not a bad Wednesday on Sirius XM Channel 82 Mad Dog Sports. Your thoughts on it, AJ?
I thought it's been a great day so far. There's a lot of breaking news, I think, happening, and tomorrow and Friday will be great shows. I'm looking forward to coming to Indy on Friday.
Yeah, we can't wait to have you out here. I won't be here, but the welcome committee will be. I'll FaceTime in for about an hour and a half. I appreciate you doing that. Is Chris Mad Dog Russo next?
I think so.
Chris Mad Dog Russo, who is electrifying every single day. I saw his intro. He's amazing. I don't know how he does it. He's on in 6 minutes here on Sirius XM. We'll see you tomorrow.
That's awesome.
See a new side every time.
Welcome back. Here we are on YouTube. Bye Sirius. This is PMS After Hours, where we will recap and talk about all things that we covered during the show and maybe pinpoint some of those moments that need to be addressed immediately.
I have a question. If you, I don't want to cut you off. If you have something very important.
It's not. I was kind of it's a brand new thing, so I was kind of introducing it as something, but it's not that important for if you have a question, we address it.
Well, my question would be for Diggs. Is he very nervous about this celebrity softball game that he'll be partaking in?
Here we go.
I don't know if it's this
you
weekend.
guys set up AJ.
Here we go.
So,
Top
Diggs,
billing.
before you answer that, Diggs, this is what PMS After Hours is for. Things like this, maybe in-house or something. Diggs does not want to do a lot of marketing for this softball game. And AJ, now that you are bringing it up, I'm happy. That's what we all want to know about. Diggs has been at the batting cages.
Trying to raise money, Diggs. Don't be trying to silence this event that you're taking part in.
You don't understand what goes on behind the scenes. The ridicule you're.
What?
Ridicule you're.
That wasn't a what, like keep it going. That was a genuine what. I think.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
That was a genuine what from us.
I mean, if I would have known that I would have been treated like this behind the scenes, I never would have signed up.
Tony,
what have you guys done? What are you doing?
I have been nothing but supportive this whole time. I told Tony, hey, listen, I want you to go out there and win the MVP.
Yes.
Please.
What's
Listen
your
to the
problem?
tone
I
in that
asked.
voice.
I asked to go with him. He said no.
Listen to the tone in that voice.
Wait, are you a little self-conscious about the boys
Very
supporting
much
you?
so.
No, we're supporting you. We want you to do well.
You wouldn't let Mitt come with you.
He's the worst of all of them.
Who?
Nick.
Why? Is it because he knows Team Black and Team Gold are
I
going
don't
to
think he
battle
does.
it out?
I think it's because Nick is really hammering Team Gold, and Tony obviously is Team Black. He's not happy about it.
Whoa. AJ, wouldn't you be proud to be in this game raising money? It is a former ranked nationally baseball player in high school back in your hometown. Isn't this something you'd be pumped about, AJ?
Absolutely. I mean, look at the stars you get to put. Corey Graves will be there. And Diggs, you do have a baseball background, so you should feel very good going into this game.
Tyson Alualu, that dude hits fucking bombs, bro. Najee Harris.
The future of the Steelers.
Let's go. By the way, I was going to lead off the show with this today. Diggs wouldn't let me. Diggs was not happy. Diggs was like, please, no, I don't want to talk.
Preferably, you should have led off because I wouldn't have been in the room.
Oh, so now that you're here, what is the biggest? Do
they not know your first name?
You think
either?
you're going to strike out, or yeah? And is it branding with Diggs?
Not a chance.
They don't know his name.
No, there's not a chance. It's slow pitch softball. Tony should go 3 for 3. You will go 3 for 3. Tony.
There's a chance I do go 0 for 3 with 3 Ks.
No way,
Tony, not DK.
Hey, you saw me hit that bomb with that tiny little bat the other day in the office.
Yeah.
Okay, we did some interneting on that one. You know, there was a lot of attempts. Foxy just so happened to hit one where I actually hit it. I am definitely a lefty now that we've experienced it, but it was hard to find the wiffle ball with that tiny little bat. Diggs stepped in there. Ty didn't even throw him an ephus. from the Hebrew language of Ephes ball, which means nothing, which is a nothing pitch or whatever. The Ephes, which we learned earlier today. He didn't throw him. He threw him an actual ball. Diggs hit that thing like first try bomb.
Barreled it up.
That's a tiny little thing. Diggs, I think you're going to crush it.
I hope so, Pat.
You're not going to strike out. Diggs, you're not.
No way.
You may not go 3 for 3, but you're going to hit some line drives. You may hit a homer or two. Like, you're going to make solid contact. That's all you care about, isn't it?
Sure. I mean, my family talked me into this. I knew this would happen. It's a disaster at this point.
It's good. Everything that you grow from things like this that make you scared going in, you'll grow.
I just want it to be known behind the scenes. Okay, we've been described as a couple things as of late, and I'm not exactly thrilled about it. But the thought that we have,
I completely agree.
Come on.
the fact that we have, I don't think we have. Hey, we'll put down the kayfabe wall here. Okay. I feel like we have been nothing but supportive.
You and Zito have been very supportive.
Aside from Nick, though, it feels like everybody else is kind of. You don't think you think all of this is in jest? You think everybody that's complimenting, even AJ, you think because at the beginning you're like, oh, I see what you're doing. We all want you to succeed, bud. Just you got to realize that we want the absolute best for you. Now, what you're potentially scared of is the complete opposite happening. Huh? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I also don't like the spotlight either.
I want Dewey Haskins to take him out swinging. I want to see Diggs go 0 for 3 at the plate.
See, I don't want
Yeah,
that.
me either. I actually want to see like
that's-
a dinger.
And maybe that's why AJ brought it up. That's why AJ brought it up. Nick and him are probably texting. AJ's like,
Oh yeah, AJ did not know about this on his own. It came from someone in this office.
I know. What do you mean? Cam Hayward's your team captain. He's an Ohio State guy. I know Cam.
The Ohio State, by the way.
Please.
More Ohio State. than
Oh,
you.
wait. This is the other team.
Have you ever played in a softball game, AJ? It is tough when you get up to bat. There's a chance you will strike out there.
No, there's not a chance in slow pitch to strike out, but there's definitely a chance to swing and pop one up.
DK Metcalf literally just struck out. I mean, I've seen
LeBron strike out back in the day trying to hit slow pitch softball. Yeah, if you don't have a baseball background, it might be tough.
I think there's 3 or 4 Steelers players on that other team.
Yeah.
Athletes. But
got Molinaro out there.
Bruce Banner.
But the Steelers on team Black are elite.
Chris Mack.
And I saw Chris Carter, but Chris Carter, the other one is CRIS.
Yeah, no H.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Carter's playing in this game that you're talking about. I don't think. I mean, maybe.
He might show up.
Why are you so bummed out about it? This is cool. I was going to. It's fucking Money in the Bank weekend in Texas, but I was going to go. Like, I was planning on being at this game and be like, let's go. This is our guy out here.
Yeah, why you down in the dumps? And why you saying it's my fault?
Well, you are being a little bit of a fucking asshole to
you're
him
a
now. I
strike
just
guy.
heard what you just said. You want Dewey Haskins to strike him out 3 times.
Well, I also don't consider myself the title of the game. I don't consider myself that, so it's a little awkward.
What's the title?
What is the title of the game?
Celebrity All-Star Game.
Oh, this
Tony, you're at the top. You're the first
Tony, you're
name on
batting
Team
leadoff.
Black.
Call it notable human then. How about that? You are not a non-notable human at this point. You've
You're
started a
an
war.
all-star in our books, pal.
Hell yeah.
Well, not yet. We got to see how you play. Yeah, I mean, for the All-Star.
Diggs he's more famous than everybody else in the game because he's going by his nickname. They don't even put his real name on it.
Yeah, you're like Tiger.
The artist,
Oh, my God.
That is
the artist
sweet,
formerly
Tony.
known as Anthony DeGilio is dead.
Bon Jovi.
Diggs is all. I wish they would have just put COVID Cowboy. Oh. No
Your
Diggs.
jersey. Hey, bring some iron-ons to put COVID Cowboy in the back of your jersey.
Or play in the cowboy hat.
Are you playing in a cowboy hat?
I don't know. I didn't know.
You have to.
Yeah, I think I could actually.
Yeah.
Have to.
Yeah.
It's going to be so uncomfortable, so
Oh
hot.
no.
So hot.
Oh no.
What?
Nothing. I gotta change that.
You gotta go to the cages.
Wear the white hat.
Before, the man who lives in Northern Michigan did what he did, I sent in my walk-up song.
Oh, yeah, you got to change that.
Oh, Tony.
Change that. You're going to have to change that. Was it ball with the ball?
No. Is it all
Summertime?
Oh.
I'm a cowboy, baby. You felt so good about it,
I
too.
did until thank God I just remembered.
Yeah, hey, look, if we didn't talk about if AJ didn't bring this up, you're walking right into a cancellation.
God, you're getting booed.
Shit. True.
This guy's a fucking idiot. And as you're walking up, by the way, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Last thing I thought about. You would hope that somebody over there would say, like,
Not yet.
Hey,
Hey,
Bob.
sure.
Bob's not doing music.
Tony.
Bob's not doing music anymore. He's doing political events and trying to start a war out there. What are you going to go with now?
Good question.
How many people are going to go with Wiz? Everybody?
Go with Garth Brooks.
Do the wanted dead or alive.
Donnie Iris.
I'm a cowboy.
Chris Gaines, maybe.
Probably
Chris
a
Gaines
penny
at
on
the
the
deep
floor.
cut.
Chris Gaines would be awesome. Did you see Cassius Marsh with Tom Segura? Speaking of Garth Brooks, don't want to tie
I
this.
heard it. Yeah, I actually listened to it, and then I saw Big Tom's making news on like PFT and everything, so it's crossing over from just his podcast.
Yeah, I don't know how he delivered it. I didn't get a chance to hear it yet. Was it just like him trying to joke and like laugh about it, or
No,
was
he wasn't joking. He was serious. I mean, he said he respects him and everything, but he was like, yeah, like basically, yeah, I don't. That's not really my vibe. How they do it over there is not how. And he also contrasted. He said, I came from Seattle, which is like the complete opposite. He's like super family environment. He said Pete Carroll. I think he talked about Pete getting like treatment on his elbow and his shoulder and wearing cleats and running around at practice, and just a complete different kind of energy from Seattle to the Patriots, which everyone already knows that. But yeah, it was. I mean, I give him credit for speaking out. He did say when he came out previously and said something about the Patriot way or whatever, a lot of players reached out to him and thanked him for saying it because they agreed.
Okay, that's funny, first of all. But I think this is very understandable for him to feel this way, coming from Seattle and how everybody has thought. Will Ferrell's coming in and yelling in position meetings. I mean, it's a whole different vibe. They've won there. They've won in New England more than anybody in the history. They do it their way. There's always two different ways to go about it. I just think this particular comment, he had to have known, I guess, that people are going to be like, yeah, no shit, dude. Like that, you know what I mean? That's kind of the big takeaway for me is, that. And by the way, I kind of wish that happened on some occasion, some of the stuff that I was being told. Did Big Mike lead off with the history of the general manager and why the team is structured the way it is?
No, we didn't have those. Like, if I heard him right, he said like every day Bill would talk for like 45 minutes to an hour to the team. Maybe you think that's just like Wednesday when you're installing your game plan, he would speak that long?
That's what I said, by the way, is the Wednesday meeting is long. Every other meeting, 15 minutes, 10 minutes max, it felt like, for team meetings. He said every single day he's doing it. So I'm like, are you just going through the history of the NFL with Bill Belichick as the season goes on? Because if he's talking coaching trees and general manager trees and all that stuff, you're learning everything. But this is him putting over how prepared they are for situations and, so I don't know. I think he just had to have known that he was setting himself up for people to go like, well, what the fuck are meetings supposed to be like?
Yeah.
Playing, what's that?
I mean, yeah, it's like, sorry, we're not shooting oops and
That's
fucking
what's grab ass.
opening Pokemon cards. It's like, we're talking about football here. That's what we're here to do. Like, that's why it's like, hey, you want to find out about the Patriots, ask Randy Moss, ask, Vinatieri, ask Edelman, ask guys who've been up there instead of Cassius Marsh,
What's that all about?
You know what it's about.
He was there. I mean, he's just giving his opinion on his time during.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't have, the freshest MLB cards coming out in the locker room, everyone trading them around like Cassius wanted them to be. Sorry, pal. Try to win a goddamn Super Bowl, not play who's got the best free throw shot in the goddamn team.
All right. I mean, there's two different ways to look at it. Yeah. There's definitely two different ways to look at it.
The key is, though, go to New England first and then go to Seattle. And like, oh my goodness, like you thought the NFL was this way. Like Bill talking every day in front of you for an hour to Pete and you shooting hoops for competitions and music playing and everything just fun. Like, you got to go the other way.
So I thought about that whenever Rich Rod left to go to Michigan and we got Bill Stewart. And with Rich Rod, our strength coach, Mike Barwis, who is noted animal. All right, absolutely love him, but he is a savage with what he puts together and what he expects you to do. It was so much that it was put on television. He is getting people out of wheelchairs to walk again with it. Like, it is unbelievable what he has accomplished both in the football world and in the real world. But his style of coaching, whenever he left, and you're with the strength coach every single day. That's who you're with every day. That's your tightest coach everywhere you're going to be, basically. When he leaves and we get a new guy who is super into analytics and, like, hey, we should take these days off and everything. It was obviously very nice for everybody that just came from the Barwis thing. But I had a couple conversations with my team. It's like, imagine if we would have went from, like, what the Michigan kids are going through right now, probably this guy and how he did things, and then Barwis showing up and it just being like, okay, we are going to run till we're almost dead today. that is the mindset. Is like, hey, we are going to push here. We are going to go. That type of switch, I don't think I would have been able to do. I don't know if I'm mentally tough enough to have been able to do that. I'm very thankful it went the other way. But that's like Tom Brady. Whenever he went down to Tampa, he said it's nice to learn that there is a different way to do things. Like, because there's so many different ways to do it. And if you're going to go into Bill's operation, you know exactly how he's going to run it. If you go to Pete's operation, you know exactly how he's going to run it. BA, the same thing. It's just different ways to go about it. Getting a chance to hear that type of shit, I never heard that before from Vinny or anybody else. Like, okay, we're getting the history of the NFL basically every single day for 45 minutes.
And it's also helping you win. It's not like he's just going up there to say a bunch of bullshit that's not going to help you at all. It's like, hey, if you're out there and you remember that this coaching tree or whatever, the motion this way might help you one way. Whatever. Cassius Marsh, it is what it is. Clown.
Well, it's good to know why a team, why a coach does what they do. So, yeah, that's why when you go through the coaching tree and where they came from, I think it adds context and it can help you pick up on things quicker.
Yeah, situations pop up, third and whatever, third and medium, they always do this, they always do. I mean, it's just, that's the type of stuff that has proven to be great for the Patriots, situational awareness, and it has proven to be terrible for other teams. That's why, we said this earlier, when it started happening to the Patriots last year, you thought maybe Bill lost his fastball.
Yep.
When Hoyer was throwing picks, down near the end zone.
Taking sacks before halftime
with
without
no
any
timeouts. Like,
Yeah.
there was things happening that's like, have they lost everything?
Going on here?
Just got an update here on the Richard Sherman situation. Adam Schefter, who is the only person that has any information on this, by the way, all morning. He has been the only one reporting on this all afternoon. Richard Sherman's wife, Ashley Moss, has told the Seattle Times, he didn't harm anybody. My kids were not harmed in the incident. He's a good person, and this is not his character. We're doing all right, just trying to get him out. I want people to know no one was injured. So a continuing, confusing story continues to unravel. Well, how does this end? That burglary, domestic violence as the first thing you hear is
not good.
Wild.
And how did they get to that? Because then there had to be something. I guess the threats were potentially the thing. And then as the law states for the burglary, you won't leave a premise or something is a part of that. So I guess you could piece it together. This is wild there for Richard Sherman.
Do you have to take something do you have to steal something for it to be considered burglary?
No, you have to steal. I think no.
Just get in unwelcome.
Unwelcome, yeah, without leaving or anything like that. So I think we thought it would be considered breaking and entering, and then not leaving or whatever. But I guess that is considered the burglary, is you not leave the premise or something like that.
See, that makes it almost sound like it's just loitering.
Like disturbing the peace.
And then resisting arrest.
Yeah.
Because if you have it
wasn't
that way,
his house.
What's that?
It wasn't the house he lives in.
No, it's somebody else. It's a family member's house. Whose house? Nobody
Anytime
knows.
there's family involved too, like who knows what the story is.
Well, that's why, because it was family, is the reason why it can be domestic violence. Because everybody always assumes partner or spouse for domestic violence, but I think we've seen cases where it's like nephew and like son and daughter or something like
In-laws.
that. Yeah, I think it's considered just family is the thing. So, I mean, we don't really know what the fuck is going on.
Wild.
Good thing about Richard Sherman, he writes for The Athletic. He does all this stuff. I assume he's going to come out with his side and let everybody know exactly what happened.
Yeah, this is not his character. Who knows, man? We were going to have a call with the photographer that almost got assassinated by Justin Tuck's golf ball.
Nice.
He didn't answer the call.
Yeah, I called 3 times. He might be in the bathroom, but.
Well, good
Zito
run.
does not know this guy, by the way. This guy reached out to Ty. Zito has no idea if he's in the bathroom or not. That guy taking a knee down there is potentially going to join us 3.5 minutes ago. He did not answer the phone.
He's probably saving lives because this guy's a superhero if he wasn't afraid of that.
He didn't
golf
see
ball.
it. He definitely didn't see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go to the other angle. He looks down the fairway first.
Gosh.
And then he sees it.
And everybody goes, sir, you almost died. And he goes, really? I was shooting in slow-mo. And I think, well, you're going to want to watch that one back.
Yeah.
It's insane.
he responded to me at 2:50, and I just told him we're trying to call him, so I don't know what.
Well, is he on the West Coast? Is he thinking?
Nope, he's typing right now.
Oh,
Maybe
he's
he
in
is
the bathroom. Yeah.
Good Lord, Justin
Ask him
Tuck's
if
at my
stage
front door.
5 diarrhea
Sorry,
or not.
All right. Let's get out of here, huh?
I think that's about it. We lost our steam here. I really thought we were going to pay right to the guy that almost died.
He says he's on and ready to go. I mean, I don't.
What's he on? This guy's on fucking Mars, dude. This guy's on the moon. How doped up is this guy?
That's a good question. He gave me a Gmail account so that it would go to his computer and not his phone. But
we got him.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who almost died this past weekend. Got one of the greatest shots of dimples on a golf ball in live action in the history of handheld photography. Joining us, fresh off the American Century Championship golf course, guy that AJ knows well at this point, Mark Hannon! Hey, Mark, what's up, dude?
Hey, Pat. I'm just lucky to be around to watch you on Money in the Bank this Sunday night.
Oh.
So that's all I survived for.
Hey, you're a wrestling fan, yeah?
Oh, big time. I'll be at SummerSlam in Vegas. Can't wait to see you there.
Okay, I can't wait to meet you in person. Happy to meet you and know that you're alive. Your incredible work in poise and intensity made an incredible video on the internet. You didn't know that you were about to die there, it seems? AJ even says, look, he looks down the fairway. How does this come to be? And at what moment did you watch that back and go, oh, I'm supposed to be a dead guy right now?
Well, so Pat, I was on the other side because Tuck's a lefty, and I was filming close-ups of Brian Kelly.
What?
And Joe Buck.
What?
You know, just from that side, and I flip over to the other, and now there's a discrepancy in Thielen's story from yesterday.
Okay.
And we're friends with Thielen. He came on Subpar. We were actually the ones that he gave the quote about Lambo sucking to that went a little bit viral, and he came on your show and talked about. He was on our show discussing that. But so I move over to the left side, and his group, including Brian Kelly, who might have saved my life, says, Bud, move back.
Brian Kelly saved the life?
Brian Kelly saved my life.
Have to talk about it.
About time.
Have to talk about it. Here we are.
Yep.
Here we are coming full circle. So he actually
No, he's
said
even now.
He tells me, hey, fella, move back. And as I'm saying the words, don't worry, I trust Justin. I'm a big Giants fan. The rest of the group is like, whoa.
Come on.
Yeah. And so I move back and I angle myself with the foresight that was out there. The foresight was measuring all the long drive stuff. So if you see in the video, there is literally no angle where he can hit me without hitting the foresight. Unless he puts this ridiculous curve on it, which he did.
Yeah, and if he would have been at that altitude, if he would have been able to turn that thing that quick, I learned a lot about that last night from the pitchers. That because the air is so thin, they're not able to get 12 to 6 as
That's
much
right.
in the golf ball. Maybe if we're a little bit lower, closer to altitude, instead of up there in the mountains in Tahoe, that thing slices a bit quicker, and maybe you're dead. Happy you're alive. Brian Kelly saved your life. I didn't know you were a golf podcast though. Let's hear about it. You got to take on the Open this weekend.
Yeah, so I produce a golf podcast called Subpar with Colt Knost and Drew Stoltz. Colt is all over the CBS coverage these days.
Notes and Stoltz?
Yeah. Colt and
Oh,
Stoltz.
of course.
They also have a Sirius XM show. Pat, I can't reveal anything now, but we may be in the same family soon with an announcement coming next week with one of your title sponsors. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh,
wow. So hopefully we'll have you on. Hopefully we'll have you on the show soon.
Hey, are you setting the? Hey, we need you to listen because we're potentially coming up here too. Are you talking about pennant down here? Maybe there's a pennant on the table here.
Yeah, maybe there's something up in your logo.
Congratulations! Welcome to the family, by the way.
Jack might be mad at me for throwing that out there, but I tried to give him a warning. I was coming on the show. He'll be fine.
It's the right place to do it, by the way. You're in.
So listen. So after Tuck hits this ball, right? Brian Kelly and Joe Buck walk by me, and Brian Kelly just looks at me with a giggle and is like, "Told you." And so I don't even know how close it was at that point. If you see me, I look back at the LED board. I see it's broken. And then I come back with a smile on my face if we punch in. I'm just laughing. And I haven't even seen my own angle, the POV shot yet. And so Shane Victorino and CC Sabathia are on the tee, waiting to go next. And they wave me over because they're like, "Did you get that shot? Did you get that shot?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So the first time I play it for them, I'm like this, holding the phone. They're looking over my shoulder. As soon as I see how close it was, my body went into natural shock, and I just start shaking. My coworker, Andrew Tursky, and DJ Lance, who are both out there monitoring the foresight machine, had to take the phone out of my hands because I was shaking so bad. Luckily, Victorino he had given Tuck the ball that he hit. So Victorino went and got the ball back and gave it to me. And then after the round, I'm hanging out at the range, talking to CeCe, and he sees Vince Carter, Ray Allen, and Justin Tuck standing off to the side. And he brings me over. And I show them the video, and they're losing it, making fun of Tuck. And he tells the same story that Thielen told you yesterday. But I just sent Ty Schmidt, him some videos that prove that the story that Tuck is telling is a lie.
What's the story? What's the story they're telling? What did Thielen say? I don't recall.
He said that he hit 2-iron off the tee, and then everyone talked him into hitting driver. He hit driver his first shot and turned to my guys with the foresight and said, "Just getting warmed up," and then proceeded to try to take my head off.
Wow.
Jeez.
Tuck.
I love that.
So, are you going to rethink your positioning next time you're at a golf event? Or is this gonna make you a bit weary next time you're filming something?
Well, yes and no. PGA Tour event, absolutely not. And I'm a producer. I'm not a photographer. I was only there because we were having an audio problem, and then it's like, hey, my family's a big Notre Dame fan. Let me get Brian Kelly. I'm a huge Justin Tuck fan. Let me get his swing. Maybe one of them will go viral. Like all the Patrick Mahomes and TJ Oshie stuff you saw over the weekend was filmed by golf.com and our great crew out there. So it was just me trying to get another viral video, and boy, did I.
Yeah, I'd say you almost died for it, and we appreciate your commitment to content too. And the fact that you're still going to stand in the line of fire, I appreciate it. The horse that bucked you is the horse you're going to get back on. Let's talk. You have a question for our guy Mark? I want to talk though about the Open this weekend. I want to talk about the Open this weekend because I try to make a boost with FanDuel that an American to win it. Okay, just because with what happened to England this past weekend by the Italians and, everything that could potentially happen, American going over there and winning that thing would be awesome. Rahm is the favorite at this point. They couldn't get it up in time, I guess. What are your thoughts on the Open, and who should we maybe be hammering? What are Stoltzy and Nolte saying out there?
Well, I'll tell you this. We've only had one repeat guest, and he's come on 3 times, and that is the best golfer in the world, Jon Rahm. And he is the betting favorite, but if I had to go with a sleeper, it is a guy that plays Mira Golf Clubs, someone that I've worked with before. Abraham Answer would be my sleeper for the week. I think he's about, he's due to win a big tournament soon, and he plays some great clubs in the Miras, so let's get him going.
What's a Mira? He golfs in a mirror, like he works on his...
Oh, no. Mira is a manufacturer. They make irons and wedges. And he plays those in his bag, and they're great clubs, and I may have an affiliation with them, just disclaiming.
Yeah, it sounds like you're just fucking complete seller. Good. It sounds like you're a complete. It sounds like you are a
no.
Complete
I really
sellout.
No, I really like Victor Hovland. I think Victor is going.
So we did have it. So we did have it. Yeah, I appreciate what you did there, and tell Mirror Clubs you are.
I have to, you know what I mean? I don't get many appearances on a show as big as yours, Pat, so I have to do what I can.
This show stinks, dude. Your show is probably much better. FanDuel will find that out quickly. Go ahead, Ty.
Outside of the guys this weekend who were like at the top, like Vinny Del Negro, what current guy that you saw is the best golfer?
I mean,
like active player.
We've had a lot of them on. Like, luckily, we're based here in Scottsdale, and a lot of those guys play out at Whisper Rock with Colt and Drew, who are members there. And Larry Fitz is absolutely a stud, and he wasn't always that way. He used to knock the ball around, and they told him he had to break 90 before he could get a membership at the club out there. And now the guy's a scratch golfer. So Larry's incredible. And then we had Mike Modano on for an interview, and he had that double eagle later that day. I wish we had him after that.
AJ, didn't you golf with Fitz? How are you in the same group as a guy that's a scratch golfer? What happened there?
Well, day one, they don't go off your scores. Day one, they just put groups together. So I was definitely not with him after day one. But also, Larry plays coming into the tournament, I knew that Larry's even said, like, he for some reason, he doesn't play Tahoe nearly as well as other courses. He scores better at home than he does in Tahoe. He still played great. But Larry never hit driver. Larry was hitting like 2-iron or 3-iron and maybe a wood every once in a while, but he never hit driver, and he can just bomb irons straight down the fairway.
Mark, thank you for your time, brother. When's Subpar come out, and when can we get more?
It comes out every Tuesday at 6 a.m. Eastern audio, 9 a.m. Eastern video on YouTube.
Nice.
And AJ, I have one quick question for you.
Nice.
We filmed you with that persimmon wood in your bag out there. Did you really buy that thing for $5 at a garage sale?
Yeah, right across the street from my my in-laws. But someone said they got a picture of me hitting it. It's almost bent in half. There's so much whip to it. So I need to get a new shaft put on it for sure.
Follow up there, Mark. Did you only put that in your bag so that somebody like Mark would come up to you and ask you about it?
You asked me this yesterday, and I said I'm probably going to take it out of my bag because of this.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay.
Nah, keep it in. Everyone needs a good persimmon wood in there, man.
And some mirror clubs, too. You know?
Yeah, some mirror clubs, 8 a.m. golf, Justin Timberlake, whatever you want to shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. If you got to deal with Justin Timberlake, I mean, good for you.
Well, he was wearing this hat all weekend. There's a partnership in the works with him and our parent company, 8 a.m. Golf, that I produce for. So keep your eyes out for that.
So what do you do? Do you just network all the time, or you do the shows? What are you?
I'm the senior producer at 8 a.m. Golf. We own the Mirror Clubs, True Spec, Golf.com, Golf Magazine, Golf Logics, Nicholas Brand. So I just produce content for all of them, and sometimes I almost die.
Oh, nice. So you're a content producer.
Content producer. With Subpar is a pretty big podcast right now. We're going up. Typically, not where you are, Pat, but we've been in top 40 in sports in our first year.
No. Listen, my shit stinks. I'm just trying to legitimately learn about what the fuck you do. Whenever you say you're a producer, are you behind the camera? You said you interviewed him for golf.com. You did that. You're just you're a man that has passwords to a lot of people's social media accounts. Is that what that is? And they just trust you to make good shit, and that's the contract?
No, I have two good hosts for Subpar with Colt and Drew.
Stoltzy and Nolte.
Stoltzy and Nolte. That's what it's going to be. That we need to rebrand the show. We're being sued. So, anyways. So, everything out there is good. Those guys know a ton of people through Whisper Rock. The members there are Larry Fitz and everything. So they pull guys left and right. If you come out here, Pat, you got to go out there and play around with them. It's the best course in Arizona.
You got it. I've heard about it. And what if I would have just said, "Yeah, I played it before"? That would have been that would have been awesome. If I
that would have been a flex. That would have been a flex.
I haven't. I would never get invited. I've heard about how difficult it is to get invited out there. Hopefully, one day we will. Welcome to the family. Thank you for joining us. Happy you're alive, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Cannon.
Thank you.
You say I'm disrespectful calling it Stoltzy and Nolte. That's not their names.
Listen,
the tagline.
That's how I had to remember whenever he said their name early. Colt Nolte and Brad Stoltzy. Like the stew. It's literally how I had to remember. I'm so mad.
Yep, I'm the disrespectful one. Just to get a caller's name.
I want to let everybody know. I was told, and everybody knows how I operate. I don't watch shit. I'm in my own world. Okay, I saw a guy almost die. I was told photographer coming on. And I think the reason why it was photographer is because he was the person holding the camera when the shot came. I had no idea we're getting into a full content creation conversation with old Mark Cannon.
I can go back and look. I'm pretty sure he told me he was the photographer who took the picture. I mean, granted, I didn't look in to
technically,
see if
he was.
And I guess technically he was. But yeah, I had no idea he was producing the Stoltzy and Nolte podcast as well.
Golf.
Well, and he's invited to the American Century Championship, so he's massive. Obviously, you don't get invited out there for a big deal. I thought we were getting Associated Press photographer. I had no idea.
Golf.com's pretty big.
Huge. And the thing he did with the wood thing, obviously seen by everybody.
Oh, it went viral as hell.
Way to go, AJ.
Well, I knew when he had the mic, he comes on camera and he has the mic, and then I recognized the background because I've actually seen that Subpar podcast. I've seen different clips they put on YouTube. They get good guests. But Colt Knost he's good, man. He is on CBS, so when I watch golf, you'll recognize him. He's not on all of the events, but he's there.
Yeah, I see Nolte get around there.
Yeah, you know.
When he starts talking about swinging the sticks, I go, you know what? That fucking Nolte guy.
Nolte knows.
What are those clubs called again?
Mirror clubs.
Have you ever heard of them?
No, but I was in the middle of it, I was like, will you stop disrespecting my fucking show with all your goddamn plugs and just give us a fucking answer? All right, I just learned that you know anything about golf. I thought you were an Associated Press photographer a couple seconds ago. Now I'm learning you're a part of a subpar podcast that just got picked up by FanDuel. I haven't done my research. I've got to be pretty fucking good if you're with FanDuel. Let's go ahead and do this thing. Plug. So I almost hated him. Almost hated him immediately. And a lot of people would expect me to do such a thing. He's part of the family now, though. I hope Mark Cannon continues to do incredible things because he's already doing that. He got invited to the American Century Championship and won to it before I did. I have the utmost respect for old Mark Cannon, but I didn't like the answer whenever it wasn't his actual answer. He told us another answer. He was plugged and paid to give that answer. Now I can't trust the son of a bitch. And I wanted to. I thought we were going to blossom into a great relationship. We don't have a super smart golf guy.
No, we don't.
Somebody might have already put that bet in without him knowing it was a joke.
Abe's a good golfer.
Yeah, somebody might have put the Abraham answer in as soon as he said it because this guy is at the American Century Championship, content creator for golf.com. This son of a bitch knows. Yeah. And we have a couple degenerates potentially finger on the trigger. Yeah. As soon as you hear answer and it's gone. Hey, maybe answer wins. Those mirror clubs, they say.
Best irons
in
you can
England.
find.
Yeah, on that course.
Those shafts. Oh, how stiff. Hey, those shafts. Super stiff, dude. They locked out. What'd you say?
I was saying since 1957, these clubs have been around.
This is the year.
Okay.
Here we go.
Double A.
It would make sense for an English guy to win it this weekend strictly because it didn't come home. And then they would bring it home in a sport no one would care about.
Don't drag that.
Where's Abraham Answer from?
Nobody. Mexico.
Where's John Rahm from?
Spain.
Do they have English golfers?
Tommy Fleetwood. And he's got great flow.
But Lee Westwood.
Justin Rose.
Justin Rose.
Gold medal winner.
Who's that hilarious guy? Where's the visor?
Bubba Watson.
Bubba.
No, we're talking
you know
Brits
Bubba.
here.
Fucking Colin Montgomery.
Oh.
No.
David Faraday?
No. He's spiky hair. He's
Patrick.
Who?
Harrington.
Ian Poulter.
Ian Poulter.
Ian Poulter. Is he English?
Yes.
He's a hilarious guy?
He makes content, dude. He's funny.
Does he?
Yeah, dude. I saw him
He's
dancing.
got a bunch of sweet cars, I know.
Yeah, I saw him dancing in front of one time. He actually hit I think he hit an iron like it was the golf or the big break. You know, they hit through glass. He actually hit an iron through a Ferrari, I think, one day. His Ferrari through one window, out the other side.
Yeah.
Then he hopped in it and drove off. And I was like, I don't know who this guy is, but I'm a fan all of a sudden. He has great personality. He's not big over here, though. He's massive over there.
He's big here. People know who he's like. He's a polarizing figure. People either love him or hate him.
Oh, polarizing Poulter, they say.
Hey, he's a huge Ryder Cup villain for the U.S.
Yeah, a lot of people think he's a dick.
Yeah, I think that is why he might win it for
I'm
England.
going to bet on him. Yeah, I didn't know all this. If he's like a massive prick, this guy's a showman.
Especially after what Italy did to England.
You get him at plus 1,000 to be the top English player.
Yeah, going for it.
That's a lock.
That's the right personality you get back for England, right? That type of personality is who we need.
Sure. Or Fleetwood.
He's yet to win a major, but hey, maybe this is his first.
Fairway Jesus.
Adam Schefter update. Richard Sherman has not been formally charged. He cannot be until he appears in King County District Court, which will not be until Thursday afternoon. Until then, Sherman will remain in the King County Correctional Facility.
Damn.
Thursday.
We thought he would at least get in today.
Why the delay to get in front of the judge?
Yeah, I thought the judge was right in.
Oh, yeah.
In my experience, the judge was right there in the jail. I mean, we just go, boom, pow, we're out.
Yeah.
Much more serious allegations, I assume.
Yeah.
Saturday is really the only time where that happens. Or like if you get booked on a Saturday, Sunday they're not there.
Or a holiday.
Yeah, or a holiday. Yeah.
Somebody gets a Thanksgiving night. That's all the way till Monday.
Yeah.
I had a friend that got public intoxication on Thanksgiving night one night.
Sorry.
See you Monday, dude. Yeah. It's going to be a
Weekend.
long...
Enjoy the slop.
Yeah. Halloween had somebody get arrested. Came out of the jail the next morning in costume.
Nice.
Yep.
Fantastic.
You get a video of that?
Nah, that was before the days of...
Before the cameras.
We're recording everything.
One of our mutual friends was driving home the morning after one of our parties and got pulled over and was still drunk enough that he blew and then was taken to jail in his leprechaun costume. So
That's fantastic. Another friend of ours, mutual friend of ours, was driving home the night before the St. Patrick's Day parade in Pittsburgh And he drove an hour and 45 minutes around the city of Pittsburgh trying to get back to where he was headed. And it wasn't until he was a minute and a half away from the destination that was so hard to find. He got a Dewey. Got him out of the jail. He made it by the St. Patrick's Day Parade, though.
Nice.
7:30 a.m. We had him at the St. Patrick's Day Parade.
That's a win. Was that the one you guys drank with the bum at?
Yes. That was 3.5 hours there where he was potentially, incarcerated. But the good news is when he got out on the other side, I don't even think he remembered it until, it was in the newspaper and stuff.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it was a big deal. Great St. Patrick's Day, though. One of my favorites.
St. Patty's Day is the best.
Twitter fleets are dead?
Yeah.
Twitter says we're removing fleets on August 3rd, working on some new stuff. We're sorry, or you're welcome. Moment of silence for fleets. Pat McAfee was something that was.
I didn't know they were still happening.
So, AJ, like he normally does, will spit on the warm grave of something that we are.
This is your fault. You were the biggest fleet ambassador they had. You were running the parade. Here we go. Fleet's the new thing. It's Twitter. Twitter's taking all your good stuff. They're going to make it even better.
Yeah, well, Twitter is my social media platform of choice. I have invested the most amount of time, and it turns out it is not the most profitable one. So that is a little bit of a shame. But when they brought in IG stories and the TikTok over to Twitter. I was like, everybody's going to end up over here anyway. Everybody ends up on Twitter. That's just the way it used to be Facebook. Now everybody ends up on Twitter. That's just how it is. Everybody has a Facebook, but Twitter is where everything happens. So once these fleets started popping off, I was excited. I'm like, thank God. I don't even have to act like I need to go over there anymore to another platform. Here we go. And we did realize quickly that it was nowhere near as good as everybody else's. Nope. Instagram figured out a way. Zuckerberg rode that surfboard thing with the flag, okay? He rode right into TikTok's code and just ripped the entire thing for Instagram. Just made Instagram TikTok all of a sudden while he was doing his thing, okay? While he did that, he was able to do that. Twitter Jack, I think he's growing that beard, chilling out, having a good time. He said, I get it, we get it, let's do something like them. It was the most elementary version of the IG story and of the TikTok now that I've gotten to experience that a little bit. Shout out to Mitt. The fleet thing where I was fully committed, changed my name to Pat McAfee. Clearly had zero fucking chance of working.
No legs.
I was in there, 3-4 days. I gave it a good go.
And then you turned your back on them, and you went over to the TikTok world, and you sold your soul to China like that traitor John Cena.
Oh,
God.
What?
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry.
That video wasn't awkward at all.
That was a very uncomfortable video.
Wild.
But I didn't go to TikTok until way after I quit.
That's right.
Say that.
Way after.
Fleets were way dead when you went to TikTok.
There was people still posting on fleets, though.
There are.
No, there was people posting on there, and I was like, oh, so you don't really understand the internet at all.
You don't get it.
So I get that you're probably told you should probably put things up here, but you almost look worse right now doing that. For a while there, fleets, you almost looked worse when you were posting up there. One would come from somebody I have a lot of respect for on the internet. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Come on. Like almost sending a message like, hey, we have to let these people know we are not going to continue to do these. This thing should be gone or whatever.
And you gave it a fair shot. I mean, we're talking multiple fleets a day, multiple times. Hey, let's see if we can get a little juice, get a little gas in here. And it just would not go.
There's another thing, just like Arby's. And the difference between Arby's and fleets is Arby's actually has the product to back up everything I was saying.
That's right.
People have bad experience, they start attacking me, obviously. I was like the face of Arby's for a bit on the internet. So every other day when something would trend virally terribly for Arby's, I'd get it on the shins. For fleets, for what? The good 4 or 5 days.
At least.
I was almost the face of fleets on the internet, and me talking it up. This thing stinks, Pat. Why are you doing this? Who cares? I was getting attacked by people. And I even had to give a speech on a fleet. I was like, listen, I know this stinks in comparison to the others. I would like to, do it so that Twitter sees that they should maybe work on this and make it better so we don't have to do that. And then I realized, just like everybody else, they were right. This thing fucking stinks. It was bad. And I think we should have another moment of silence for Pat McAfee as well.
I think we'd be all right. You really think you need another one?
You're such a dirtbag, dude.
For something different, AJ.
If you truly cared, you would, from now until August 3rd, you would just fleet all day, every day, and hope that they don't cancel it.
No, because I just told you when I see somebody
exactly.
up there.
Can't do it. Fleets
you
had
could
their
change
time.
the narrative, though.
No.
I tried.
They had their time. They're already dead.
I'm going to add one here, though.
Oh, no.
Do it.
R.I.P.
One last one.
I'll miss you, Fleets.
Thank you,
It's
Fleet.
been a long.
Hey, I haven't been here in a while. All right. But this had a hell of a run, didn't it? We all knew it kind of stunk. We all knew it was worse than the alternatives to be doing this type of thing. And to be honest, we all kind of judged the people that were doing fleets. We're like, hey, that guy doesn't understand what the fuck the internet is, because it almost is more detrimental to post one and look like a stooge than not post one. Anyways, this is me posting one to say, it's a shame we won't be able to post one ever again. See ya. 30 seconds. I didn't know it was 30 seconds until it showed up.
Me neither. That was 15.
You can add stickers. It's new.
Oh, wow.
They're still adding stuff.
Good run.
Thank you, Fleet.
They don't want to disappoint people, so they're waiting until August 3rd. I mean, don't you think they could have just shut it down and nobody would have really noticed?
Well, some people are addicted to fleets.
Yeah. Fleeters out there need to get their fleets in.
Hey, we got some fleet fiends out there that are like, you know what? If you're going to roll this thing out, let's do it at least in a progressive fashion. I'm in, because there's people that are, they seem to be fleeting every day without any realization that ain't nobody else really fleeting right now.
No.
Yeah, they just need to rehaul or overdo fleets, don't
Yeah,
they?
they need to eliminate it once and for all.
Yeah,
It's not what Twitter is. You know?
It was a good try. Good shot at the board.
They'll try something else. They'll come up with something after
Oh,
this.
yeah, they said they're back to the drawing board working on stuff.
I'm posting it.
You have to.
Have to, yeah. Goodbye.
Posted. I'm a fleeter again.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you tag Jack?
I don't think you actually can tag people in the fleets. I think that was one of them.
Yeah, you can't share them either. I think that's kind of a thing.
Can't repost.
Do you think Drake will see this fleet?
He doesn't follow me on Twitter. I did check. Funny thing here about me and Drake's relationship. Followed Drizzy on Twitter. Did not follow Champagne Poppy.
Really?
Yeah, so that screenshot of the follow back thing, a lot of people were tweeting like, oh, you don't follow Drake, you don't follow Drake. It was like, I thought I did. I have corrected that since. Mm-hmm. I did follow Drake back.
Yeah.
Very nice of me.
That is nice.
Plus, you were following his music career from the get-go.
Well, up until the last couple of years, yeah.
He's still following. That's how he knows.
I follow, yeah. I know everything about him. Please.
How old is he?
About my age, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
33? He's 34. He's my age. Yeah, fucking A. I knew it. Yes. Drake and I both outlived Jesus. Doesn't get talked about enough.
Yeah! Woo! Let's go! And fleets!
Thank you, Jesus.
And fleets.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, fleets, too. Thank you, Jesus, and thank you, fleets. For showing us what not to do, one hand, and what to do on the other.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
See you tomorrow, AJ. You gonna be on the show tomorrow or no? Because you gotta be out here Friday.
I'm here. I'll be there.
I thought you could potentially try to negotiate,
Negotiate what?
Well, I am doing Friday, so I was thinking I've had
Traveling
3 weeks
tomorrow,
About
so-
3 weeks. I was wondering if maybe
I'm not trying to take a day off. I'm not trying to get out of here.
What happened Monday?
I was flying back all day long.
We would have sent a plane for you Sunday night.
Easy.
You
Yeah.
said, You said I want to get boozed up in the lake.
Those are cheap ones. Those are cheap private flights. Only probably like $40K one way.
West Coast is a tough one, I will say. West Coast is a bit steep, but we did the Citation X back from Stanford to Indianapolis.
Oh, boy, that was nice.
So the Citation X, fastest plane in the sky, allegedly. It was like a 2.5 hour flight somehow because we got a jet stream behind us. So that cut out a lot of money but on the way out there we were flying directly into it. It was like 4.5 hours or something like that. So we had to pay significantly more on the way out there than on the way back. But you're not going to see me doing a lot of those. You're not going to see me doing a lot.
We took one back from LA once. That was an incredible plane. I don't know what it was, but that was a couple years ago too.
It has to be a good plane over because the amount of gas and shit that's going.
That was after the Rams-Chiefs one, right? Wasn't that the plane?
Rams, Chiefs, and Monday Night Raw, same night, and the pay-per-view the night before. It's pretty crazy. We have a plane on the table to potentially buy.
Here we go. Uh-oh.
Are you gonna paint it and everything and put your logo on it?
Might wrap it depending upon if we want to get a business sponsor, partner, part of it, if we want to. I assume every time we're going on it, it'll be filmed, so it could be.
Would make sense.
It's a good
But,
idea.
but right now, all I need is great internet, and we need a TV or two in there. And then we're good. And it just has to be able to get up and get down.
How many seats are you looking for?
Well, there's always like
8 to 12 with a couch?
Yeah, that's about right, I think.
need the
I
bed.
kind of realized the bed should replace the couch.
Yeah, the couch is a waste of space.
Yep.
It's not deep enough for anybody to really sit on. You have to sit sideways, and sideways, it's not thick enough for you to really sit. So it's like we feel, unless it's like a, what was it, 737 Ursay had, the couch is a little bit deeper, and it's like a different, layout. But if you're a mid-size jet and you have this is such a niche, conversation. But fuck it, that's what this is all for, basically. And this is Sage, by the way. Have a little respect, please, YouTube. But
Thank you, Sage.
The couch is just a waste of space.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what we have.
So put a couple more chairs in there.
2 chairs.
Yeah, chairs.
Or
yeah.
the bed.
And then they can make a bed potentially. And then the smaller planes are very loud. We have realized that if you take one step up, the entire convenience and nice comfort level of the flight is drastically different.
Enjoyment doubles.
So we'll see. I might have a plane though for you and your rich friends to rent if they need it. You know what I mean?
nice.
Okay, cool.
We will be putting it to work. We will have a hometown discount for anybody. It'll be the same as the other people are paying, but we'll call it a hometown discount.
Yeah,
It'll be,
of course.
It'll be like a jewelry sale.
Yeah.
Big sale.
20% off.
When's it end? Today. All right. Got a new one starting tomorrow morning though.
Good luck.
Kind of how it always goes there. All right, that's the show. Bryson in Washington, what's going on up there, Bryson?
What's up?
Are you in Washington State or are you Wolfpack?
State.
Everything all right up there? What's going on?
How was wrestling when you wrestled?
Bryson, it wasn't bad. My body got beat to death. I felt like I was pretty well prepared, though. I went at it pretty hard. I never really knew what was going to happen, but I feel like I was comfortable in most situations. Didn't get a win, made some amateur mistakes, rookie mistakes. Won Rookie of the Year. We'll get back in there and get a dub, hopefully, at some point.
Yeah.
Do you think about wrestling again?
Well, Bryson, great question. Thank you for asking and for caring. I don't know. I don't think I make those decisions, but also wrestling again would require a pretty massive commitment. I think, I don't have that AJ Hawk.
Not if you just get in. Maybe you get thrown once through the table or something. You don't have to do anything for that.
You don't know if that's going to happen, so you have to prepare for everything.
Yeah.
And that's the.
You mean physically? You need time to get prepared.
Yes. Yeah, because I don't.
Wow, you look good, man. You all you need is a spray tan. That's all that matters.
No, I appreciate that, and I might be allergic to spray tan actually with that rash. We don't know. It is actually. Yeah. What's so funny? What's so funny, AJ? Huh?
That is exactly that.
I think I did potentially break out because of the spray.
Somebody before you maybe.
No, maybe there was something in.
Okay, but that's what I don't understand. You have obviously you do all this. You fly private. You go there, and then you go to like a stand-up spray tan place when you can just have someone come to your place, set up a little tent, and spray you handheld or whatever, and actually not probably give you herpes or whatever you got.
Oh, jeez.
What's your
I didn't get herpes, dude.
Chlamydia.
Jeez.
I didn't get the clap
No
either.
one's got the clap, AJ.
I just got these things that were growing on.
Someone does.
There are people that have it. That's why we know it exists.
Sure.
We will look out for that Delta strain for real. Yeah. That's how we started your appearance today.
Major callback right there.
Rhymed.
Yeah, how'd that come up?
I don't remember, because you said something about being arrogant about coming back tomorrow. So we don't know what's happening tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, we don't.
Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow.
You're right. I have no idea. Have you been? So you've had that putter in your hand? Like I thought you were just practicing putting without the putter.
Putter, huh?
It's not a putter, pal.
This is the unduffable.
Hell yeah.
Okay. This thing.
Oh yeah, I see all the tour pros carry one of those in their bag.
Yep.
Smart.
Well, it turns out you can duff this thing, and you will. What? It almost makes it more difficult because how fat the bottom is. You're almost going to duff it more often than the unduffable has said to me on the 2:00 commercial on the Golf Channel.
Come on.
You We've got some good shots out of that thing.
Yeah. Couple, yeah.
Out of pocket.
We've certainly duffed.
Oh, well, yeah.
If you can duff the unduffable, then people really start saying, this guy's got it.
This guy can golf.
All right, see you tomorrow, AJ. This has been a fun show. I really enjoyed today's show.
Yeah, so did I, man.
Chris
Nick
Ballard.
has been upset still over Diggs' softball situation, but Diggs, I think you're going to kill it.
Thanks,
First off,
AJ.
you're going to go 3.
Diggs.
Even if you don't go 3 for 3, you'll hit at least 1 homer, and you're going to hit the ball hard.
Hell yeah.
Don't you have to have some sort of confidence stepping in there, though? Like, you have to have the mindset you're going to hit one out.
I don't have
Palms.
confidence doing anything in my life, so no, I don't think so.
Yeah, but I feel like back whenever you were playing sports, you had a lot of
Oh, yeah, for sure. That was a whole different human being.
Yeah, like what Edge told me. You know, you're going to have to tap into that person to get back out
I
there.
lost all confidence probably like around 25, 26.
What happened?
Wait.
I think one guy knocked out him and all 3 of his friends.
I still had a lot of confidence at that point.
Afterwards?
Oh, yeah. That guy was huge.
We need you to find the guy that was doing barrel rolls over his bed and lighting up his sock drawer with a 9mm.
Come on, Tony.
That's the guy we need. We need
Come on,
reckless
Tony.
Diggs.
Yeah. Yes.
We need confident Diggs.
What?
We need swinging for the fences, not giving a damn Diggs.
What?
That's what we need, bub.
Strikeout's good content too, though.
Come on,
Oh, dude. Strikeout's good content for Nick. He ain't gonna do that.
Wow,
And
it's
if you do,
410 right.
DK Metcalf just
Assume that the fences are going to be moved in a bit.
it's softball game. Yeah, they will build one probably in the outfield.
That's bullshit.
Absolutely mind-blowing that Pittsburgh is just falling apart at the seams. I mean, Nick doesn't want Tony to do well. I thought this was a city that rooted for each other.
Tone
doesn't want to do well.
the Penguins to do well.
He doesn't want the Penguins.
This is why I can tell you're not from there. We generally root against everyone at all times, whether you're from there or not. Your friends, enemies, whatever.
There is a lot of pulling against people.
I thought it was Team Pittsburgh.
Get slip yar.
Well, in the end, whenever you like Nick doesn't believe this, I guess, with Diggs. But normally, like if you weren't from Pittsburgh, you start burying, Pittsburgh or whatever. The Pittsburgh people will come together and say, like, "Hey, watch your fucking mouth, all right? Don't you talk to us about our place, blah blah blah." But then amongst each other, a lot of burials.
Oh yeah, if Connor were to come in and say something, we'd slap him right in the mouth.
Right in the mouth.
Well, people are saying Pittsburgh's the new Detroit. That's what people are saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really have to say anything because you guys are burying your own city and your own team.
All right, I won't let this continue.
Yeah.
It's blasphemy.
Nick, why are you pulling so hard against our guy?
He's been doing this for 10 years. I mean.
Yeah, this is how we do things. Like when we golf together, usually you golf with guys. A lot of people I hear, "Hey, good shot." But when Diggs tees off, I get right, get in the woods, like jackass. We want to be competitive, and we want to encourage that behavior.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I hope you don't hit any foul balls. All right, I hope you don't hit the woods at all.
Come on, Tony.
I hope you go fairway, first cut.
Yep.
Dong shot this weekend.
If Diggs needs me to be his motivation to hit a dong shot, I'm happy with that.
Hey, little chip on the shoulder there.
Hell yeah.
I'd eat it.
Just don't eat it.
Thanks, dude.
Turn the clocks back, Tony.
Don't eat it. Not for Saturday, at least. Not for first pitch. Ain't that right, Zeke?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, save that for after the game.
Hey, 320 left, though. I think you got that.
So left would be for good for righties, right?
Yeah.
That's why I bat on the right side of the plate that night.
Yeah, you did.
Because left field.
We go into a different park.
porch.
I'm going to the left.
Yep.
I'm happy we figured that out. AJ, did you see me hit that fucking dinger in the office lefty, dude?
Ball.
The wiffle ball?
Yeah, pal.
Yeah, it looked good.
I'm a lefty.
Did you never play wiffle ball growing up?
No, I did not interact with the pastime of America. I did not have time for it. All right, everybody seemed to have time for it. I would go to the games. I'd watch my friends. I wouldn't do a damn thing. It was a shame.
Well, you're selling butts. I mean, you had other stuff to do.
I had other business to attend to at their games, but I mean that was a good spot. Everybody from Plum seemed to gather at one area. I mean, AJ, it's clear that I'm a lefty. Look at the back acrobatics too.
Yep. I like that slow-mo shot right here.
All right, believe it or not, I did catch that the first time I did.
Yeah, it's clean. We do have that on video.
Oh, God.
A little tight too.
Boom.
You know what I mean? A little tight inside.
Yep.
I like it eye level, by the way. I've realized.
Yeah, Otani range.
If I can see it, I can. If it's down here, I'm in trouble. I am in trouble if it's down here at all. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I can't dig it at.
Well, you're a switch hitter, too. That's why you're dangerous. You could hit righty, too.
Depending on what arm the pitcher is, because if I'm a righty, if I see a left-handed pitcher, I'm fucking
licking your lips.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
And then if it's a righty pitcher, either Scherzer's out there, guess what? I'm going Shohei. All
Yep.
right.
Boom.
And if there's a left-handed pitcher out there, I'm going Jason Kendall. All right.
There it is.
That's just what I'm going to do. That's for sure.
I think you should play in the next celebrity outing. You should take part.
Those games look fucking awful. Those softball games,
no
those
way.
celebrity softball games. Have you ever played in one of those? You've been invited to one of those?
Yeah, I've played in a few of them. Yeah. Jordy used to have. Donald Driver had one that Jordy took over up in Wisconsin.
I'm talking about the one though, the one at the All-Star game.
Oh no, I know the Red Rocket. Andy Dalton played in it when it was in Cincinnati though.
How'd he do? Good.
I think he did good. Andy's
He
a
hits
stud
bombs.
athlete.
All right.
No, he does. He is very good at softball.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jordy.
No way.
I don't know.
I don't know if
Jordy
anyone's
can bomb
better
it, but
than
Andy's
Jordy.
Andy's a stud.
You played, didn't I?
Yeah, Robert Mathis used to have one here. It was Colts versus Pacers, Paul George, and then Roy Hibbert, and then I don't know who runs it now, but I figured it out. I figured out how to do celebrity softball games.
How's that?
You get ejected 7th inning. Okay, it's a big moment.
Yep.
You kick the dirt on the umpire. You do the whole thing.
Cover the plate.
Everybody gets a good pop out of it. It's a
Yep.
magical moment. Then you get escorted out, and then you just go ahead and get in your car and you leave.
And you don't have to sign autographs for 2 hours afterwards.
Yeah.
Beat the traffic.
And I actually put on a show. Oh, you remember when Pat did the
Yeah, you got the moment.
Yeah, it was like cheating. It was the cheat code almost.
Yeah.
I figured it out. So cool.
Big win.
The umpire probably knew what was coming about 6
Yeah.
It's about time, isn't it? Yeah, and then as soon as something happened, I come walking up. There's a picture in a newspaper of me. AJ, go to this side of the camera. There's a picture in a newspaper of me and this umpire at this charity softball game, which is one of the biggest things in the city, and we are literally nose to nose. And I'm yelling like this in this guy's face. I mean, just right at the top of the newspaper.
You think anyone has video of that?
Oh, yeah, they hit the road, Jack. Just started playing. Nah, as I'm walking out. I mean, it was an entire moment, dude.
Need that clip.
It was cool.
It's perfect. Wow.
Yeah, there's me and that.
So did you plan it though? Like, did you plan this beforehand, or did it just kind of happen?
I saw a moment, and then we've all seen now how my brain works on a regular basis here. I saw a moment pop up, and then I immediately saw everything comes. Oh, I get kicked out. I leave. I'm out of here. Okay, so yeah, it was like
See you, boys.
as it was. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of talk or conversation on whether or not I should do it, but once I did it once, it was hard not to do it the next year.
I bet.
It's kind of your staple at that point. Hey, when's McAfee going to come out here and argue with the ump? Get
Literally
kicked out.
got home 2.5 hours before everybody else. Got a text from Robert like, "Hey, thanks for coming over, little cuz. Where'd you go?" He sang me out of there.
Yeah. I wanted to
Sang
stay.
me out. He told me to fucking get out.
They made me.
For that reason, I won't be doing it anymore because I'm a bad person. That golf outing next year, though, man, out there, American Century Championship, I'm coming for it all.
Can't wait.
You hear me, AJ? I'm coming for it.
I know. I think you're going to play well.
Am I officially invited, or are you allowed to do that? Is it like one of those things where you're allowed to just kind of like,
No, I'm not. I don't have any power to do anything like that. But no, I think you'll definitely get invited. It'll probably. I don't think it comes to like winter or spring.
All right, how many days till NFL football?
57.
How many days till they invite to American Century Championship?
238.
Okay. Winter and spring, I'm not sure if that's accurate, but keep that countdown going, will you?
Will do.
Thank you. It's a good cat shirt.
Thank you. I'm definitely a big cat guy.
Are you a cat wrangler?
I don't know if I'm a wrangler per se, but I would more consider myself on the other end of it. I'm more of the cat versus the wrangler.
Oh,
You
so
know what I mean?
somebody's trying to wrangle you.
Yeah, exactly. Like more like I'm not the Tiger King. I'm more the Tiger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You're the one that is laying Dahn while Tiger King's out there with a gun.
Yeah. And I'm turning around.
Fighting his leg. Son of a bitch!
Yeah, exactly.
That's you.
Yes.
All right, that makes sense. I agree.
I mean, they have 9 lives. I mean, pretty cool. Very cool, really.
Let's get to a break. For about 20 hours.
20 hours or so.
20 hours.
See you in about 20 hours.
Flowers.
Hey, we got a big show tomorrow. A couple big-time guests, people we've never spoke to before, right?
Huge, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Who is it? Have you announced who it is?
No, I don't know how to do that. Should we do it? We have a big guest next week.
Gage.
Yeah. Massive.
This is a. I mean.
Are you going to say who it is?
You can find me in St. Louis, running on ring all day. All day.
You ain't get it.
Excellent softball player.
Yeah, true.
He's from M-I, crooked letter, O-U-R-I. That's where he's from.
You got Nelly coming?
Maybe. All right, that's the show. Good show.